Well, draw 4, draw 2, you can't get through. Stack them up high, see the color I'ma choose. Switch the decks, yeah, reverse my fate. Hit you with the skip, now you gotta wait. Who knows the game where we break the rules? Laughing so hard, can't stay on the stools. Colors and numbers, we mix and we match. When laughing so hard, can't stay on the stools. Colors and numbers, we mix and we match. Winning this hand and we hatching a plan. Just when you think you about to win, I'm flipping the switch, let the fun begin. Every card counts, moving side to side. Uno's the jam, it's a wild ride. Just when you think you about to win, I'm flipping the switch, let the fun begin. Every card counts, moving side to side. Uno's
second place, that gave them enough points to be on top of the leaderboard. The South American region went a little bit less hectic than we're all used to, with SK Kalalis SA putting on a great performance, winning 3-1 to both Dropeados FA and Alpha 7 Esports.
Have been able to make this happen spectacularly so, and they are in the grand finals.
But even they couldn't stop the Brawl Cup usurpers, Loud. Loud came back better than ever, laying 3-0s on their way to the grand finals and won another 3-0 against SK Kalalis SA, crowning them the June monthly finals champions.
Throws up the pin, the spins, Loud with a flawless streak, not a single set loss to become your South American champions.
This victory gave Loud a lead of more than 60 points ahead of SK Kalalis SA. It won't be a long shot to say that it's very likely we'll be seeing them in the World Finals this year. Last but definitely not least, we have North America, and with it, Tribe Gaming, as they came back with a vengeance after their Brawl Cup performance, laying 3-0s against New Heights Gaming and Space Station Gaming.
Circling around the right, looking for the kill on Sands. Tribe Gaming ahead by a 7-star margin, and they're going to the grand finals once again.
With their rediscovered confidence, they waited for their challenge, who is none other than their NA counterpart, Elevate. Elevate put up a great performance, dropping only one set in their games against Eternal and Team Electros. In the grand finals, Elevate seemed to be hitting their stride, with great drafts on top of great plays, and it shows, as they defeated Tribe Gaming 3-0.
This corner, and he goes down! It's all down to Zeus, and he's going to go into the gas. Elevates have already gone and done it! Your monthly final champions for June!
This victory boosted Elevate's points to be only 16 points away from Tribe Gaming. Although Tribe Gaming is still currently on top, they have a lot to do if they want to keep it that way. And that's our roundup for the previous monthly finals. It seems that with double points at stake, a lot of teams are threatening the regional titans for their spot in the World Finals. It's gonna be spectacular, and you won't want to miss it.
We had a wild start to the year. First was the spring split that pushed every team to the limit, racing towards the Brawl Cup. Here, some regions surprised the world, while others fell short. But nothing's decided. Not yet. The next chapter begins now with the summer split. Starting now, the points are doubled. It's all or nothing. Every region, every match, every second counts.
Someone do it! He's gadget won't be enough to get the kill! But
who will qualify for the World Finals? Who will get a second chance in the last chance qualifiers? Here in the summer split is where you get those answers. So lock in, dial up, let's brawl!
The road's been long, we're 5 months deep, and now I'm thrilled to welcome you to the BSC July monthly finals. Today, it's EMEA's turn, and if history's any guide, we're in for more surprises. Only 2 monthly finals remain. For some, Worlds is within reach, for others, it's slowly slipping away. SK and Heretics could lock it in today. Nova and Humble are knocking on the door, and at ADS are scrapping for that final LCQ slot. No guarantees, no safety nets. That's Brawl Esports. Let's jump right into it. As always, I'm not alone. I've got the dream team beside me. Trev, Reddy, and Ark waiting in the wings. Guys, it's time to break it down. And EMEA has been nothing short of unpredictable. In the last 4 months, only twice we have seen the same two teams make it into the grand final. Last month, Foot made it all the way, and now they're not even here. So with that in mind, do you think we'll see a new name step up, or are some familiar faces finally locking it down?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a feeling some familiar faces will definitely be getting towards those finals, but I always pray, I always hope we have a different monthly final winner. I think that's what makes Europe, or the EMEA region in general, so interesting. Just how many different ones we can possibly have.
I'm hoping for the same. I think we'll see some familiar faces get towards those finals, but I'm hoping a new one will take it this month.
What's very important for those teams is knowing the meta well. And we have some huge changes. We had some balance updates, some hyperchargers coming in. And two of those brawlers are Bull and Bonnie. Bull received a huge rework, and Bonnie now has a hypercharge ready.
Bull's getting so much love. So let's go over what exactly changed. Now you can target where that dash is going to end. Also, the Stomper gadget is going to stun people instead of stopping you mid-charge. And lastly, you do get slow when you impact someone with that super. Bonnie, of course, she gets a hypercharge. Hey, if you like stuns, Bonnie is the way to go because she's going to be stunning people where she lands. And she was already kind of on the come-up.
They both have catapulted themselves at the top of the tier lists. And let's look at the tier list of our teams here in EMEA. In this region, it's a neck-and-neck race at the top, Trev.
Yeah, 1 point between first and second. SK Gaming just about sitting on top, but Team Heretics hot on their heels with 266. Foot Esports narrowly behind that, but as we'll touch on in just a little bit, they haven't made it here today. Nova Esports behind them in 4th. Humble sitting in the last world spot at the moment with 226, but Inner Circle, Papara Supermassive, Reply Totem, and Experian NXT all behind them in the LCQ spot. Such a close race, and there's even teams off this as well who are in contention for those postseason slots.
Tons of possibilities for mobility here. Let's see how it's going to play out. We're looking at a pretty bottom-heavy bracket over here with the top teams in the region mostly occupying that bottom half. And in the upper part, SK Gaming and Novo Esports, the front runners in their side of the bracket. One quarterfinals matchup I'm looking at to be especially spicy is Team Heretics versus Reply Totem. Heretics had a tough match in the last monthly final against SK, and they are not going to be given an easy time by Reply Totem this time in the quarters.
This region, EMEA, always has some surprises for us in store. Foot made the grand finals last month. They're ranked 3rd in the leaderboard, and Papara Supermassive ranked 7th. Both failed to qualify for the monthly finals, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, this gives teams like KDS and Experian NXT a big chance to kind of get some points on the board. And as you can see there, the missing teams, as we touched on, Foot Esports out of the monthly final. Really unfortunate for them. Especially so because they got beaten by their academy team in the qualifiers as well to knock them down. So that's not the easiest of things to swallow, I don't think. And obviously as well, Papara Supermassive are missing today as well.
And those two teams we're going to see later, they're now fighting for that last 9th LCQ slot. At this point, predicting EMEA is like rolling dice. And guys, we've kind of all rolled the same here, except at quarterfinal number 2, Ark thinks Reply Totem wins in quarterfinal number 3. I mean, if we go by last month, our predictions didn't look the best because, again, EMEA, very surprising, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough to predict. Like, any matchup can really go either way in this region. So we're aligned for the most part. Me and Reddy straight down aligned, but you and I kind of differing in certain aspects there as well. But you know, I honestly can't even laugh at you. I can't blame you for going these predictions because, as we keep on saying, you know, it's the flip of a coin in this region.
It really is. If you want to take this as an inspiration for your predictions, feel free, head over to event.brawlstars.com, lock in your predictions as well, because we only have 3 more days with the current Pro Pass. So this is the very last chance to gain that Pro Pass XP towards those star drops before the new season will start very soon. And I think with that, the stage is set. Ready? We're going to head right into SK Gaming versus KDS Esports.
SK Gaming front runners in the region. They are #1, but actually by a pretty slim margin. Really only a few points separating them and the other top 2 teams alongside them. But have no doubt, these guys are really among the best. They are so consistent, and I think honestly this should be a straight shot for them all the way to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's going to be, I think they are favourites to get to the finals, as you say, on this portion of the bracket. Might see a bit of pushback in those semi-finals, but as far as KDS Esports goes, I do like them. I really do like them as a team, but I think SK Gaming come into this one as the heavy favourites, and they should be flying all the way to the finals.
SK has had some wild performances. Their season has been a little bit of an up and down though, and that's also why we wanted to sit down with the team, discuss a bit behind the scenes, and we have Yoshi on the mic.
They didn't even do, they barely didn't even do any mistake. I think we did a lot. We should have scored some goals also. We could have even won games, but we lost 2 sets because of in the last second. I think we just have kind of also a bit of bad luck, but to fix it, we have trained a lot. It's a different meta. There is more brawlers and new hypercharge, and I think we adapted very well because we have been screaming a lot, and for sure we have better than that before. No, I don't think that gives any pressure to anyone. I think that it's only positive because we should have a better bracket, like and easier. For example, we should face the worst team more or less in the first round, so it should be easier. And that's all. No, there is no pressure with that.
As mentioned, it's been a little bit of a wild ride, not really consistent, but they did have some phenomenal performances amongst it, Trev.
I mean, it's consistent, but consistent occasionally at the top, occasionally at the bottom, never really in the mid-pack. Champion in Feb, top 8, champion in April, top 8, and then does this perfectly align for them to be the champion again today? I think in my eyes, they definitely should be getting to the grand finals, or it's a bit of a failed monthly final for them. They've been provided with a bit of a smooth sailing bracket, just like Reject yesterday, and Reject, they were the ones who went all the way.
I think based on that pattern, we can be cautiously optimistic that they could potentially win again today because, yeah, just following the pattern, right? Their first opponents, though, could already end that run a bit early. They did beat Foot in the monthly qualifier, Foot Academy, because that Academy team kicked out their own big brother, so to speak, ready.
Yeah, if y'all, remember your math from school, I know we're pretty deep into the summer, but I think the transitive property applies here. If you can beat Foot Academy and Foot Academy beat Foot, then maybe you can beat Foot. And they made it really, nicely deep into that bracket last month. So I think that has quite a bit to say about KDS.
KDS is just 2 points behind NXT. Both of them are now fighting for that final LCQ slot. They're just at the cutoff, Trev.
Yeah, it's kind of on the cusp at the moment, little tug of war going on between these two teams, as you can see. At the moment, it's slightly further over that left side to NXT, but it's just a question of who's going to outperform who. Both of them have quite hard matchups in these quarterfinals, though, so in my eyes, I think they're both probably going to get knocked out, and it's going to come down probably to those qualifiers, to be honest with you, and then the monthly finals again, if they both do equally as well in the qualifiers and get there. So it's going to be tough for both of these teams, but one of them's going to have to make a breakthrough at some point to really get that gap going.
And it's not an easy task they have at their hands, facing off against SK Gaming in that first match already. Could be an early dropout for KDS or a huge surprise, which again is what EMEA is all about. These are the maps of today, and we're also seeing some new maps here, Trev. Some fan favorites. I'm looking at you because I see Hot Potato. I know you love that map. A little bit of a map pool switch, which I'm super excited to also see a different meta come out of those teams. Not only balance changes, a different region than yesterday, new hypercharge, but also new maps.
Yeah, I'm not sure about fan favourite, definitely a me favourite, Hot Potato. I really like that map and how many different metas can be played on it, depending on how the teams feel on the day. But honestly, I can't say I wasn't expecting this. 96% to SK Gaming to the 4 of KDS. Obviously, this isn't kind of an accurate representation of their chances of winning the game. This is just what the community thinks is going to happen, and I kind of do have to back that, I'm afraid. KDS, small chance, maybe a bit higher than 4%, but yeah, SK Gaming coming to this one as the big favourites.
We can't blame them. I mean, SK, one of the only teams that has qualified qualified for every single monthly final so far, made it into the grand finals twice and has also won these, so definitely the top one spot in EMEA in the leaderboard as well right now. Heading into the very first draft of the day now, SK Gaming versus KDS Esports, and we are on Hideout ready.
Map that I love here in Bounty. Love the way that it plays, and I think you get to see some interesting dynamics on this map. Maybe like a support, helping someone down a lane. Used to see like a Byron and a Max dominate one of these lanes. Not so common these days, especially with new brawlers in the map pool making a name for themselves. Let's talk about some of these bans as well. Just the meta stuff. From KDS Esports, even though they have first pick, they're not interested in acquiring an Ally, nor a Bonnie, even as a first selection. SK Gaming also, they're keeping themselves safeguarded with a Draco ban, and also Gus, which is usually not ban-worthy, and it might be just them keeping KDS out of their comfort zone with this first pick.
Yeah, I mean, I do like this Byron. Real good shout. It allows, you know, quite a versatile late game. You can take some more aggressive brawlers while still maintaining that kind of ability to just go with sharpshooters if that's what you really desire, because Byron has the healing, has the range, got a lot of different kit on this brawler. So, as I said, very, very versatile and a really solid first pick for KDS Esports. It's up to SK Gaming to kind of make a bit of a bounce back now. They're going to go with the grey. A brawler they're very confident with as well, and I really do like that here. Charlie making its appearance in EMEA as well as a lot in the East Asia region yesterday, and it's just such a strong brawler at the moment.
Got a range buff. That is really the biggest thing. She has progressively gotten stronger and stronger over the last several patches, but that range buff is what makes her so versatile now, and not just a counter to tanks or otherwise aggressive brawlers. KDS Esports, once you see that Byron, you know that it's going to be healing something permanently, getting it into position, and Jaeyoung is going to be doing the exact same thing. What KDS is kind of lacking, though, is that damage. Like, yes, of course, there's a Weakened Warrior gadget. Jaeyoung can crank out some damage when he's in the healing mode, but I think there's big potential for them to get shut down by SK Gaming here with their last selection.
Yeah, they've got to be quite cautious. I was going to say something maybe a bit aggressive to go for those healers, but they're going to go for the Lumi instead. It's another one of those just really, really solid brawlers. And you see two quite different routes. You know, we've got the very much forefront of the meta with the Charlie, Lumi, and Grey in previous multi-finals has been incredible as well. I'm not saying it's fallen out of the meta too much, but KDS have kind of just gone for a bit of a Hail Mary here, stick a tank up front in the Hank, and then just spam heals and hope for the best. And I honestly love when teams do this. They know they're the underdogs coming into it, so they try something a little bit different, maybe something a bit cheesy at the same time. And, you know, sometimes when you are the underdogs, it's exactly what you've got to do.
There's something to be said about a reliance on cheese as well. Here's a rollout from KDS. They're going to be using that speed from Jaeyoung with star power to get that blue star immediately. And perhaps they intend on turtling up here. They're also not going to opt to pair up that Byron with the Hank. Instead, they're going to have it play at range since they know that's a winning matchup into the Charlie until some of these spiders come out. Injection would be super useful to have in that moment, but can't really time it like that. There's a hook from Joker to start breaking open these walls, which is going to be absolutely crucial against a Hank that relies on them so heavily.
Yeah, it really is. He needs to connect all of these walking canes as best as possible. Just get rid of these walls and kind of put the Hank out in the open, ready to be sniped down. There's the TP as well. That can really open some things up, especially when he's got support as well. Hope he's going to place down some more of these spawnables on the left-hand side. Another wall broken by Joker. Nice walking cane again, and obviously with the not very recent change anymore, but he is going to have unlimited of those with the time limit burning down. Joker now on the right-hand side, waiting for the opportune moment to go for a TP, and honestly, they might just wait for the closing seconds.
May be the right move, in fact. Ooh, or they could go for it now. Zero, he's slowed down by the attacks from Yoshi thanks to the star power, but he stays alive. That is how much healing they have to themselves. Joker, he went for the long pull. It was unsuccessful, just barely missed that timing, but he has earned a hypercharge, which is going to be ridiculously valuable for going in, for getting back to spawn. It's a ton of mobility, it's safety, and it's some aggression when they need it. And they may actually have to wait to the final few seconds here. We're counting down to just 20 seconds left. This would be the opportune moment for SK Gaming to move in for the kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Hero gets pulled through this wall. Hypercharge TP. Was that backward? I'm very confused as to what he's just done there. I'm not sure if he tried to go for the long pull as well, but that timing was massively off. Now OP's ready to roll here as well with the super in hands. Needs to take someone out of the way to try and get the other two down. It hits the Byron, limiting the heals. Cairo here goes for the kills, but the snipe from the Hank super, and nobody goes down on KDS. Very scrappy game from SK Gaming, riddled with mistakes, and they're going to have to iron that out for the next.
That was rough for SK. They were so close to killing Hank at one point, but then Hank came out with the super. You see Byron with the heals, Jae Young throwing in some of his bottles as well to keep the HP up. It is very tanky from KDS, a super synergistic composition.
Ooh.
This is what we needed to see from SK. They've come alive with this Gray hook immediately off the beginning, and that's typically what you want to do with Gray. See if you can hook someone right off the beginning of the match. They managed to get it this time. I think they were prepared for that Jae Young rollout. Seems like they've woken up because they didn't even have Joker in that position in game 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, Joker did get taken down afterwards, so the lead remains with KDS at the moment, the blue star in SK's hands, which might help them a little bit in that late game, but in my eyes, I feel like Joker's got to kind of stop going for these kind of long-range pulls if he's not 100% sure he's going to be able to get them, because that was possibly 3 super wastes across that match. Nice cocoon there on the side, but instantly brought out of it, which brings back into the mix for Dakar on the side. The TP is available now as well, so now we see if he's going to choose to go in or choose to keep on going for these long pulls.
Huge adaptation from SK. Whoa, aggressive play in from Joker. He's going to escape with his life as well, just narrowly out of the range of that Hank bubble. SK Gaming, they played the passive game last time, opting to break open the walls and try and overwhelm over time. This time, they are not going to be so patient. Joker in and out, cycling the supers back to back. He's looking excellent on this Gray.
Yeah, real nice in this one, and timed that super out perfectly as well. The splash was coming in and probably would have finished him off, but got the heals, got the TP out, and you can't really fault him for that incredible play. Yoshi has a super on the left-hand side as well. Joker's going to be working for another super. Will probably be a few shots off yet. Goes for the hypercharge now and tries to get the kill, but it's brought into 1-star deficit now for KDS Esports, and this could be a big turnaround late game.
Joker looked for the finishing move on Remika, unsuccessful. He's going to be looking for some healing in the final moments, trying to force Zero into position. Going to go for it with the speed. Zero really needs this. There's a hypercharge out from Ope to keep them alive. 5 seconds left. Zero keeps himself alive on the right side. Dekai overwhelmed. Zero taken down. Remika falls in turn. SK Gaming get game number 2 and tie up her first set.
Yeah, very scrappy, I will say, though. This is a really back-and-forward game where many things could happen in that late portion. But, yeah, SK Gaming do come away with this one a lot better in that kind of mid-portion of the map where Joker was getting some aggressive TPs, getting the kills, getting out successfully. And overall, just a lot better from SK there. KDS didn't seem as in it as I'm sure they would have liked to.
Nice from Remika there. He knew that Joker was going to go for that gadget once again, and he baited it. He dodged it. That blue star is more confidently in KDS's Esports' hands. Ope getting taken down, but it's just a trade. He was overextended, was taken down by Jae Young, who's now bearing the stars. Arguably the most safe brawler to have this blue star on. Is going to be trying to create some pressure with Zero over here on the left side, looking to avoid those walking canes from Joker. It's a second one that they've dodged from Joker, and really, if he can't break open these walls, then there's no point of entry for SK.
Yeah, OP trying to get a pinch on this Hank here, find where he is for Joker when this eventual walking cane does come back. Just stalemate at the moment. It's 4 stars to 2, and KDS in a good position. Zero's going to start building up a bubble to try and get Joker out of this aggressive position behind these walls. They have a chance. Here's the walking cane, there's the lockdown, and there's the kill. That brings the lead back to SK's side, and the cocoon on the right-hand side means they're safe for now.
Dekai was quite vulnerable there, but SK practiced some restraint. They knew that they couldn't move in. That was such an excellent synergistic play on the left side where Yoshi and Joker both combined to take down that Jae Young, who was so far away from the support of Byron that there was really no way for him to stay alive. A narrowly missed hook for Joker, and a missed opportunity to break open the wall on the right side that can keep him alive a little bit longer. That was a misplay from Joker. Remika took him down. The lead belongs to KDS.
Yeah, really unfortunate there for SK. A few misplays here and there again. Hypercharge is available from Joker, but I think he might be a bit far from Super. Same for Ope, but he has one of his own. Lockdown needs to be got here. The spiders go down with the Hypercharge. Not going to be lasting long. And another one as well with the gadget. Pull comes back. Zero's in a really unfortunate position here, but heals all day long for him. 7 now. Lockdown available. He's not using it just yet. Hypercharge is there. Goes for the 2 members. And a team wipe comes through. Yoshi narrowly survives. And SK clutching in the closing seconds.
For Lumi to be getting a hypercharge out here, that's awesome. Note that, she is working with a bit extended range, so that is certainly helpful. And SK, their turnaround to watch the tape. Yeah, check out this stream. Yeah, we just did that. We got set 1. A little close for comfort, but we'll take it.
It was very close. I think those 4% that have voted for KDS have looked very happy at the beginning of this set. KDS doing better than many people have expected. 2 healers, 1 Hank. Maybe that is a comp that we're going to see again later, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they played it very well, and, you know, a few things going a bit differently. That set could quite easily have been theirs. You know, we see Dakai with 0 kills, not really expecting him to get many. He's focusing near enough the entirety of the match just healing 0, so maybe expect a bit more from him. But with SK Gaming's game plan being, you know, that good to a certain extent in games 2 and 3, first one didn't really seem too good. There was a few mistakes here and there, but they definitely ironed them out quite quickly and made some great plays like these ones here, and definitely in the closing seconds, Joshi coming around the back and his positioning being that good to be able to get a double hyper charge off in the back left corner. Really nice plays from him especially.
And he just earned that hypercharge as well. Look how close this one was. Got it, bang, right onto Remika and Dekai immediately. And look at how close that was as well. Woo, a little close, 40 HP left. That was the difference between them losing this set and getting one under their belts.
And even though all that just has been said, SK Gaming, I think, had the perfect comp in this one. They had a comp that they love to play. Joker and that Grey feels super comfortable, as we've seen months already. Not a brawl that it has been picked up, I think, even once in East Asia, but in the hands of Joker, still a very good brawler, especially on Bounty. And then we have the Charlie and Stalumi that are just arguably the best 2 brawlers in the meta currently. So I'm also a bit surprised that those brawlers weren't banned out here, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to complain about getting those 3 brawlers, are you, really? Something they're so comfortable on, as you mentioned, and then 2 of the possibly best brawlers in the game at the moment. Yeah, I wouldn't be complaining about that either, to be honest. So SK Gaming, starting off with a strong draft. KDS pushing back very well, though, I will say, with what they had. And as we mentioned before, you know, me and Reddy were talking about it, sometimes when you are the lesser team, feels bad to say the lesser team, but it's SK Gaming against them, you've got to go for those kind of cheesier comps, just with a tank, with a couple of healers, try something that, you know, usually... Not that it wouldn't work, but something that's a little bit more different, swerve from the meta a little.
And we're seeing Hot Potato now. Map number 2, a map that hasn't been in the map pool just 1 month ago. So I'm super excited to see what they're gonna pick here. And yeah, if they're gonna show us some of the same brawlers. Charlie would be open still, Hank as well. Don't know if I would pick him on this map, but let's see. Usually what you want to do here is either break open the map wide open with a Colt, with a Brock, and yeah, just play for control now that we have those 4 parts on the Heist safe that might be coming back into meta. It's turned into a little bit of a base race in recent times. Charlie is going to be our first pick here again. We'll be seeing her a lot more often today, I feel already.
I am getting this feeling not quite worthy of the ban, but definitely worthy of the pick. That is why her pick rate is so high. We talk base race over here on Hot Potato, and I think we can expect a similar thing to be replicated on, say, Pit Stop. It's a pretty big departure from the usual, like, long range, honestly kind of control-based heist gameplay that we've seen in previous months, so I'm really here for it. Kaze is excellent here on Heist. She creates a lot of aggression. That makes her good in general. What can make her good on Heist is that you can quite reliably hit that crit spot on a stationary target, such as the safe. You're getting, what, like 3.4k damage every single time, plus her being a generally good assassin. I think you're looking at something quite nice. You're also keeping yourself safeguarded against a thrower selection, which is totally something that KDS would love to pick given the opportunity.
Yeah, well, the Crow's going to come in as well. And, you know, I feel like it's been less picked in Heist since the change where you've got 25% intervals of just shield popping up here and there, because the hypercharge used to be able to wipe so much of the safe out in one go. But now that's just so limited, and you've got to wait for the perfect moment rather than just a good one like you could have done before. It's good, though, for scouting out the bush. Fine for when you're playing range if the map gets broken up. So I don't mind it, but it's definitely been weakened as of recently in Heist.
Has gained quite a lot of popularity, so curious to see if this is another one we're going to be seeing throughout the day. I've seen it replicated on a lot of different maps as well. Here comes Bull. So we talked about this at the top of the show, why Bull is so much better now. This guy lays into the safe, and I think he should probably have some decently good matchups here as well, so just something to be looking out for. Crow could, you know, maybe like tickle him a little bit with that poison. It's going to be fed super, so potential hazard right there. And SK Gaming, this is the right selection for KDS. They have gone with basically the 2 biggest things that shut down a base race or a hyper-aggressive brawler, and they have it to flank this Bull.
Yeah, but the thing is, do they not want a base race? Like, I feel for KDS, that's exactly what they would want, right? Because they're against a team who are going to outskill them for the most part. A base race is exactly what they would desire. But I do see what you mean, though. They've got kind of the Cordelius, the Charlie, shutting down such aggressive brawlers. But I do like the SK Gaming draft as well. Not saying KDS is bad by any means, because it is very good. So we'll see how this one plays out. Obviously, SK Gaming are one set up, so KDS need to make something happen. Can't see them bringing this one back if it goes 2 sets to SK Gaming. Because, you know, they're one of the best teams in the region at the moment, if not the world. So you've got to be quite cautious about letting this one get ahead of you.
We've got word from production that Dekai was apparently fist bumping the air when that last pick came through. So it looks like KDS have gotten exactly the matchup that they wanted. They wanted to see Anita from SK Gaming, or potentially they were like, oh shoot, our draft is completely open to some other thing that SK did not pick up on. So far, KDS Esports, they have this aggressive Cordelius that is being pretty much ignored. Zero's drawing the aggression from Yoshi. It opens an opportunity for Bull to flank around this right side, and Yoshi's going to be quite overwhelmed here because there aren't really good matchups, and Ope's trying to play defense. This is a terrible outlook for SK at the moment.
Yeah, not the best of starts at all. Almost the second shield gone and only 16% done by SK. Bull being a real issue here. The stun's not going to get any connections, though, and he should go down, but he cracks the second shield really nicely. Joker not going to be having a good time going aggressive against these two brawlers here. Going to have to wait a little bit for his teammates to try and make a move, but one of them's already gone down.
Zero into the Shadow Realm once again for the takedown on Yoshi, and he's back to the bushes to play D. Now looking for the flank on a Joker. That's the 2-hit combo for Joker, and he's going to be sitting in these bushes, just trying to keep Dekai occupied as he cycles yet another super. Ope in with the hypercharge. That's what they needed, and now they're going to bust open the second shield on the safe. KDS Esports, potential to be taken down here, in fact. They need to get some aggression on this safe. Remika is going to be going for it, and an attempt at defense from Ope, but he's only one crow. Here comes Zero and Remika to descend upon this safe, but they are not winning this space race.
I mean, the shield just decided that so quickly. They didn't get it down to 25%. SK already had done. And no matter who's on the safe, it's Anita and Akaze, they're not going to be able to match the damage of a Bull and something else on the safe, but their shield popped that little bit earlier and they got it done. SK Gaming didn't look in a good position for the most part, same as the first game in Bounty, but they do come out on top and put themselves in an even better position now.
KDS looking for the same rollout as last time. They're putting Zero on this left side, and Yoshi's going to do his best to contest him. On the right side, Joker in with his first super of the game for some damage on that safe. It's going to be a takedown for Bull, but it's actually winding up to be a trade. Dekai has to avenge his fallen teammate, and SK Gaming are still holding on to this control at mid. Zero also potentially be overwhelmed, goes for the Shadow Realm. Ope knows it's time to keep playing mid and rotate back for defense to try and fulfill two roles at once. Remika is going to get some pretty serious damage here. Ope looks for the defense, and it's good. SK Gaming have held on to their first shield.
Yeah, shield's not cracked, which is huge for them as well. Hypercharge super comes down from Joker. A few shots from Ope there just to try and keep them burning down rather than allowing them to heal up. Joker will flank around this right-hand side with a bit of stealth under his wing as well. Yoshi gets that kill, and now the bear will be rolling through shortly. Another super comes in from Joker too. He's just going to go insist on defense for a little bit before coming back up. And they put themselves in a great position here. Shield should be cracked momentarily, and that's the second one gone.
Pretty tied up here on the tempo. Remika just needs a couple more shots to get the shield down, and it's looking really evenly matched. The metronome ticking away, and Remika needs to get through the shield, but his reload speed is not helping him. KDS Esports, they're doing their best at defending, and they've got positioning. Joker's going to try and aggress over on this right side. Now switching to Invis. They don't know that he's there, but he mispredicted the positions. Needs to get back into that Geisha form so he can get a super up, and it's good. Gadget procced. SK Gaming on their last legs. Remika with a buzzer beater to get game number 2 and equalize the set.
Yeah, I mean, that one, SK a little better, and a KDS managed to win it, so I don't know how to predict these games, to be honest with you. The shield's popping perfectly there for KDS as well. They did a real good job of getting that last one down to make it that 50-50 base race towards the end of the game. So nice stuff from them this time. Putting up a big fight against SK Gaming. I honestly didn't expect it to be this close. They've managed to grab a game in both the sets so far, and might be troopering on for their first set here.
KDS. It was a close victory for them, but they managed it in the end. Nice interaction for Remika on the right side. In game number 2, he wasn't really able to win that. He's going to go for another onto Yoshi with the stun. Gets the kill, but can't get the positioning. Now it's time for Zero to come in with the combo shrooms for as much damage as possible. Yoshi's going to aggress him now. Meanwhile, on the KDS Esports safe, they're just looking for this defense. Remick has taken enough damage to get his hypercharge. Ooh, that's not very good for Joker. He dashed for it. He didn't use a super. He managed to transition to the Geisha form and then get some damage on the safe from there. It's only 76% on KDS Esports' safe, though. 1% off of the first shield.
Yeah, they would have really liked to get that down, but just incapable at the moment. Joker back up, though, and does have a hypercharge. No super just yet. Here comes Remika with a hypercharge of his own. Super was available there as well. Great stun with the bear from Yoshi. Can he stop it from cracking? He can't. They get it down to 74, but a hypercharge of his own is now available. Same with Ope, and that can be a big game changer.
Dodges the Charlie Super, now in with Anita Hypercharge. That's fine, it just tanked the damage that they needed. Meanwhile, Zero is laying some mushrooms into the SK Gaming safe. Once more, we're in a similar position to game number 2. Ope's going to try and crack through this second shield, and it's good. It's down to just 21%. This shield is down to its last legs, but he has punched it down to such an insurmountable difference.
Yeah, managed to stay alive for so long there as well, evaded a shot when coming out of it. And the shield is still there for SK Gaming, which means they can go for a base race and KDS can't. Hypercharge comes in from Joker, Zero's there waiting. He goes for the damage and gets it. SK Gaming gonna take this second set, but they have had some heavy competition from KDS. And I mean, they can definitely still get some sets on the board, but 2 sets might be out of reach.
That is an awesome sippy cup, by the way. I just want to point that out. Like, mad respect over there. I guess, you know, that's how gamers feel themselves. That's how you get to game number 3 against SK. I'm taking that note for later.
I see. SK is also drinking their own water, so that should help them, but it's still not as consistent as we would have thought. Remember, 4% only voted that KDS is going to take this one, and every single set they make it closer than SK would have liked. KDS, I still feel for them, because those numbers, the 2-0, doesn't really reflect how close it's really been. I feel like it could have been KDS set, both hideout and also hot potato trap.
Yeah, no, I agree as well, and I think the bracket in general has been really harsh on them too. Against the majority, well, quite a lot of other teams in this bracket, they could be 1-1, 2-0 up, and they could even be 2-0 up, as you mentioned, against SK here. But it's been, yeah, I feel the bracket's been a bit unfortunate on KDS this one, because SK Gaming, one of the strongest teams in the world at the moment, and they're getting 2-1, 2-1, possibly should be winning these sets as well. So, yeah, it's been harsh, but it's just the name of the game. You've got to get through the best to progress in this bracket and get some points on the board.
Draft-wise, apparently Deka was fist-bumping after they had that lost pick, so they sure were happy with their draft. It did work out somewhat. I like the Charlie, I like the Bull. Those 2 brawlers have gotten a lot better in the current meta, and they both got the 2 best brawlers on this map that you can have right now, yet still, it wasn't meant to be ready. Why did they not win that set, and what do they have to change now for Dueling Beetles?
This is the reality. And what I'm about to say is not really something that you can change from one set to the next. They got exactly the draft they wanted. They were pleased, and they couldn't win the set. That, for me, says that SK just outplayed them, basically. Or, I don't mean to doubt their judgment on what a winning draft is. I gotta respect their composition, but they got exactly what they prepped for, and it didn't work. So I can't imagine they're going to make a major departure from the plan here in set number 3. Hopefully it works out better for them, but I really do think SK Gaming simply played better Brawl Stars in set number 2.
I have my trusty API running as well, so I have the list in front of me what EMEA likes to play at the moment, and Lumi, still quite far up there, is the first pick here for SK Gaming. Once again, has been left open by KDS, just like in that set number 1 as well. I wonder what the game plan is behind that. Charlie, Kaze, Draco, Lumi, and Gus are the top 5 brawlers in EMEA right now. A lot of those are still open here. Charlie has been banned out by SK Gaming, so they were kind of hoping to get that Lumi, it seems. But let's see, Kaze is going to be picked up here. The brawler right after Charlie in terms of how often she's picked. So KDS is cooking with their draft so far. Only 2 brawlers have been picked, though, Trev.
I mean, this is the thing, right? If they're cheering, fist bumping after their last draft and still come out below SK Gaming, you've got to question how good does a draft have to be able to beat SK Gaming? So it's got to be absolute perfection for KDS Esports. They're going to bring in the Meg as well. I don't mind that at all. Pretty decent. Got a lot of health pool, obviously, as well. Can stay on the zone for a good amount of time. And Kaze being that aggressive brawler should allow her to be in the mech for the most part as well. So SK Gaming, we flip back over to them for another 2 picks. KDS do have the last, though, so have that ability to try and counteract what SK Gaming are doing. All together, all 3 brawlers they can try and counter, but it's going to be a difficult one indeed. And SK, just being the team that they are, you kind of expect them to close this out in 3, no matter how close the rest of the games have been. Lou comes in then for SK as well. One of those brawlers that's just kind of almost inevitable on Hot Zone, and they've got now the Lumi gadget and the Lou Super, which is going to be locking down so much of the map.
That is as much ice as you can get in the game. Here comes a loose super, here come 2 freezes on the ground, and all of a sudden, all 3 of those lanes are impassable. You cannot get past them. We'll see them finish things off with a Kenji, which SK Gaming love to play, and they've played it to great success in the past. I have to wonder how this is going to fare into the Meg. I picture they're going to only attack with those slashes that go in the arc rather than the dash. And I think KDS Esports, they picked this Meg because, yes, it's a solid selection here. Also, they wanted to keep that Kaze a little bit safer. And they're going to go with the Cordelius. Once again, they trusted it in the last set. They're going to go for it once again. You see the smile on Dekai's face. This is what they planned. They're going to be using it in close range versus whoever winds up with this Kenji. Now, I'm curious how exactly they're going to fare against this Lou, because traditionally the approach to Lou is to go something quite mobile that can dodge out the shots. Kaze absolutely can do that, or you outrange it, but you do not want to feed him super on Hot Zone.
I mean, this could be the big issue here. 1 super and it'll start to get out of hand. And as I said, the same with Lumi as well. They're going to cover so much of the map with just the gadgets and the Lou Super, so really got to try and prevent them feeding. Some good stuff from Ramika early on, and a good trade, but now Dekai surely going to be coming out of this mech. Does get the kill, but this isn't something OP should lose. But there's the mobility you were talking about. Well, not really, but he's just dodging well.
Dodged pretty well, still fit that super in the end. It's not going to be an easy passage onto the point. That's a missed super from Zero. It's going to cost him some control, but he does have a winning matchup against Kenji over here as long as he's able to land those shots. Joker is dodging them pretty well. It's a kill for Yoshi with the super onto Remika, and SK Gaming are all over this point. Joker knows that he can abuse Dekai in close range. He's going to do that to great success, even going all the way back to their spawn. Meanwhile, KDS are trying to get some control here on the point, even throwing a hypercharged Kaze super into the mix, but it's not going to be enough to get SK Gaming off this point. And now KDS are just using everything in their toolkit, whether it's going to work or not. Dekai popped a hypercharge. It did basically nothing. He's demeched. Remika's in with the aggression once again, and all of a sudden things have turned around briefly in KDS's favor.
I mean, KDS are throwing everything they have, and that's the second missed Cordelia super. Or not missed, he got the first one, but it didn't really do anything at all. Joker's going to survive up top as well, being able to super over the top of that Kaze super, And a hypercharge, I think, available for OP. He does use it. Zero's going to go down. Dekai will follow him as well. 50% between the 2 teams, and another hypercharge super used. Remika goes down, and this should surely be SK Gaming now.
Ope's freezing him out. He just got a 3K right there, and he's going to keep up that pressure, cycling the supers like it's nobody's business. Here comes a hypercharge super as well from Joker, and Remika is a forgotten memory. SK Gaming move on to match point, and that is some of the most impressive Lou gameplay that I've seen in a good while. That is a technically demanding brawler. Really hard shot to hit, and Lou was just hitting him so reliably, getting those supers cycled out, and even got a team wipe. Hats off to you, Ope.
Very, very nice from SK Gaming. That's the most dominant game we've seen from them so far. KDS not putting as much of a fight as in previous ones here. Nice gadget from Yoshi as well. Gets Zero skating on this ice a bit, and he will go down. Joker continues his aggression forwards, and Dekai should be getting stunned here shortly. Freeze is just about going to hit, and Ope grasps his super as well. Down the mech goes, and out of mech as well. Now super available for OP. Will keep them in this position, but a good Cordelia super will take him out for a bit.
Here comes Zero, moving up, looking to get on top of Yoshi. He knows he wins this in close range. 1, 2, taken down. It's a win on the left lane as well, but it doesn't even matter. Now you can't go onto mid. Not as a little Meg, not as Kaze, who needs to heal up to full. But here comes a hypercharge out. It's going to be a bit of control for them. Remika trading blows with this Kenji. Here comes a Shadow Realm out from Zero. And I anticipate Joker's quite thankful for that because that keeps him safe from Remika. But KDS are now all over this point. They're beginning to tick up to the same percentage as SK Gaming, but now with a hypercharge in from Yoshi, that's soon about to change.
Yeah, Kaze's just managed to get the kill onto Joker, though. Real nice stuff from him. Yoshi round the side, trying to keep them out of this zone. But the percentage is ticking up, and they're about where they were after the entirety of the last game. So nice stuff from them. Zero's just going to realm Joker and get some of these mushrooms to heal up as he just stays around this left-hand side, but has a hypercharge of his own, which can be dangerous. Now it goes in. Meg's going to get dragged into the middle of it. Didn't take any damage from the super, though. He falls out of it, but will get Joker whilst he's in this little Meg form.
Not the greatest hypercharge Kenji super out there. That's going to cost him a lot of potential control. Here comes another one. Oh my goodness, Joker. And he's going to look for the third, but Remika's going to deny it to him. He needs to stay over here. That was masterful placement with the sashimi slashes. But now he's going to start feeling heat from Remika, who was banking on the value of that hypercharge super. In once more, resumes control. Also, much more priority placed on dodging the shots from Ope this game. You can see that he has not gotten a super in kind of a while, but he's gotten the hypercharge now, and he's going to be putting it to use as soon as possible.
Yeah, Meg comes in and Meg goes down. Zero over this left-hand side, trying to stay alive in this 3v2. Uses a jump to stay in there as well, but will go down nonetheless. Didn't really get much percent by using that kit either. Joker going to slice through Dakai. Only get one shot onto him, though. It's getting very close to the late game here. Hypercharge used. Dakai will come out of his mech. A nice stun from OP with a hypercharge of his own, but now he's in a 2v1 situation, but Dakai is low. Super gets thrown on, and there's 2% in it. Make that one as this loose super delays them a little bit. Joker's going to go forwards. Super used there by Zero as well, but not enough. They are ahead. Can they stay on? Dash comes through, hits both of them, but they're not going down just yet. Just falls, and Remika will be the lone survivor who gets the 100% done for KDS. But they still need another, and it remains match point for SK.
It would just be wrong if KDS did not take SK to a third Game 3 in a row. And what a close margin. They were only 4% away from going ahead and conceding this match, which they need so much. They're only 2 points off of making it into an LCQ slot behind the next competitor. They need this so desperately, but they're already going to be giving a tough time by Joker, sort of spanking that left lane, knowing when to restrain on the left side as well, and Zero cannot get contact on that Cordelia super. It's going to hurt a little bit, but thankfully, KDS Esports as a whole are keeping up this pressure. They've gotten 1, 2. Zero's got Ope in the Shadow Realm. It's just going to offer them a bit more control and position on this point as they've taken a pretty confident lead.
Oh, great super there, though, but Joker will use his super to kind of bypass that, and a good kill from Yoshi with a super of his own. Kira's going to jump in now. Will go down, though. Grasps the super along the way, but can't really be used until he gets back into the mix. You've got to assume he's going to be trying to go for Joker on this left-hand side. He is taking that path.
Here comes the super in from Zero. Puts Joker in the realm, and Joker dashes away. Zero's going to spawn right on top of Ope. No, told go over to this lane versus Yoshi. 1, 2. That's enough to take down Lumi. That offers so much more control for KDS. But the super from Joker is in. It's nearly enough to take down Dakai, and check this out. Zero has cycled the super once more. He's going to go for Ope now. Drops him down to half HP, but can't finish off the kill. Now refocuses onto Yoshi, but it was too much. He spread himself thin. Thankfully, Remika is able to pick up the kill, but it's only a trade with Ope picking it up in the end. He's close to a super. He's got it. A freeze onto Dakai, who's now going to be demeched on the right side and still slipping around. Missed hypercharge for Zero. Thankfully, he's able to make that up by getting a kill, but he cannot get the position for the team.
Yeah, beautiful bait there as well. Hypercharge comes in, chooses to use it on the Meg instead of the Kaze. They get the kills, and that's going to be the percent required to get them to the semis. SK Gaming, after a hard-fought battle, and don't get me wrong, 3-0 does not reflect how close this game was. KDS putting up a big fight, but it is SK who are victorious.
They're powered by that SK Water, or SK Aid. I don't know what you want to call it. Someone tell me what it is so I can properly refer to it. It's powered them through 3 straight sets of Game 3s at the hands of a team that was seen as quite unlikely to do such a thing. But, you know, KDS, I salute you. That's 3 Game 3s in a row. They got the drafts that they wanted. They succeeded in what they set out to do from the draft perspective, but not from the scoreline.
It could have been a Cinderella run. Nobody expected. They had a good game every single set. As you mentioned, they took them to game number 3 every single round. Made it close in games, but the set wins speak a clear language, and SK Gaming are the ones who move on into the semis. Now, for the last round. Yoshi is the MVP here with the most kills and the most damage as well. Dueling Beetles, of course, if you get kills, your two teammates can stand on the zone a bit longer, so that's certainly what you want to do. In previous matches, we also had OP and Joker as the star players, so now it's on you to choose who's the MVP. You get to vote on the website, make sure to do that. And with quarterfinal number 1 out of the way, a quick 3-0 here, we have a match coming up next that could be a little closer, Trev.
Yeah, there's nothing crazy about this bracket so far. Obviously, SK Gaming just moving on after that. Not so swift 3-0, probably one of the longer 3-0s you'll see in Brawl Stars Esports, but Experian NXT versus Novo Esports now. Big game for both of them as well, especially Experian, I feel, as they are right on that cusp of the last LCQ spot at the moment, so getting these quarterfinal points would be a big, big help for them.
I think the next one is going to be a closer one, simply also because we all predicted something different. So let's see if Experian NXT gain some more points. They're only 2 points ahead of KDS Esports right now. So if they also drop out of the quarters right now, it would stay that close and August would be brutal. So let's see if they can beat Novo Esports that has won a monthly final before. You still have some time to vote for the MVP. We'll give you 1 more minute. See you soon. Quick 3-0 for the first quarterfinal and 3 more quarterfinals to come. Semis as well, grand finals. We're in for a good ride today, and we also get Ark on the show now, finally. I will ask you the same question. You feel like there's gonna be some new names popping up today, or is it gonna be a humble SK Gaming monthly final again?
I really hope we see some new faces rise to the plate here today. I feel like, as we saw in my predictions, Reply Totem have looked really, really good as of recently. But again, as double points is such as it is, the competition has never been fiercer. I would love to see something different, as we saw last month with Team Heretic. That's what I kind of thrive for in this region.
What's still left for the quarterfinal number 1 to do is to have a look at which player was the key to their success. And very often Joker is chosen for that. He's the mind behind the team, the drafter. And I think the draft has been pretty solid for SK this time.
So typical. You people at event.brawlstars.com are so predictable. But I do agree with you. Joker popped off right there. I mean, seeing him on the Kenji, I was very impressed, as I usually am, by him on that brawler.
And the Kenji, the Ray in the first round as well, pretty impressive. His 2 teammates did a phenomenal job as well. SK, the first team to already wait in the semis. Now they're waiting to see which team will join them. It's either going to be NXT, Experian NXT, or Novo Esports. One team has already played in a monthly final, grand final. The other team didn't make it out of quarterfinals, but they had a phenomenal run through this month's monthly qualifiers arc.
Yeah, it really was a very good showing. Getting wins against Reply Totem, Foot Academy. I mean, they are really quite substantial, especially when you consider the fact that Foot Academy did knock out their own Foot Esports main roster in that process. Again, the little bit of the elephant in the room being the loss in March as the only monthly final that they were able to attend in a sweep to Foot Esports. So that's the reservation, but Experian NXT here today, they do look like a good contender coming in.
They have Arthur, the 16-year-old talent, alongside the 2 Spanish players, Amos and Rob. That's why we call them the Spanish Inquisition. Nobody expects Arthur's Inquisition. Nobody expected that they would qualify again, but they did beat Totem. They did beat Foot Academy. They had a great run here already.
Yeah, amongst their weaponry are fear, surprise, and an unwavering devotion to confusing you all with that Foot logo because they took down Foot Academy in order to make it through. That was in the upper bracket, and they had to, of course, take down Totem as well. That was pretty impressive by them.
I have to give out a little props to our graphics makers here as well. Looked phenomenal, as always, this month again. So yeah, Experian on one side, they are only 2 points ahead of KDS to lock in that last LCQ slot to keep the postseason going. So they need to make it out of quarters today. They don't have an easy opponent though. It's Novo Esports, the winners of the March monthly finals arc.
Yeah, I want to reiterate as well the overlay there as well. If you're not watching Monty Python, what are you doing with your lives? Come on, guys, that's a must-have. I won't be having it. If you don't get the reference, you're not going to get on well with me. Nova Esports, of course, though they've had a much more consistent run in monthly finals for sure, and in terms of their attendance, especially, they've always been in the monthly finals. Of course, winning most importantly one in March, and since then it has kind of dropped off a little bit. An exit to Foot Esports in a sweep in April, and then in the semi-finals to Foot Esports yet again in a sweep in June. So it has been not necessarily a clean run since then, more doom and gloom since March, unfortunately.
In the last month, it looked all good after the quarterfinals, made it into the semis to then lose to Foot Esports 3-0. Not quite as planned, so we sat down with Marco from Novo as well to hear his thoughts and on the outlook on World Finals.
E dopo la vittoria nella Monthy Final di marzo, diciamo che il livello si è sempre alzato di più ed è stato molto difficile competere nella regione, però questo comunque non ha impedito noi a fare tante scrim e infatti i risultati si sono visti. Abbiamo fatto un top 4 lo scorso mese e abbiamo battuto gli Ample e speriamo che questo mese potrà andare bene. Questo è il mio primo anno che facciamo competitive e siamo nella top 4 in EMEA. E abbiamo buone possibilità per l'LCQ quasi assicurato, ma soprattutto siamo anche in una buona posizione per i mondiali. Secondo me questo mese è molto importante e sarà il mese per assicurare, o io spero che riusciamo ad assicurare il nostro posto nel mondiale e secondo me abbiamo una buona chance per qualificarci al mondiale direttamente.
The hopes are to lock in World Finals directly, not having to go to the LCQ. That's certainly possible thanks to their perfect attendance. So far, only 2 teams have qualified for every single month, and that's SK and Novo already.
Yeah, probably the only respect in which they wish to join SK. They should be going on to a semi-final by my prediction. Also, those check marks are code for they got taken down in quarterfinals. And they managed to get a win that has gotten them into this position, but over time that is going to be diminished if they cannot keep up a performance here in double points.
They did make it to semis last month, so maybe they're on the rise again. Who knows? These are the maps for today. Once again, some new ones popped in there as well. The map pool has changed a tiny little bit, so I hope those teams are prepared for those little changes as well, not only in the meta, but also in the map pool arc.
Absolutely so, I agree, and I want to reiterate as well from what already said, there has been some really questionable scorelines, but Foot Esports were that kind of foot in the road, and they're not in this monthly final, so maybe that might go for them this time around. We're a bit split here on the desk on this matchup, I think for kind of good reason. We've kind of seen a good consistent run from Nova Esports, but at the same time we've seen some quarterfinals exits also for Experian and NXT to be this close to LCQ in the running. I feel like they have definitely made some great adaptations behind the scenes to justify their qualifying results, and again on the event site also we're seeing a little bit of a split here in the polls because I think this one could go either way, honestly.
We've seen some consistently good appearances from Experian NXT in the monthly qualifiers. In the monthly finals, they've only played once so far in March, dropped out in quarters, yet still they're locked in for that last LCQ slot and could keep that going if they make it a little further than KDS today. Let's see what they have come up with over the last few months. A little bit unfortunate for them. A side note here, they weren't able to scrim a lot in the past week because Rook wasn't available. So I hope they have prepared not only for the monthly qualifiers, but also for the monthly finals before last weekend, the monthly qualifiers. Heading into draft now, we are on Bell's Rockgene. Is going to be the first pick here for Novo. Has some range, has also some capabilities of pushing and knocking out any tanks if they come too close already.
Just generally a strong brawler often gets banned out because it's so consistent. You have different ways to play. If you're worried about getting aggressed, boom, run, lamp, blowout. Though I think a lot of the time you'd be well advised to go for some of those vengeful. Oh my goodness. This early? Whoa, like chill out, dude. And Gina's also one of the best ways to counter this. But Sprout actually cooks here. It's just later in the draft. They have a last pick. Why do they go for it now?
Well, final pick Rico, 100%. Or Gus as well is a solid pair of hands on this particular map. I quite like it, but it has dropped off slightly. But the RT, the Gus, and the Rico are the top 3 picks from Xperia and NXT. So I kind of see where they're looking for with it. You don't tend to see it as a first pick for it ever. It's normally a final pick, unless that's kind of what the game plan is going to be. And it's whether these picks from Nova Esports deter the idea, because the Kenji is definitely a threat in that regard. There's the Gus. I'm glad to see that it's still staying firm in EMEA in that regard. Ollie is still an option here as well, so if they want to go a bit tanky, they could do that also. Bonnie as well, a bit of an unsung hero on this kind of map. There's the Rico, exactly that. So it makes some sense. It was a risk for sure. I'm not sure whether Nova Esports actually kind of really capitalized down as heavily as they possibly could have done on that first Sprout pick. It's definitely the glaringly obvious thing to go for in your comp, and they kind of didn't seem to go too much of an assassination aside from that Kenji. But I still quite like the comp that they've gone for. It's quite well rounded in that respect. So I think both sides have got a good chance here.
Great call on that Rico pick. And Rico is just really one of the best mids on this map as long as you can secure it. And Sprout is one of the best ways to deal with it. So that's why they went for it early on in the draft. It looks like there was no overcommitment from Novo Esports. They're going to try and hang back and look for these right lanes. Marco is trying to get on top of Rupp over here on the left side while avoiding Amos at the same time. Vengeful Spirit coming in from Biso to get a bit of that entry damage, but Novo Esports are a little bit lost in looking for their entry point. They're doing their best to double up with this duo of Marco and Biso, but it's not really working out so far.
Yeah, so far Amos is doing a very good job of keeping back Marco in that regard, because again, Rook is the outlier in that regard. He's going to be very susceptible, especially when the gas comes in as well. So they've got to protect him at all costs, and so far some good control. No takedowns on either side, however. Some good taps there from Arthur as well, and of course having the RT legs going into that gas stage, very important to have. He's so incredibly low here. Ward off as well. Beautiful there from Rupp. And now Marco pinched out on this bottom left-hand corner. They've got to secure the kill. They finally do as well. And another big wall from Rupp that's going to force them, Biso and Sabim, to those right and left-hand side lanes. The gas shield pops, but not enough. Xperia and NXT get the round.
And they've earned some utility as well. They've gotten a Rico hypercharge, which is going to just be ridiculous. They would not be well advised to go ahead and fire this down mid, but once they have someone low, it's basically a guaranteed kill. Those balls are going to bounce all over the map with practically unlimited range. Note also, though, that Gene does have a pull. He's going to be looking for this Sprout, just needs to get it in the right position. Meanwhile, Rupp is going to have to obey the sort of invisible radius around Gene that is the range of his super, which is going to provide a good, healthy amount of pressure for Novo.
Yeah, one Gene pull, and this could be a Novo Esports round. So pressure on Biso to be able to land it, connect it, and just ensure the swift takedown, which will absolutely be there with Marco on that Kenji. That's what you can guarantee. That's why this left-hand side lane is so important to keep an eye on, really. Meanwhile, there's a hypercharge as well for Amos. Marco makes this little dash forwards, thinks better of it. Now's the hypercharge wall to be able to wall things off, and it does a pretty good job at that. Not too much connection there from Amos in the first shots, but the follow-up is good. But there's the Gene magic hand, and it does secure the takedown, but there is a trade. As 2v2, RT legs go down. Disastrous here for Nova Esports, who are going into the gas in a 2v1 scenario. Sabim is going to be ticking, and he falls. Xperia NXT will get the first game.
What an excellent draft from these guys in not really, gosh, it's hard to call. Was this the correct response? It's quite untraditional that you see a Sprout picked so early on, but Ark, you flagged this as a Rico coming in later in the draft, and there was really nothing to deal with it here from Novo Esports. They tried to get the aggression. They also had Gus play solo on this RT lane, which was pretty much miserable. Couldn't get a hypercharge. Gene barely got a super. And when he did get a pull, only traded out when you are supposed to survive in that situation.
Yeah, there's so much of this left-hand side to be paying attention to. There's a hard thing to forget that Arthur's doing a great job in this right-hand side lane as well, with Sabim just kind of dancing back and forth. But again, if Sabim's able to take him down, and that right-hand side lane opens up massively and causes a huge threat, again, with a Sprout on your side, you know, as soon as one card comes down, the whole house of cards will fall then following it. But this is better from Marco. I kind of agree that that was my reservation coming in as to whether the Kenji was going to be really enough to really aggress this Sprout, and so far it's not proving to be just that. Not the best of walls though there from Rup, and he might have to replace it later on down the lines, or at least earn that utility back. But no one's fooled just yet, so as the gas comes in now, it's still anyone's for the taking.
Rupp opted not to pick that wall back up. Either has a confidence that he's going to get it back the old-fashioned way, or he's running a different gadget. Rupp taken down, but the gadget from Subim, who's fortunate in this back right corner. Bizo looking for at least a super, but he comes up empty-handed. A round loss for Novo Esports, and they can't even get the Gene super off of it. But it's been an entire round. Bizo got a few shots there towards the end, so he's bound to be close to it, but it's not going to be ready off the bat. Look at this wall from Rupp. He blocks off Kenji, who ends up picking up a kill and getting away with it alive.
That's more like it for Novo Esports there. Arthur has got the legs. That could be helping on the defensive measures, but it's kind of getting back out of them if they're running the right gadget. That wouldn't be a problem. Let's see, though, is now very low, and I feel like Arthur's pretty best to hold on to that, especially now that we see Root fall. So it's going to be certainly an Nova Esports round, but they might try a little bit more to get that utility down. Again, they're against this round here, potentially going their way, and that would be putting them a set down. So no time for any mistakes. They've got to iron things out, get things back into order here. It's got to be a Nova Esports round here.
Bit of a misplacement on the wall. Rupp's going to cycle it out to get a better placement. Marco stays alive thanks to the assistance of Subim, who worked so hard for that bubble. Ended up having to pass it over to Marco just to keep him alive. It will not be possible to flip into some sort of aggressive opportunity. Note also, Amos is now equipped with the Hypercharge. Just needs to get the super now. Going to be feeling some of the heat at the hands of Bizo, who does have his super ready. He's trying to get into position versus Rupp on this left side. Also has Marco to sort of break up this defense from Experian NXT when push comes to shove. Just waiting for the first kill, perhaps for Rupp to get over-aggressive. He's dancing on the edge of Bizo's range, hoping that he can bait out this pull before things get too closed in.
Yeah, this pull is so pivotal. Oh, Hypercharge from Amos, it connects quite nicely, but then Kenji goes in, Marco comes back out again, staying alive. And meanwhile, the Sprout falls to NXT. It's the tough position to find themselves in. Oh, Marco seals it in style for Novo Esports. And a game going their way to tie up this set. It's neck and neck.
Such a narrow interaction there, but the composure here from Novo was absolutely key. You have an aggressive brawler in Kenji, and he's spending most of the round getting beaten up, pretty much being used as a hypercharge battery for both the Sprout and the Rico. But he's creating the aggression and creating the openings for Bizo, because if he's not in this position, then they're just going to get pushed back. Rico and Sprout are just ridiculous. They are untouchable unless you're able to get close to them and start forcing them back into less opportune positions where they can actually be targeted by the Gene. On the right side, we'll see Subim reprise his role as the laner versus RT. He did a much better job in game number 2 than game number 1. He got dodges, and he got super off of Arthur. If he can keep doing that, the Novo Esports could be geared for another game on equal footing.
Marco's low here, bit of a miss there from Amos. Marco's pinched though down to the bottom side, and the follow-up is there. Nice from Experian NXT to be able to make it a 3 versus 2 now. They've got to heal up and try to get as much utility off the back of it, and of course, do not drop the ball to make it a 2 versus 2. Wall goes out in the mid. That'll separate things out nicely as the gas is closing in. Over Esports, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They've got to be very, very cautious now. And Sabim's low on the right-hand side. He's got the Gush shield, though. And NXT are quite pinched up here. That Sprout bounce shot was crucial. And NXT now moving on to a position where if they get one more round, it will make the set.
We're heading into yet another round 2 where Novo Esports are missing their most crucial utility. They don't have a Gene pull. And I can't really say with confidence that he's that close to it. Surely he should get it by the end of this round. Just needs to not get upset before things move on to that point. Amos has the Rico super to finish off the kill. Rupp can also defend a position. They might actually look to block off Bizo from Kenji and move down this position on the left side. Rep thought about it, went for the hypercharge, looked for a kill as well. Now he's just got to toss it up mid to try and create a corridor on the left side that Amos can fire down. Doing his best, but two completely fruitless hypercharges. That's devastating for Experian.
Yeah, not great. Bouncy castle gadget there for Amos. Don't tend to see it too often these days, but I still really quite like it for those additional heals that come in quick and fast for the Rico. Now the wall goes down right when it needs to for Rupp on the right-hand side to be making a push forwards, and a little bit aggressive though for me. Arthur goes in, gets the legs, gets the takedown as well, and now it's just down to Marco in the 3 versus 1. What can he do? He will fall, and Experian NXT will earn themselves a set.
Deserved based off of their draft, based off of their gameplay, and also the errors of Novo. An entirely winnable position where Gene pulls the one guy you're not supposed to pull. Pulls the RT and the predictable happens. Splits top from bottom, bam, you're dead in one shot.
The Inquisition has striked again. It really looked like NXT had everything under control. That set number 2, game number 2 could already been in their hands. I feel in the end it was Marco and the Kenji with the hypercharge that slayed again and turned things around for his team. Still wasn't enough. In the end, it's Experian NXT taking the first set, almost with a whopping 8 kills here. And yes, the knockout is all about kills, so he definitely did a lot of work for his team. I really like the draft. We didn't see Sprout in months. I don't know if you two remember ever having seen him this year.
I think we've seen him a couple of times, but in normally the final stage of the picks. And that's the thing where Novo Esports just really didn't take enough care in their draft. They were kind of maybe a little bit tunnel visioned as to what they wanted to play rather than what was staring them in the face. And the Kenji was a nice idea for Marco, and he played it very well for all intents and purposes. But the Gene, a lot of their comp was just kind of sitting back for a lot of the time instead of being on the aggressive, making the plays. And Sprout's an easy target. There's some really good ways to be able to really go straight for the juggler with that particular brawler on the other side of the field.
I think with how strong tanks assassins are in the current meta, brawlers like Sprout and Grom are not the favorite picks usually. You have a Willow that can handle tanks a little bit better, Barley even with the sticky syrup. Yeah, just so many throwers that are better suited, Juju as well, to deal with those aggressive brawlers. So yeah, Sprout, seeing him here surprised me, but it obviously worked out. Experian NXT will lead the charge here now. Layer Cake is our next map. Another map where you could pick throwers. We also see a lot of the same brawlers in general here. Gene, Gus, Kenji could pop up here again. Kaze would be my pick here. Ready?
Ooh, I would love to see the Kaze come out. She's, pretty good brawler all around. And here on Bounty, she's going to be getting that blue star for free. We saw an approach in East Asia, the one of, well, okay, Mortis can actually get that blue star quicker, so we're going to go him. And it beat her to the blue star, kind of limped through the rest of the set. There are many better options here on Layer Cake. Some other main characters in the meta that I would love to see on Layer Cake, gotta go with like the Hank, Shade, absolutely in the conversation as well. And we'll see the Hank double banned and the Shade banned out as well. They are the main characters of the meta for a reason. They are so good that they are ban worthy.
The new brawler, Ellie, as well, banned out on both sides. Wherever there's many bushes and water, she's going to strive even more. So, to me, Layer Cake, probably one of her best maps, makes a lot of sense. She's banned out here first. And this time around, they're deciding to not go with Sprite. That is a bit, in danger whenever there's some tanks and assassins around. They're going to go with Willow first pick. So, there's still some tanky options open. You mentioned the Shade and the Hank. Both of them are banned out, but there's still so many more. Draco, Kaze leading that list arc.
Yeah, for sure. Lumi's here, open as well. I feel like Charlie's definitely a fierce contender on this particular map. Gus, for sure, in this early stage, wouldn't be a bad shout for me. Great pick there from Nova Esports coming through. Got the wall break, got the TP coming in, especially in those aggressive moments in the spawn side. Gene here as well, mid. Can't go wrong with that either. I'm looking out for that one for sure. But Lumi, I just kind of feel like she's definitely up there. It's interesting that Janet has really dropped off, though, on Layer Cake recently. It was always my first pick brawler. It's a really, really solid pair of hands. It was almost ban-worthy originally with a hypercharge introduction, but has seemed to subside slightly. Yeah, Lumi, it's a really, really solid brawler here for me. I think some tankiness missing here from Experian. Daryl's one that they do like to sort of flaunt around from time to time, and they've got the Willow, which again is great for control, but you want to have either that or a Buster or something to really push back with the Hank ban. Those are kind of the brawlers that I'm feeling that would definitely help a lot in not just having the control, but having the aggression to match. And I like Akaze shout as well. That one is certainly a fierce contender and not banned out in this instance, so it would be a bad shout. There's the Gene as well, and things are shaping up nicely on both sides.
I agree. Would love to see the Kaze move in here. Just a note on the Willow. I believe that's the second time that we've seen it first picked on this map this weekend. It's just so good. Such an excellent defender. Really solid in the third department. Might dictate that Novo go for a thrower here towards the end. It's going to be challenging since they are going to be facing a Daryl. At the same time, they're running a pretty, control-based comp. Doug. See, this one was kind of on my mind because I didn't really expect to see Novo abandoning this gray synergy that they started to pick up with the 2-3. They had the last selection. What are you going to be teleporting in? So Doug should be able to survive, any rogue Daryl attacks. Of course, the hypercharge I expect to see in action as well. That one will be exciting, no doubt, but note, they are going to be vulnerable to this Willow. They don't really have anything to respond to it aside from the Gray, which, when he teleports in, predictably, Willow will be diving underground. So it's not even going to be the best target.
The Doug final pick with the Gray is honestly disgusting. I didn't see it coming from Nova Esports, and I absolutely love it. A bit risky though as well, in the moments where you're not able to have that utility for the Gray to be able to combine with it. But the hypercharge, of course, with Doug in a really, really good place. Great final pick. I mean, Draco was another one that I thought might come up, but I do prefer, if I'm being honest, NXT's comp a little bit more. I feel like the Lumi though, for Novo Esports, I mean, it's hard to really side against that, and especially with the slow, it's going to be causing the Dow some problems. A nice early pull as well. 3 stars in the blue then. Nova Esports, very good start, was under pressure. There's the Gene Magic hand pull. Marcus stays alive for a lot longer than they gave him credit for originally there, but tying things up, that blue star remains with Nova Esports.
Those two pulls were just out of this world. The max range from Rupp and then the long pull from Marco. Just seeing real good mechanical execution from both of these teams, and it's led to them being almost evenly matched here. The tie only broken by a blue star currently in the hands of Novo Esports. They're going to be playing as passively as possible with this Doug. And meanwhile, look at this. Marco has his hypercharge already as well, something that can often be denied to the Gray quite effectively, but he has been hitting these hook, and he's been hitting the follow-up shots as well. So things are just looking all around quite good for Novo Esports right now. They need to be safeguarded against this end of the game Daryl roll in. He's going to be getting that hypercharge for free. He might have to work for it, but by the way that he's playing, must have some level of confidence. It's a bit of a delayed gadget there from Amos. He's going to be missing it for the final few seconds here. By the looks of things, it's time for Experian to move in.
There's a very important pull, and it doesn't quite lead to the kill, but Nova Esports are flowering slightly here. Sabine, very low, but has got the hot dog, most importantly, in the final seconds, and they got the blue star. It's down to Experian to get the kill, and they're going to be falling even further down. 5 stars to 3. Nova Esports do stand their ground in the spawn side, and some smiles, deservedly so there. That was a very perilous position that they were able to escape from.
A pretty narrow victory there for Novo, coming in as the expected victors against Experian, who haven't really had the presence here in the monthly finals, and especially not in terms of the league points. In Novo Esports, they already dropped set number 1 to them. They played a very passive, super defensive game number 1 here in set number 2, and I imagine they're quite relieved that their draft is working out this time. Also, have to hand it to some of the synergy over here. Marco and Biso got a nice little combo of gadgets. If anyone travels into the range of these morning stars that are on the ground, they're going to be unwillingly moved forward by the slippery ice, and Marco's going to look to grab them. It happened in game number 1, and they weren't able to get a kill off of it. And I think Experian and NXT are trying to bait this position out of them a little bit earlier on, also getting quite gutsy in their positions. And Novo Esports are not inclined to bite for this bait at all.
Yeah, Nova are doing a good job of depriving the Willow. It's quite a big threat, and these walking canes for Marco, they're on point every single time, breaking up the map, leaving nowhere to hide for NXT, especially with that kind of Daryl pick. You need to be aware of it at all times, and the Gene, of course, to be able to evade the magic hand. So some good utility being earned from NXT. Of course, looking to maybe do a final Hail Mary push towards the end. But again, Amos, I need to see more from this Willow. I need to see a bit more of the mind control coming into full effectiveness. And Marco now has got the TP2, so there is the ability to get out of this spawn quickly if they need to get behind enemy lines. Another walking cane, long pull as well. Rip in a perilous position. Alpha goes in, has shielded, but comes out. It's not worth it to go down and add more stars to the tally. The Nova Esports take the lead with 3 stars and the blue now. And it's down to NXT to get a good, meaty final push in the final 20 seconds.
Here's a pull back. Marco down on its our difference. Amos' opportunity might have to just and look for some mind control. Pulled, but only dealt a little bit of damage. There's going to be a kill on Rupp. Hype charge in. Double stun for Arthur. What? How often do you see that? And a team wipe. No, couldn't get the gray. Teleport away. Novo Esports with just a 1-star margin. Oh my goodness. The last second teleport away from Gray totally saved that game from the clutches of a Daryl hypercharge.
That was absolutely ridiculous. I had to do a double take. It just went back and forth so quickly. And Nova Esports, I feel, dodged a huge bullet there. I feel that was an NXT play. A beautiful one of that as well by Arthur. It backfired and the set goes the other way. I mean, blink and you miss it stuff, honestly.
That was really hard to keep up with at the end there. Very close sets, yet still Nova takes it 2-0 in the end, evening out the score overall. They're now both in contention still for the semis. Both are looking super strong. The draft, once again, on both sides, very solid. I really like the Daryl on Arthur. He did so much work. He knew when to fall back and not risk too much, which is exactly the hard thing about playing any tanks. You need to know when it actually is worth it to engage, but it still wasn't enough. Some max range walking cane pulls on the side of Novo Esports turn things around here once again for me here. MVP Marco.
Oh my goodness. I just loved seeing Marco play this Gray. And the combo that he made with Biso is excellent. Look at this buzzer beater right here. Arthur went for Biso, got the kill, but Marco teleported away. And that last second kill onto Amos saved the game. Amos was not able to get out of range. It was such a defensive selection, that Willow. And still, I wanted to see it do stuff. I was absolutely blown away by the pulls that game. That was just incredible.
Willow first pick is a risky one. We don't really like to see tanks coming out too early out of drafts. Also, throwers, they just play 3 long-range options. A dog that can heal is also very tanky himself. The Willow couldn't really do too much. Even if she could have mind-controlled them, yeah, it was just not possible to take down brawlers with that much HP with a Willow on your side. Let's see what the draft will bring out here now. We're heading over to Brawl, triple arc.
Yeah, great map. I just want to go back to that replay. I mean, that was just so crucial. I mean, to land that shot as the Willow comes out from the dive gadget, it's, you know, you miss that and it changed the whole course of action. You land it and you just bag the set, and the timing had to be absolutely on point to ensure there was no time for error there. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Bans are in Willow, the Shade, and the Hank to the Lumi, the Crow, and the Lou there as well. Good stuff so far. I'm kind of looking realistically here for a Charlie early pick. I think Draco is especially a huge threat. Jaeyong here as well. And again, Lumi being banned here, I think it's a very, very solid start for me. Ali first pick. Yeah, I mean, it's that kind of meta where if you're not banning it, it's first pick worthy.
And definitely a good brawler to pick up here on Triple Dribble. I was kind of just waiting for it, seeing it, that it slipped through the bans. Very surprised at that as well. With those wallets in mid, if you don't want to just play throwers, which are really good on here, you would have to play Shade or Hank or an Ellie to get over those walls or shoot through those walls. And I feel like that's one of the best picks you can have. Now, Experience NXT, I kind of think they're going to go with the thrower again ready.
Ooh, but not before they touch on this Draco. They do have the last pick, so they can totally go for it there. But you gotta snap up the Draco while you can. When these OP brawlers, you know what, let's call them that. Let's call them for what they are. Draco, Ali, they're OP. Now that we've buried that, yes, you have to pick them up when they are available. Novo Esports decided that Ali took higher priority. Cool. They must have something to deal with this Draco, though. They have the 4-5 to find some way to counter it. Experian NXT are going to look to compound as much of their potential on top of this Draco as they possibly can. Going to be speeding it up, going to be healing it up as well, getting it into position. But Novo Esports willingly gave this to Experian NXT, probably expected also to be banned out since they had that last pick. And there's the aforementioned thrower, the Larry and Laurie, that actually should be pretty good against something getting quite aggressive, since with a correct star power, you can reload your shots really fast.
Either run this down or Charlie, I think would be a good pick into the Meg. I feel like I was surprised that Nova didn't pick it into the Draco, quite honestly. I think that, to be honest, the Larry and Laurie, it's an Experian NXT pick. I don't feel like Nova Esports necessarily would have done so. I think they just want to take it away from NXT. And yeah, run it down then. Go with that approach. Go with the ball. Double down and just try to overthrow things. I think it's going to be quite a good strategy here, quite honestly. You've got the Jae Young to keep everyone alive, and the additional speed, of course, going to be going such a long, long way with tanks specifically. So I quite like that as a final pick. Bull, I think now has really replaced kind of like the Kenji in this meta, and for that reason, especially having so much ability to slow, to stun, to land exactly where you want with Bull now, I think is making a huge difference, and teams and players taking it into all sorts of maps and modes now too. So this is quite a fierce comp here from NXT.
Here comes the speed, and then the healing to follow. Arthur on the right side pops the gadget to stay alive, now has a super to heal himself up. Amos looking for the push over to the right side. It's blocked by Subeam. They need to get this one in the goal, but they cannot get past this clone from Subeam, and they're forced to go on the retreat. Arthur also pops out of that dragon form. He's going to have to work for his next super. He needs the speed and healing from Rupp. Going in with the gadget as well, picking up the kill, but taken down by Larry. Meanwhile, on the left side, Biso's making a solo push, gets the kill in hypercharge, and slots one in for Novo.
How often do you see a Meg do that? But great from them. Amos going straight in, wasting no time whatsoever. Meg out of mech, cycling there. Amos just doing a one-man band here. The ball is loose, and there's 3 members of Experian NXT able to walk this one in. And as quickly as that, the response is there.
The walls have broken down, and the way is paved for Arthur to walk this one on through. But Biso's on his second hypercharge of the game. He's being fed these for free. Oh, and a near-team wipe. Rupp, the last one alive. The second time we've seen this 1v1 this game. He's going to look for it using the clone. Oh my goodness, it's beautiful from Novo. Does this man think he's Lukey? It was Lukey that ran a ball in as a little Meg, was it not? Gosh, that was just excellent.
Yeah, really composed stuff from Novo Esports there. Much, much better. And we need to see more like it. I like the way that coming out of that game as well. You can see everyone super locked in and very much composed in that regard. Now, Nova Esports have got some serious momentum going on here. Nice weekend warrior gadget there from Rupp, and it forces back to Larry and Laurie very, very swiftly there. Has so much damage. Marco, oh, nice assassination there, and Amos is low here. This should be a walk-in here for Nova Esports unless they choke it, and it will be just that. A very early goal in the first opening 21 seconds is a very good start.
Massive brain Brawl IQ on display here from Novo Esports. They knew that they were going to get run down, and this Larry is cooking. But Amos is going to do his best to get that aggression going. Didn't really break down any walls. Arthur doing his best to defend on the left side. And with the assistance of Rupp, he'll stay alive for just a little bit longer. But this Larry clone is on the prowl. It's going to be getting additional reload speed for Subeam. He's going to lose it for now. Now has to fall back to the next rung of this map. But Bizo's been working hard to farm up his hypercharge. And now he's on the aggressive. That's 2 swipes in a row. Now popped out looking for the kill onto Rupp. A couple of shots would do it, but Rupp stays alive. Thankfully, Subeam is up here. Could get this shot. Banks it off the wall to pass it to himself. And closes out this set in a lightning fast 2-0.
And you've got to ask yourself the question, when it looks that convincing of a set and it goes by that quickly, when Nova Esports now are one set away from securing their ticket to the semi-finals, Experian NXT need to dig so deep now and really reset that mental. This is getting out of control.
2-1, and now for Novo after a phenomenal start from Experian NXT. Ark, you also said it perfectly. That 21-second goal from Novo in the second round really showed that they take the momentum from their first game into the second game as well, completely shut down any aggression that Experian NXT wanted to show with the healer double tank comp that just did not work out this time around.
It did not.
Not a bad draft, in my opinion. You know, I don't feel like it was too bad, but the alley, you know, I mean, you called it something, he wasn't banned out, and you know, in that instance, you just have to go for it.
Look at some of these replays. They're going to be pretty much, in fact, I feel like we could fit the entire set into a single replay. It was literally that fast. Get ready to see a bunch of Biso running this down. And look at this play from Subim. We're up and down to the last leg. Subim banks it off the wall to walk that in. And that's not the first time that he helped get a goal. That Larry clone was the method for Meg to score one earlier on. The Larry pick, you know, huge thumbs up for me.
During the draft, you guys had a great flag as well. It felt like Nova just picked up Larry to take it away from Experience NXT. They played throwers now in set number 1 and 2. Looked great for them. Now this time around, they just couldn't follow up with any thrower anymore. Larry, we did not see him once yesterday, but I do feel like he's in a strong position right now. It worked really well for Nova this time around. And now they have the chance to close it out on the next map. Ready?
Thrower heaven, you mentioned the throwers. In this little corner over here is exactly where they want to lurk, if they can. Juju is going to be getting extended range if she sits in that position, though she's more of a South America pick, so I would be surprised to see it over here in EMEA, but it would be very welcome. Other top picks over here. Love to see a bit of Lou here on Hot Zone. Also, gotta keep B in the conversation as one of the top mid-brawlers.
Heading into the potentially last draft if Novo takes this one. First pick is with Experience NXT with the Charlie band out, so they don't want to see that brawler, even though they have first pick here. Lou and Poco as well. No more Poco double tank action, but as we've just seen, it could also be a Jae Young, a Byron. There's so many other options now. Barry as well. And Lumi's going to be their first pick instead. I think that's a great pick so far. Very, very strong, despite being nerfed multiple times now. She has received a hypercharge that keeps her in that top spot, Clark.
Yeah, it's still ban worthy in my opinion. For Experience NXT, great chance to pick it up. Draco's a very early stage in the draft for Nova Esports, but it was Experience NXT which did ban the Charlie, which would have been a great counter to it. Could potentially see something like an Amber come forwards to be able to helping hand that side of things next. Let's see what they feel like going for as their top pick as well. Bear that in mind. It's got a very high win rate for them. The Crow ban was definitely an experience special, so good awareness there from Nova Esports for it, going with Ali. So they're going to hold back away from the Amber. I mean, don't get me wrong, that is a very, very good time to bring in an Ali. Maybe they'll finalize it with an Amber anyway, but I mean, that is a great brawler pick. I mean, how can you not love what Experience are cooking here?
If memory serves, when we saw Ali here yesterday, it didn't quite work out in the winning the set department, but it did work out in the KD department. This thing was all over the map. You have plenty of geography to work with. You've got a wall that you can hop over to get into the enemy backlines, because once you sit inside of some of that water or the bush, you're able to hop over it. Otherwise, you're still going to be getting tons of damage. Good shout on that Amber. I think it's a great response into that Draco, pretty much anywhere. And into the Meg, I think that's also going to hurt quite a lot. Novo Esports need to find some way to deal with this Amber. Maybe something that outranges it, maybe something that supports the two brawlers that are going to be sort of weaving their way in to mid.
Ray is the final pick for Nova Esports. It's going to definitely helping hand getting onto that zone consistently. So with brawlers like Meg and Draco, it's a very good, solid final pick here from Nova Esports. I still think I prefer the Experience NXT comp, but they've got to really have a good level of control on this objective. If they drop the ball and the amount of HP that's going to keep coming down the track, it's going to be a very, very tough thing to control unless you're all kind of situated on that mid or locking down the lane sides. Lumi can helping hand on that front as well, and the freeze in the mid and force everyone to spread out for sure. But I mean, the Grey, it's a dangerous prospect here, and Arthur's going to have his work cut out for him for sure.
Predictable death of Subim as he runs in and gets burned down by Amos. That's sort of the job of Amos, is to auto-aim when there are enemies running in a straight line. But he's bound to be running out of ammo. Novo Esports, once they get this Grey TP up, it's going to be pretty overwhelming for that Amber, and the reload speed is not going to be doing what it needs to. Also note that she is not going to be going for the star power that helps her reload faster. She's just going to be going for those supers for the additional damage. But Biso's already been hard at work to get that hypercharge rolling. Gets 2 swipes, wipes out the point. But here's Amos with his own hypercharge super. Burns absolutely everyone, and Marco did his best to stay away from that. He did get the TP onto the point at least, and it's going to be pretty useful for Supim. But Experian and NXT are finally in position. They're going to need to churn out as much DPS as possible to keep Novo Esports off of this point.
What a Lumi stun there as well, straight out of the TP and into the fire. Sabim struggling here in the mid on his own, and Arthur should come out, but the pop there, the last stand, allows Sabim to stay alive, and that's a great spot for him to do just that now as Nova Esports approach 80% of the objective. That heal again from Sabim keeps him in position despite the Lumi stun. It's going to be very, very hard for Experian NXT to push into this. It looks like a winning draft, in my opinion, here for Nova Esports, and a very clean game. Match point for them, and 1 game away from the semis.
I couldn't agree more on the point about draft. When you see the control go to Experian NXT, or at least they have the presence on the point and they have all of their abilities online, and it's still not enough to stop this gray TP, it's time to pack it up, man. I mean, you're losing this game. The only way for them to win, really, is to deny that super to Gray. Arthur is going to be dodging that first shot. He's going to be keeping up the pressure onto Gray, but control has already been conceded. Amos in with the super. It's going to be some pretty big damage onto Marco and Bizo, and it will get them some initial control. But keep in mind, the countdown to chaos at the hands of Novo Esports is when Gray gets this super. So far, he's been denied a shot at every single turn. Looks like he hasn't even hit a single one so far.
Yeah, definitely tough, but it is a better start here for Experian. And now that Arthur clears up the right and Sabine falls, this is the perfect time to strike. Get everyone on that zone and locked in, healing up as quickly as possible. Nice stun immediately there from Rook, and a hypercharged burn is going to expose the entirety of this mid and some healthy amount of HP to dwindle down from Nova Esports here. Despite, again, a last stand gadget. Nova Esports are not staying nearly as firm on this zone, and now Experian close to 60%.
Wow, what a hypercharge out there from Lumi. Unfortunately, she wasn't there to follow up. Arthur's going to keep up this momentum and stay away from Marco, who still cannot seem to hit a shot. Finally hits the 4th one of the game to get his super. And now, Novo Esports, despite being at a small deficit, should be able to take this one. They have the TP in, and they had the presence on the point, looking for the kill on Rupp with a pinch on the right side, and it's looking grim for Experian.
Yeah, what a swift turnaround there from Nova Esports. Looking fantastic now in this position. Now everyone's on the zone, but Bisu out of mech. He should quickly fall here. And a big burn right when it matters to Sabine, but he's going to stay alive. He can cycle this super and continuously heal it. Amos comes out on top, but there's still 6% needed. And with that TP there, Nova Esports will be able to secure this shortly here. Everyone on the zone, and the win is theirs. Nova Esports proceed to the semi-finals yet again. That is GG match.
Despite the best efforts, wait, I can't see what creator code you're using, buddy. I wonder if he's using Code Arc or Code Ready. It's surely one of those, because I can't read it on the screen.
Wow. Thank you so much. Maybe he's using
Code Sun. Oh, it's GA.
Never mind.
Thank you.
Forza Nova. But yeah, very well played by them. Draft, you talked about it already during the match here. Definitely turned things around here for Novo. That's set number 1. It was a close one. They at least took 1 game, but Experian wins it in the end. But ever since Layer Cake, there was a moment where things have changed, also in terms of draft, because they also started bringing in that mech, a brawler that we have not seen at all yesterday. But I really feel like this has been one of the highest variance metas ever. Lots of new ideas got introduced, and also the mech by Novo. I like what I'm seeing. Rook this time around did a lot of work almost as well, but it's not about kills and damage in this mode, as we know work.
Yeah, I follow that, and I really like the draw from Nova Esports. I really loved that great final pick. It made a ton of sense as to why they wanted to have that Meg and the other brawlers combined in that early stage. I think that it was a very, very good showing from them. The Draco, of course, as soon as you see it, you think, how are we going to counter this? But no one's really expecting that Gray to come in and just keep TPing everyone onto the zone. So SK versus Nova Esports, that would be a fantastic semi-finals matchup then. And then up next, Team Heretics and Reply Totem Dance Off. Humble and Inner Circle also. EMEA today is honestly such a treat.
This is going to be a killer third quarterfinal. I can't believe we're seeing this in the quarterfinals, but one of them had to go through the lower bracket, so it was bound to happen. This is, in my opinion, a semifinals-worthy match that we're going to get a taste of in the quarters.
We have 7 matches in total for you today. We're only just got done with 2 of them, 3-0 and then 3-1. Very swift. Let's see if the next one is going to be just as brief, though. We have Team Heretics, the winners of last month's monthly finals, catapulted themselves onto that second spot in the leaderboard with that. And then at the other side, we have Reply Totem that they have been consistent, as in qualified for almost every single monthly final, but never made it out of the quarters either. So if this is not their moment today, then I don't know when it is. Fingers crossed for both of those teams. We're going to see them after a quick break. It's July and it's monthly finals time once again. 5 months down already, 2 more to go. We also get Trev back here. Had to say goodbye to Reddy, but for all the Reddy fans out there, he's going to be back for the next match. Don't worry. First up though, Trev, you watched that previous match. Who was your MVP?
Personally, I'm going to say Marco. I'm going to wait for the one time that the production team is just going to bait me so hard in that break, and they're going to tell me the wrong one. I'm going to say it with so much chest, so confident, and then it'll just be someone else, and I'll just sit here and cry. But Marco did deserve it. A really good performance there from Novo overall. Started off a bit weak, but definitely got things going after that first set.
Could have been, honestly, a number of the players, in my opinion. I think that it was a combined team effort. They did fantastically well to get the job done today. It was not an easy match.
You know, I think you can still give your own opinion as well. Yes, the people at home have voted for Marco as the MVP, but I feel like just from us mentioning his name the most often, he did feel like the standout player in his team. Novo and SK Gaming already moved through to the semis. Now we're heading into the next 2 quarterfinals to figure out who's going to be on that lower side of the bracket. First up, it's going to be Team Heretics versus Reply Totem.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolute banger. Last month's June monthly final, victors of Heretics, and of course the big story there being Zar coming onto that roster. It made all the difference, didn't it? And the teams which they had to beat along the way, it was honestly very, very impressive to see such a huge turnaround. I want to give a huge shout out as well to Sebas coming in for this roster too, on the management side and the analytical side, because I mean that is what a lot of players are complaining this year is all about, the draft being a huge factor. Well, players like him coming in to helping hand to give the teams the best possible chance of getting these drafts right. It made all the difference in June.
And Heretics have made it to the grand finals. They also won that one and kind of beat some allegations that what are they even doing in EMEA? They had some of the best rosters. We all expected them to be at the top of the leaderboard, but it didn't work out until they had that roster switch. So we talked about that and other things with Lena.
For Zar, I would say he completed perfectly the roster for his role, like carrying with typical brawler. And for Sebas, I would say the draft, the most important thing now in the game, the draft. He's been very well teaching us the draft, and he works a lot to make us very good draft. I mean, yes, of course. I don't have typical names to say now, but maybe like Noe, for example, is very good and very talented tank player. OP or Joker, they are both playing tanks in SK Gaming, and they are doing a very good job. and of course Monthy in Humble. His Frank is very scary.
To make it into the grand final last month, they had to beat no one other than SK Gaming, the top of the leaderboard currently. Over the course of the last month, they've notably beaten also Foot, Inner Circle and Reply Totem, some huge names in this region, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, Reply Totem sitting here waiting for them in the quarterfinals. It's going to be a big, big matchup for them. It's really a must-win for Reply Totem more than Heretics, because the Heretics are in a much better position leaderboard-wise than Reply Totem are. But coming off the back of a huge win in the previous month, you're expecting Team Heretics to come into this one as not the heavy favourites, but a favourite nonetheless. Reply Totem on the other side got a lot to prove still in the Brawl Stars Championship this region. Maru and Mori have been together in a team for the past few years. Adding Angel Boy, I expected it to be honestly strengthening the team coming into this year, but it seems like they've been on a bit of a downswing and are now on the gradual upside again, I'd say.
Yes, for Reply Totem, this isn't an easy task. Once again, they have to face off against the current winner or the champion of last month's monthly final. Not an easy one, but let's hear what the players have to say about that.
Team Heretics, they have updated their roster a month ago, and they won monthly finals right away. We didn't have a chance to face them in any events so far, and we are looking forward to have a match against them in the quarterfinals. They're a good team.
And Reply Totem has received a buff last week. Happy belated birthday to both Maru and Maori, as it has been their birthday either right that weekend of the monthly qualifier or over the course of the last week, Org.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lovely thing to celebrate, isn't it? And of course, marking your calendars for Angel Boys as well. His is on the 25th of September. Love your cut, G, by the way. That's another buff to add to that, in my opinion. Great to see him going back to the classic Angel Boy look here this monthly final.
And they did beat Foot and Supermassive in the monthly qualifiers. We've seen them wiping up the trash from the birthday party in the background there. Once again, super cool graphic. Now, talking about maps once again, Kaboom Canyon is going to be our first one, not the new one. Sadly, not Hot Potato, Trev. I'm so sorry for you.
Yeah, I'm a little bit devastated, but I've always had a bit of a soft spot for Kaboom Canyon as well, to be honest with you. I think it's a great map, but I just want to send it straight to Ark for this, honestly. I'd like him to do a bit of explaining, if anything, because three of us are aligned, and he's definitely gone for the underdogs, in my opinion.
For me, like you said, Trav, Reply Totem have got a now or never situation. I think they've had plenty of time now to sit into this roster. That's not really an excuse anymore. They had a good qualifying run for me. I mean, for esports, knocking them out. Supermassive as well. I feel like that is showing me good signs. I mean, it's unfortunate they've run into last month's monthly final winners, but I feel like this is their best showing so far from their qualifiers. To take a loss, though, to Experian NXT along that way. So that's my reservation there, who we just saw lose to Novo Esports, of course. So 84% siding with Team Heretics in the community, I think makes a ton of sense, and I'm well aware that I'm the outlier here. But I've got faith in those boys. You got to remember, Maori and Maru go back so far. I think their drafts have been looking much better. And again, bringing in Augusti into the equation as well, I think that's going to make a big difference here.
Totem is probably going to LCQ, sitting at that 8th spot at the moment in the leaderboard, but they still want to end their season with a deep run. It would be so nice just for the feeling to end this season on a grand final win. Let's see if it's going to be this month for them. Pro, Lumi and Angelo are going to be banned out here. Chuck, the first pick for Heretics. I do like it. We've seen it yesterday still, and I'm always still so surprised that we're halfway through the year of 2025 and Chuck is still only played on Heist, and he's still super good on it too, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those brawlers that it's become, like, people have got a lot better at dealing with it and kind of knowing when to go for it, when to not go for it, but still, nonetheless, it's going to be completely valid. And when you look at, Charlie being banned out, who's really been in the meta and one of the brawlers who can shut it down, some of the others going to be pretty solid against him are banned out as well. Makes it a lot easier for them to bring that one in. Reply Totem are going over the Eve, though. The ability to kind of hover over the water, have a bit more maneuverability without having to bring down the walls is going to be a great thing for them.
I do feel like Chuck is still a must-ban brawler. You know, I just feel like you kind of have to. But if you're not going to ban it, one thing's for sure, you got to be really much ready to battle against it and have a great strategy up your sleeve. Bonnie and Eve are not the defensive maneuvering that you would have for a Chuck. So Reply Totem, maybe saving that for the back pocket final pick, or just laying those ones down. Of course, Bonnie now is such a fantastic spot, by far the most picked brawler on this map for sure. But the Melody has escaped the bans as well for me. I think that's quite a final pick worthy brawler for Reply Totem to have as that aggressive brawler against the Chuck. And I just hope for their sake that Team Heretics don't just combine it with the Chuck. Imagine that, it'd be brutal. Kaze as well here, going to be open, and that's definitely a scary prospect. Amber and Colette as well here definitely will have a good matchup. Ali coming through, didn't see it coming, but again, many teams aren't even screwing it because it's likely to be banned for the most part. Is it the best place for her here though? That's the question.
Honestly, I don't hate it. You know, there's a lot of grass, there's a lot of water, and you know they're gonna be doing pretty well in that circumstance. I'd say, like, just using her to sit in the mid and kill people and stop them coming up. You know, she's not going to be running towards the safe that much, I wouldn't say, or getting too much damage, but just being that assassin in the mid is going to be really good for her. And then Byron as well comes in for Heretics as well, going to be able to heal up the alley, heal up the Chuck, keep him going in, keep him getting damage. But yeah, I mean, these comps always rely on the Chuck to get the damage, but I think this heavily is going to need it.
Let's see, Draco going to come in for Reply Totem. Yeah, spicy pick. Quite like it myself as well. So let's see how it fares. It's definitely going to be a bit of a dive comp on either side, and that's kind of how we expect to see it kind of play itself out, in all honesty. So great stuff from both sides, but I do favor the Chuck. I cannot lie, I feel like you're always against the clock no matter what. Yes, the setup time can be slow if you're able to deprive the Chuck of that valuable utility early on, but once it is there, you really are just constantly going up against the clock if you haven't got the biggest of defensive comps, and Reply Totem are certainly not running that.
Yeah, straight across the water then for Zara, and it should be the same for Mori, but he's a bit scared. Now Gadget comes in, and there you go, great start. Actually didn't go for the safe there, though, missed it a little bit, but Angel Boy doing a good job of setting up that furthest pole first, and already some damage coming down for both teams. Ali doing a really good job of getting some big damage in on the Brawlers, too. But still, just cracking that first shield is going to do so much for them. Now, the same happens for Reply Totem as well. A little bit of stealth coming in from Zar. Shows his face halfway through, though, and now chooses to go in, gets the Eve, doing a great job of exactly what he needs to do.
Zar's playing so well, but in terms of the scoreline, it's very, very close. In fact, Reply Totem just have the edge as far as getting down those safe stages is concerned, but it is the Bonnie on the safe, and that's not the biggest of threats. But now, Maru and Maori do clear up the defense, and that's going to be very much better for them. Angel Boy's also got hypercharge, and that's crucial, as does Maru now. The safe needs to be trickled down, and there it is. And now they can focus onto iChaos there as well, and the jump in is there. What a play from Reply Totem! What a shred of the safe!
I mean, that was incredible from Reply Totem. Managed it so well. You know, you come out and you think, okay, you know, Heretics are dominating. They're getting kill after kill after kill in the spawn, but it doesn't matter because they're still getting the damage down below. And if anything, one brawler was out damaging two for the side of Reply Totem. So really nice stuff there. Managed it very well, and Chuck didn't get too much value at all.
I think there's a lot, especially when you see just how well Zara is playing this alley pick. I'm surprised. I really am that Reply Totem were able to get as much damage as they did, because Zara was a huge thorn in their side, staying in this middle, being so slimy and lurking around. And again, even with the Eve of the gadget, the gotta go gadget, he's still able to go down there. Maru gonna stay in the mid, needs to be able to try to get to those that hypercharge as quickly as he possibly can here. Zara again, just keeping a massive distraction. But look at Angel Boy. He's already got the hypercharge going into the mid as well. Gets a double there as well. He's Maru on the safe to mark it up. And Maru there from the right-hand side. Wonderful synergy from Reply Totem.
Yeah, Zara just about gets that, but is taking some damage from these babies coming in from Mori. Tries to go for the kill, but the jump away is there. Angel Boy comes for a jump in, gets some damage on the other side as well. Not able to crack the safe just yet. And that 1% is going to do wonders for Team Heretics in the long run.
Angel Boy's been absolutely tapping with this body, landing so many shots. Maru can't really do much here against the Byron, will fall down, but now low there as well, picked up by Angel Boy, who's got a second hypercharge as quickly as that. He's cycling them so well. gives Reply Totem no bit of a deficit as the damage rains in from Team Heretics, now looking to finalize this once the chuck comes in. That should be the final stage down, and it is. So a perilous position now, a hypercharge at just the nick of time, and it's go for Reply Totem. Can they get the safe further down? It's going to be delayed now, so Mario can't get the damage at which he needs, and they've still got to get another stage beforehand anyway. Whichever way you look at it, it looks like Team Heretics should be able to secure this, but I don't want to speak too soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be so hard for them as well. Still got that extra little bit to crack of this second stage, or the second last stage of the high save too, so they can't base race, they can't really do anything at the moment. He somehow missed that shot though, so that gives him a chance, and especially now this is cracked, I believe. Big damage coming in, and if that one shot from the alley missing is going to cost them, that's going to be huge. The jump comes in and the damage is there. No! Heretics, no, that is not good. The one missed shot from the alley costs them the set.
Never in my life have I been more happy to say, but I don't want to speak too soon. The caster's curse did not prevail. Oh my goodness me. 1% is all it took. And Reply Totem in the first set against last month's monthly final victors. Unreal.
That is huge from Reply Totem coming out of the gate swinging. If they would beat Team Heretics today, I think, yeah, they would made us all doubt that maybe we don't know who's the best in the region right now. Heretics is that second seed at the moment, just 1 point behind SK Gaming too. So yeah, they're all up there, and Reply Totem is sitting on that 8th, but as mentioned, they're motivated today. They want to make a deep run. They want to close out the season on a high note, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to need to see this 1% on the replays. Like, I'm dying to see him jump over the safe again, because that was, you know, I was almost crying when I saw it. I was like, surely this is done. They've got 2 things still to crack. There's damage there for Heretics. They're down to about 14%, and he just jumps over the safe. I was like, no, what is happening? But honestly, that was such a good performance from Heretics in that last game there as well. They played it so well, managed the safe really well. We're actually not even going to see it, but it was... Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. It was definitely good Reply Totem gameplay, but 100% a Heretics throw in that second game.
We saw it in the stats again as well, and you two mentioned it during that first game, how many kills Heretics really did. Ellie worked out wonderfully, but it still wasn't enough. It's not about getting those kills in, and Reply Totems just threw everything they had at that safe work.
Yeah, it was really, again, incredible to see Angel Boy in that Bonnie pick. I mean, the cycling, those stuns, of course, from the hypercharge, delayed the chuck a lot of the time too, and often, you know, getting a kill on the way out and then back in again, and just always getting that utility. I don't think Team Heretics could dodge the shots.
So Totem just really played it cleverly. They played it so they would stay alive after dealing damage, popping that bubble and heading in for some more damage. Well played by them. Let's see if they can continue like that and can take that momentum also into New Horizons. This is one of the newer maps in the map pool. It's a knockout map that we've seen some Ellie yesterday as well. She's going to be banned out here, as well as Lumi and Hank from the side of Reply Totem. Hank double ban, Doug and Charlie on the side of Heretics. And I think we can already say here that compared to East Asia, Hank seems to be rated much higher, Trev.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be the case. Bonnie going to come in as the first pick, and that is something that is well warranted at the moment, and well rated as well amongst every region, I would imagine. Bonnie just absolutely disgraceful with that hypercharge, and as you kept on saying, guys, it's like how well Angel Boy was managed to cycle out these supers, cycle out the hypercharge, just incredible gameplay from him. So it's probably going to be, for Heretics' sake, they're going to be very glad they've got this, and that it slipped through the bands and managed to come to their side, because it's good close range, good long range, which is exactly what you need for a map and mode just like this.
Could be a Gene here, first pick for Reply Totem, something solid. Yeah, I feel like that's a good shout. Certainly, I feel like the Charlie ban is definitely aimed towards Reply Totem by Team Heretics as their first pick here. Gust is definitely a common pick, but could be something which Team Heretics combine with the Bonnie maybe. It's not necessarily too flashy though. Jaeyoung and Kaz, on the other hand, really are the kind of flashier brawlers here that I'm looking to see maybe potentially from. Doug sometimes makes an appearance here, but again, banned out. I don't know whether it's a banned out worthy brawler though. Buster coming in for Reply Totem. Also want to just reiterate as well, with Guesty drafting now on the side of Reply Totem, he plays with Angel Boy very consistently in match arenas. He's going to know exactly what Angel Boy is going to be best at, and I think that's going to be a big helping hand here this month for Reply Totem. So you know, he's popping up for the Bonnie, and I want to see him do him again this time round in the second set.
I mean, for the most part, though, what isn't Angel Boy good at? Most brawlers he can pick up, he can play very well, so something they're going to have to be very cautious of at the moment. Heretic's next pick should be coming in very shortly as well. Gray is going to be the brawler. Going to be, good mid-range, going to be able to break some of these walls, which is going to be, so helpful against the likes of that Buster, putting him out in the open, putting him at risk of the Bonnie shots, the Gray shots. So I like that pick a lot from Gray, and then they compare it with something that can go just as equally as aggressive as Buster as well.
Gray is certainly valued highly in EMEA still, and it's a good thing to see. I really do like the Brawl. I think it's got a lot of legs on this specific map as well. Gus is going to come in and combine with the Bonnie. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that at all. I feel like combining the shielding with the Bonnie, especially with the hypercharge, and it allows another degree of survivability. Of course, now that the super was reworked, allowing Bonnie to get back into cannon form swiftly as well. You're adding to her survivability by having that Gus and the Gray with the heals from the TP2. There is the Jae Young as well for Reply Totem. Ideas on both sides that were kind of like very similar comps. I think both sides have got what they want here, with the bans in mind that are there. Both comfortable with them. Very different kind of comps in that regard though, but I feel like both are equally valued here. Again, it really is a battle of the mastermind of the drafters. On the side of Team Heretics, you've got Sebas coming in very, very recently, and then of course Reply Totem and Guesty coming in. So I think it's really interesting to see just how high the level of drafting really is, especially in this matchup.
It's so intricate. Every brawler can make a big difference when it comes to the draft, and how much of a game the draft decides is very much kind of up for interpretation, but each player says different things. A little break coming in now. Okay, we're not even going to be seeing the walking cane. The grand piano will be rolling on in to ensure these wall breaks and make sure that Buster's not going to have as big an impact as I'm sure he'd like to.
Well, again, the Buster pick is really quite smart, but the wall break is, I argue, almost smarter from Zar here. Again, like you say, it's not the most common of gadgets, but on this map it makes a lot of sense to really open things up quickly. Very quick heal there, as needed from the Jae Young of Maori. But let's see, IKaos has now got super. That could be quite dangerous, especially combined with the Graven as well here. Let's see though, Totem looking quite good. Now the speed coming in, the Buster of course can gadget in. He hasn't done so, the magic hand does the work, and down goes IKaos as quickly as that.
Sar's going to throw down another grand piano. If they don't win this, they're still setting it up for the next round. This is the thing. Linane looking very low and will fall too. Zar has a super in hand. Might want to go for a few more shots, but chooses the gas instead rather than feeding the supers. Chooses not a good enough trade to get a bit of his hypercharge.
Yeah, as you say, all three members of Team Heretics now. Oh, but look at this, the hypercharge of Maru coming in, and look at this. Oh my word! I didn't even see it coming. It was so fast, and certainly Team Heretics did not either. Lennon has got jump. It's not over yet. If IKaos can get a shield and try to make something of this, but that was not the start. That was not in the book, Team Heretics.
Yeah, Linane's going to desperately need a hypercharge to try and turn this one around as well. The slipstreams and the hypercharge speed that he got was just too much for the members of Team Heretics to handle. Pulls there as well, goes for it and grabs Chaos. That is going to be game done. No way Linane can bring this back. Even if he hypercharges, I don't think he's taking out all three. And Angel Boy will just go straight for him, back off, bait out the jump, and take this first game.
That was really convincing. I mean, I was still on the fence as soon as I saw especially the Grand Piano gadget coming out on the Grey, that, okay, maybe this is actually a bit of a misdraft here for Reply Totem. But they made that first round really count. It allowed that hypercharged Buster to come in immediately off the bat, and you could see how good that push was. I mean, it was just not the plan for Team Heretics. And now already in quite a dangerous spot. They need to find their footing yet again in this series. Maori, he's already got super as well, can provide the heals if he needs to, but getting Maru, that shielding is the most important thing to start things off, and he already gets some good value for it. This left-hand side at the moment, Zar, Nanan, both low, and Nanan has to jump away on defense.
Yeah, nice Buster shield there as well. Stop that shot, and Grand Piano getting all the way to the right-hand side and breaking the walls. So Zar's just going to focus on the left-hand side now, get rid of those, which is the main area he's playing, and the main area it seems Reply Totem are as well. But Linane, as you mentioned, has to start from square one with his super again. Pull backs there, and the jump comes in as well. He's going to go down, maybe a little bit overzealous with that one. Could have played it a bit slower, but will be resulting in a 2v2 nonetheless. Gene pulls there and probably going to be required to win this.
Yeah, and probably a Weekend Warrior gadget there as well in the Jae-Young, because those are really, really packing a punch. If they can combine that at just the right time and ensure that it's not on cooldown, it could be a winning moment here. IKLs though, pops there, the Kooky Popper gadgets, and everyone low. Heals coming in for Angel Boy. Oh no! It's a 1v1, but Zor will have the heal, surely! He doesn't even need him in the end, and the hypercharge for the next round. Team Heretics come out on top.
Yeah, I thought he was going to have to go for a TP to get the heals back there, but they've got to be cautious of this. Same thing again. Zara has the TP this time, so will be able to get away. Hypercharge being used by Lenane there. Might not be able to grasp a jump. Oh, missed by Angel Boy. He's going to hurt them in the late game here. And especially with a hypercharge super from Zara and a jump from Lenane, that combination can be deadly.
That needed to land. Hypercharge by IKL. Zara has his also. And now, Reply Totem on the ropes here, as the gas will be coming in shortly. But I think Heretics would have liked to have obtained a kill of that for sure, as they are all still standing. Grand Piano just actually to push things back more in this mid. And certainly without the long-ranged affair, Lenan will be able to get some more value. Maybe even work towards a hypercharge here. Shielding for Maru. They're trying to get out. The gas can't be far away from the right-hand side. Hypercharge from Maru. Just trying to use it for speed, for mobility to close the gap. On this left-hand side now, Zara and Chaos pinched in. And now it's Team Heretics that are pinched against the gas.
Yeah, Lenane must be close to a hyper because he's not jumping in alone. Grand Piano's places are, goes for the TP as well. Gets the hyper now. All three of them laying there. Gets the stun on two. It's a 1v1 and I'm not sure Zara can win this. Goes for the close range damage. Couple of burst shots. Has the TP. Might go for a little 1-2. So he gets more heals, but doesn't go for it at all. Chooses to hold and play for this third round.
Buster Hypercharge coming in immediately with the Jae-Young speed. It's got to be the play here for Reply Totem, pushing down the spawn line yet again. Ooh. But another miss pull. They were able to recover it last time, but those are the moments you've got to land them.
Wonderful taps from Zara again, results in him getting his hypercharge once more. Lenane has a jump, but can't be close to his hypercharge as it was just used in his last interaction. And more great shots coming in from Zara, getting so much done. Chaos needs to work for a shield here though as well, and then surely if they get that, they've got enough kit to be able to win this round.
Maru has the shield now. Zara having hypercharge is massive for Team Heretics. Early moment there for a bit of a potential push, but Reply Totem didn't really find too much more from it. Heals now for Maori coming in, as they are much needed. Only going to break that one tower there from Zara with the Grand Piano now. And now Maru has the push. Zara shielded on that left-hand side and goes straight into the eye of the storm. Oh, what a shield! What a gadget! Maru just exploded! And the whole of Reply Totem there for support! It's 2 sets to 0! But to be able to recover today from moments that I just don't feel they should be able to. It's like a new released form of confidence for Reply Totem.
I mean, Lenane just hypercharge jumped into the middle of a Buster hypercharge. That's not stunning anyone. Real big issues here for Heretics. 2 sets down against a team they should be beating. Reply Totem showing their absolute best today, I feel, and that was some great gameplay from both sides, but it results in another set for Totem.
It's lovely to see, really. Keep in mind here as well, Totem has never made it out of the quarterfinals so far. This would be their first match they win in a EMEA monthly final. 7 kills on Maru. As you said, Trev, that was the perfect answer to the Bonnie as well. Couldn't really stun anyone as long as he had super or even the hypercharge ready. Well played by Totem, really. I have to tip my fedora for them.
You know, you wore fedoras, Sonny. Bring it on the next show is what I say to that. I want to see that for sure. I mean, you know, it's looking good, but let's not get ahead of ourselves here because, you know, Reply Totem this year, it's been, let's just say how it is. It's been their worst season run ever as an organization, and that's really saying quite a lot. We've seen them have some huge recoveries in the past, and the second half of the season has been the time, and it was last year and the year prior to that where they would then start to really harness in and work to get their results back in order. But it's been really quite a late showing this time round. You know, we're now in July. There's only one more monthly final after this. As Trav said, coming into this matchup, it is now or never to get their results in.
They probably can't really change their fate anymore, not make it into World Finals directly, but with a strong showing now in July and August, it's still pointing into the right direction. It's gonna give them a good motivation, a good momentum also for the upcoming LCQ. So I really feel like Totem can do it today. After beating Heretics, I don't think they're playing bad today at all. Their draft is solid as well. It's just Totem finally coming out of their shell, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, in my eyes at least, when I'm watching, you know, the missed jump in the first set that would have finished the game, I'm watching a couple of Linane hypercharges there that could have been used better. There are mistakes on the Team Heretics side, but I'm not taking anything away from Reply Totem at all. They're playing it very, very well and managing these mistakes perfectly. But there are some things that Team Heretics should be ironing out over the next couple of sets if it goes that far, because Reply Totem can close it out right now, and if it carries on like this, they probably will. Bans are in though for Heretics. Are going to go for the Lu, the Grey, and the Brock. Over the other side for Reply Totem, we'll say in a second, but Heretics get the Carl as their first pick. Bans over the other side are going to be the Kaze, the Jae-Young, and the Ali.
Tri-season, a very open map. Usually want to see some sharpshooters here, but both of those teams usually shine with their aggression. We've seen so many aggressive plays already with the Bonnie on both sides in Kaboom Canyon and New Horizons. Jae-Young as a healer in the back gene, but not really any sharpshooters so far. So let's see what they come up with here, if it's going to be another one heal double tank situation, or if they will bring us something like an Angelo, a Byron maybe. Gene is going to be the first pick here again. He's just so good right now because he's not only somewhat of a sharpshooter, at least a long-range bowler, but also so good into assassins or tanks thanks to his gadgets. He has the kit and the HP to deal with the mark.
Yeah, it's a great early pick, very safe as well. And Lumi is open here. It's one of Reply Totem's top picks here. Wonder whether they want to bag it early, as I think they should. Team Heretics do play it as well quite a lot as the third most picked brawler on this particular map. So that would be the time for it. They're going to go with the Hank. Ooh, I kind of like it, as we've seen it banned so frequently today. They're potentially leaving themselves open to that Lumi, which is definitely a concern. Maybe even a Charlie if they really want to shut this down. But on this kind of map, it's great to be able to sit back with a Hank and maybe combined with a healer of sorts as well. The Jae-Young being banned, it gives you less options in that regard. But it's very, very, very good to go on the offensive, to stay back on the defensive also. So Kaze, you know, it is one of those aggressive brawlers that Team Heretics would like. That's shut down now with the bans, and now there is the Lumi, which again, if Reply Totem didn't pick it, it was going to turn around against them.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this, honestly, from both teams. I think you compare, you know, something like a Byron or something like that with that Hank and have a really good composition over there for Reply Totem. Heretics, on the other hand, got the Lumi, got the Carl, seems to be going a little bit more of an aggressive route with that Carl flying hook, possibly to be going for that first star and then playing from there. Doug's going to go along with it as well. Yeah, I mean, Doug has honestly been working over the past couple of days, so I'm not going to say anything bad about it. Definitely in a better position than it was, but I'm still, you know, waiting to be 100% sold on it.
Yeah, I wasn't going to mention it. I saw it, but I thought with the grey ban, it kind of probably would be less likely to show its face. But, I mean, it's going to be potentially tough to make work in that regard, but it's more the handing of it over. You've got to remember, it's going to be Lenar on this Carl pick. You know, you hand the hot dog over, you allow him to go in with the protective pirouette and all those great Carl attributes, and he's got to have survivability on top of it to cycle. That's where this Doug is going to potentially thrive here for Team Heretics. So even with that grey ban, I still feel like it has got some great attributes and some great abilities to bring here as well. And the hypercharge, you know, we haven't really kind of seen Doug's hypercharge have its day yet. It's so new into the game, but you're going to be able to have that area splash affecting both the Doug and the hot dog, which is attached to, kind of similar to like an RT attack really in that regard. So you know, that could be really quite a devastating assault on the spawn side if Team Heretics can position themselves for it.
Yeah, well, there's that flying hook for the first. Angel Boy puts himself in a bit of a tough position here. Might go down just narrowly. So, oh, actually, never mind. He does go down. Zar sends his pickaxe around that right-hand side, getting some good connections onto Mori there as well. Might find Maru. Well, there's still one Morning Star just looming here on the floor. Might be waiting to use a gadget and try and pick someone off, but if they keep this position, they're obviously not going to be doing too bad.
It's actually not going to be Lenar on this card. It's going to be Zar, who does a fantastic job also, but very similar play styles. Well, look at this. Zar is actually going crazy as I'm saying it. Almost a triple. Unreal from him. But, you know, it's just like the longest time since... I mean, when have you ever seen Carl picked on a roster with a nun and him not playing it? It's kind of wild, but I'm seeing it working out as the double stun from Chaos finds a beautiful double. Team Heretics are getting this one right.
I mean, this is the Heretics that we know. These kind of the lack of mistakes and some all-round incredible gameplay, and Zar really doing a great job on this Carl as well. Hypercharge being used, gets stuns on both of them as well. Angel Boy forced there to use a super, and he stunned another one as well. 15-0. And you see the resurrection there as well from Zar. Did go down, but stays up because of the hot dog. Angel Boy now trying to move up, but 15 stars might be a bit out of reach. There's the Morning Star's little ice on the floor, and a hypercharge ready to roll again for Zar.
That's a nice takedown, good slow gadget, but again, there's so much ground to make up for. Not to say that there is not the stars on the side of Team Heretics to pick up the reply totem, but it's going to be a big ask. I would love it though. Hypercharge for Angel Boy does find Zar. Zara is marked up as well, finds the takedown, but there's a lot of stars there for the taking. Angel Boy staying alive, 14-18. There's a possibility. There's another two. Can they find two more in 5 seconds? The spawn side's going to go down. Angel Boy gets the connection, but surely Team Heretics are far enough away from this to not have to worry, but that's got a little bit close to the wire. You cannot deny it.
But there were 15-0 up and it ended within 2 stars. That's just 1 kill, and the blue star was on the side of Reply Totem as well. Definitely getting a bit sketchy towards the ends, but you kind of got to put that along with a bit of overconfidence, I think, as well, in terms of how many stars they had. They were going over aggressive at certain points, but honestly, at that point, who can blame them? They were comfortable in that right-hand corner at the end anyway. Blue star goes their way yet again, but this time, a slow from the Hank and a kill from the Bell results in them having the star lead.
If they won that game, I just felt like that would just be so damaging to the mental of Team Heretics, but a close shave, the one that they were able to stay standing off the back of, and now a possibility of a potential set if they can just get this right. But again, they've got to break this spawn side though, and it was a much better start for Reply Totem in that regard, and I feel like that's going to be hopefully something which they can utilize if they get Gene Pool to extend that lead even more. So now that Zara is marked up and they're really valuing him as a serious threat, of which he is, we might see a different kind of style of game play itself out.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Lenane with this hypercharge ready to roll here as well. If he just gives that to Zara and he goes in, even when he's marked up, he's going to be resurrected. Here we go now. Oh, he just about gets it off. Now he comes in, not in the best of positions though. Angel Boy goes for it, pull there available. Lenane not taken out just yet. Bell so low as well, just pinching in, and 2 of them pop. 8-5 as Angel Boy gets a refrag. Lenane low here as well, just ticks a heal up in time to survive that bubble. And now they're in the lead once more.
Yeah, didn't want to use the hypercharge or the super, wanted to reserve that utility, but you know, it might have been worth it. They would have needed just the 1-star takedown if they had. Good stone to Zar. Zar goes in with the hot dog. He will come back. Lenan there with the aggression does finalize the kill up to Angel Boy. 11 stars now to 7, but Maru stunned up. And the right-hand side, Zar clears up house as well. 16 now for Heretics. Going back to the spawn with all the goods.
Yeah, I mean, this is a similar situation to the last game with a vast lead. Less than last time, though, and this time it's much more within reach. Here we go. Bubble comes in. It's going to miss. This is slow, I think, along with it as well. Pull's available, though, and Vengeful Spirits comes out. Makes a connection with Zar, but Lenane's just going to top off that healing. Pull hits on Chaos. Lenane going forwards, has the hot dog, though, and therefore should not die, but both of them looking quite low. Lenane goes down, but it hits 20 first. And Heretics, some signs of life return as they manage to bag their first set.
Yeah, much better showing, wasn't it, for Heretics there? I feel like Reply Totem, although they got some good value with the Hank, they could have stole that Lumi off of Heretics there, and I feel like that may have been a mistake in the draft, but nonetheless, a very close affair, especially that first match. Oh my word, that could have been one of the best moments of the year if that had been the turnaround.
That's more like it. Like the Heretics we usually know. Totem still had a strong performance, almost turned around the first game, but in the end, I feel like the comp of Heretics also just worked out a tiny bit better. As mentioned, both of those teams usually shine with those tank picks, the Assassins. And maybe the ball wasn't it. Lumi, a tiny bit stronger in the current meta overall, and with the dog and the curl, they had the aggression they wanted on the side of Heretics. On the side of Totem, we didn't have too much to back the Hank up. Yes, he can get some heals from the Gene if Maori is following Angel Boy into the mid of the Team Heretics team, but then they just risk both getting taken down.
So close. It really was. I mean, even though it looked like Team Heretics back to full form, it looked like Reply Totem were resisting in that regard. I feel like, again, it's the battle of the drafting masterminds for me. You've got Sebas, you've got Guesty, and they're both just really inside each other's minds and working those cogs. One thing you can say for sure is it's the best showing we've seen from Reply Totem for a very long time. The Heretics, last month's monthly final winners, a lot on their shoulders now. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. You've got to maintain that composure. I mean, if they were to win and then lose in the quarterfinals, it's a big contrast. We've seen it happen a lot across this season.
Yeah, again, I mentioned it already coming into today's show, how surprising EMEA is. Our predictions last month already got thrown out of the window multiple times. And yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if that would be the case today again. Now, if Heretics would lose this one 3-1 though, it would bring up the question, was last month just a fluke? Is Totem just this much better this month? Or why did that happen, Trev?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think both teams here are just incredibly evenly matched. Like, Team Heretics took the first couple of sets and they just didn't look great. I won't lie, and Reply Totem looked wonderful. If you'd have asked me before that third set, I'd have said, there's no chance of a Team Heretics reverse sweep. But now I'm starting to feel like maybe after that one, seemed quite convincing, momentum back on their sides. Feeling a little bit more comfortable with my prediction again. I bet Ark leading into this one was feeling so good with his little 2-0 up, and now I'm sure he's doubting it as well because Heretics did look good.
If we're looking at the run they had so far through the year, Totem didn't qualify for February, then always stayed in the quarterfinals. Very similar story to Heretics, as they did qualify for February, not for March. April quarterfinal again, and then all of a sudden they win June. So we were hoping that this is the new reformed Heretics now with Zar, but let's see how they will do today. Further. Chaos again on Lumi with the stuns he showed us last set. I'm already scared for Totem here.
Hey Trev, I will not take that shade in front of me. Shade is banned. I will not be wearing any shades today if my predictions do come true. That's not me. I'm not that guy. We saw that yesterday.
I didn't say that. I just said you were feeling good about it, and I bet you were at 2-0 up. But now it seems to be slipping a bit.
It's just a bit of a bump in the road for me. It's one prediction. It's got to be a full sweep before I put my sunnies on. But certainly, as the draft comes in, we digress. The Charlie band here is probably my favourite of all the bands to see. I think it covers a great deal of ground here. The Willow and the Crow coming in. Good brawler picks for sure, but lacking the DPS, and there's one brawler which is not for Reply Totem. Buzz in a very disgusting place currently as well. So Lumi and Kaze, very aggressive brawlers for Team Heretics. Chance to finalize things off now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great composition in my eyes from Heretics here. The Lumi, Kaze, and Juju combination is really solid on a map like this. As you said, though, Buzz is in a decent position at the moment. The Crow, I do question a little bit about how good it's going to be. Don't think it's going to be bad by any means, but I think there's maybe better. And then Willow, one of the best throwers, and one of the throwers that can deal with the aggression a bit more than the rest as well.
Again, Team Heretics had such a great last set. Can they take it to a fifth and final? That is the question now, as Reply Totem's strength and that amazing start which they had is starting to dwindle. Now, again, this Buzz really could be a difference maker. Let's see if they can connect it as quickly as I'm saying it. Missed early gadget, not the greatest of starts, and should be easy pickings for Lenan here, but missing some shots though, and he does survive on. All the left-hand side with Maori, saved by both the throwing sides, but it's going to be down to Maru and Angel on the right-hand side, and Lenan and Zar to battle things out there, really.
Yeah, well, Maury should die here. The return of the Morning Stars will bring him low, and another one thrown out will kill him. Angel Boy slipping and sliding on this Lumi gadget will fall to Lenane's shots. And a good position at the moment for Team Heretics. Maru doesn't go down, but will be kept low. If Chaos can slide in some bush and get the range, he'll be in a good spot. Great hypercharge from Lenane, already having that as well. Choosing to go for the goal, might be able to slice through everybody here. Angel Boy low, sends it to the side, but that's just a waste of super as this ball's going in the goal no matter what.
Yeah, great from Heretics there. Really strong forms of aggression. Like I said, nowhere that the ball was going but in that goal, so Angel Boy's going to have to earn it back or use the gadget to try to, make that process slightly shorter. He goes down himself, Maori jumps in, it's down to Lenan and Chaos now, and Maori has got the mind control. That's the best defensive maneuvering, but he's going to be blinded now. The ball pushed through, the pass is there to Chaos, and he walks it in as quickly as that. Team Heretics really are back, burning steam.
1 minute 10 to score the 2 goals. Momentum definitely back on the Heretics side now, and especially after these games. I think Totem left their half of the map, which is really unfortunate for them, and in the position that we're in, 2-0 up, feeling good, going into that third set, probably expecting to win it. This must be hurting now.
Yeah, the longer this goes on, the worse it kind of gets and the more Reply Totem get inside their own heads. Let's see if they can start to bring things back to order. A dive from Mara is not going to do much because Chaos can just come out and land that shot, but he could just down himself. The trade is there. Zar's weak here. That poison could tickle him down as well, but stays alive just long enough to deter the idea of Maru and Angel Boy getting closer towards that goal. But it's the first time now Team Heretics on the defense. How will they fare?
Angel Boy absolutely slice and dice. The Gree is going to be coming down here as well. Super missed by Mori as well. So many blunders from Reply Totem in these sections. Now Hypercharge coming in. He'll go for Angel Boy as well. Might be able to get in with a bit of help. He will. The Lumi gets it. But nobody going for ball. Just choosing to play for a bit of control. And honestly, who can blame them at this point?
Yeah, Zar low, but healing up now. Chaos, again, additional range on that right-hand side. He'll be going such a long way, and Lenan is just getting the brawlers of which he wants to play. He really is, causing a big problem now in this Kaze pick. Angel Boy pops the hypercharge. It's going to be dangerous, but he needs to hit the ball! Taken care of. Team Heretics saw it coming, and the stun from Zara is down to Maru. He's going to come out into a world of hurt. Now it's down to Maru for this goal. He gets the shots off, does defend it nicely there, but Reply Totem are really floundering and trying to keep themselves together. A chance here, but Maru's too weak. They can't push this ball in any closer. It's back down to getting that mid control before they can do anything more.
Super's there for Linane as well. Should be able to get Angel Boy and does. Willow over the right hand side, having that mind control, but hasn't really connected one yet, or at least the influential one. And a hypercharge ready for Linane. These back portions of the map. This is a scary thing for him to have. Goes for Maru here, who pops shield, but he, without a hypercharge, missed super. He just sent the ball straight back into Linane. Big waste of utility there from Maru. And Heretics are going to be very thankful of that. And there's the hypercharge from Zar, which will hit. And a Grigri might help him push this one in. Mind control's there, and just gets that away. Mori with ball in hand. Not a good position on the map for Reply Totem, though.
Ooh, Angel Boy almost got a double there, but does go down now. They're still not out of the woods by a long shot. Zar is going to be there for Chaos, and Lenan goes in for the jugular. It's going to be Team Heretics yet again. A goal in the final 15 seconds. Reply Totem have got to go right now. They've got 10 seconds to get this goal.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Ice just in front of the ball as well. Angel Boy relying on his teammates to get it to him, but even he won't survive. 5 seconds on the clock, and the ball is in the corner. Heretics breezing through the fourth set, making it 2-2, heading on into the fifth.
It's getting scary. It's getting really scary. Reply Totem, they have the highest scrim win rate this month at 61%. But again, that doesn't mean much when you're looking down the barrel of a fifth and final set. Composure that is needed. They have struggled as far as composure is concerned this season. On the other side of things, Team Heretics came out the other side smelling of roses last month. They've been through their revenge arc. Now Reply Totem have got to prove that they are worthy of doing the same.
You're saying the thing. Heretics had the same exact run Totem did until last month. Now it should be the time for Totem to do the same, to follow into their footsteps and win it all today. But with the goal in the final 15 seconds in that second game, Heretics is now firmly back in the driver's seat. And no surprises here. Give Kaze or any tank at that to Lenan. He's going to be the guy with the most kills across the board, Trev.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game when you let Team Heretics pick up a composition like this, like Lumi and Kaze on the same team. I think that's a draft you're expecting to lose. I'm not sure how they let these kind of things slip. Juju, a good brawler, a good thrower here as well. Was expecting a little bit more out of Reply Totem, to be honest with you. I'm still very confused about the Crow pick. Not sure that was actually going for. And to be fair, he did waste a hypercharge and a super, just passing the ball back to one of the Team Heretics members. So that was a big utility loss there. And that could have gone very differently if he didn't waste it.
I don't know if they got a little shaky after they lost that previous set. They are trying to prevent a reverse sweep, and now they're fully in it. We are pushing all the way to set number 5. Crow pick could have worked out if they played it a tiny bit better. Willow as well, one of the best brawlers to have in your hands to keep your opponents from scoring, but that super went missing a couple of times, sadly, right in front of the goal. So not the cleanest of runs from Totem, but they did have it in set number 1 and 2. So I hope they can recall how they felt after those 2 sets and continue like it in set 5 now.
It's going to be a real testament to them and how they come together now as a team. It's been a very, very tough season for them so far. But now they've got to dig deeper than ever. But both of these two sides know with the drafters that they've got how important it is to get just one right. It can be so valuable, and if you get one wrong, you're just going home at the first hurdle. I feel like for me, a lot of this comes down to the Lumi. It's been a problem for Reply Totem in the sense that they've lost, they've left it open, and it's drafted at a time that's after their first hand. They've had every opportunity to pick it up for themselves, but they're not doing so. And again, you know, Lenan and now Zar on the squad are able to fulfill each other's roles. It's really quite a scary prospect. You know that things are looking scary when Zar is playing Carl instead of Lenar. So it really is a roster reformed in the best possible way. I love the mechanics of this new squad now for Heretics. It's really looking great.
Yeah, it's a scary thing, this Heretics roster. First couple of sets, they didn't look like themselves. Over the past couple, they definitely have, and Reply Totem now backs against the wall. Well, I suppose both backs against the wall, but Team Heretics are a bit more used to it after being 2 sets backs against the wall. Get the Draco as the first on open business is a great brawler to have. That is scary stuff. Lou, Hank, and Barley going to be coming in as the bans for Team Heretics. Reply Totem on the flip side, get the Lumi, Hank, and Kaze out the way, which you can't blame them for after the last game with the Lumi and Kaze.
Whenever I see a hot zone map, I think Draco. I think anything that can put out some ice for the area control. So the bans Lou and Lumi make a lot of sense to me. Charlie's left open here. She is the most picked brawler in EMEA right now, so it makes a lot of sense to pick her up here as well as into the Draco. Not a bad shout here, a good tank counter. Reply Totem, I would really feel for them if they lost this here. I think getting reverse swept is probably the worst loss you can tank, Mark.
Yeah, definitely a tough spot, for sure. I like the Charlie as an idea to have into the Draco and the Meg as well. It's an underrated pick. Ali's available, but I don't think we're going to see it. I just don't see it as being the map. I think it's worth just mentioning as it has escaped the bans, but I think for the reason that it's probably not worth considering, in my opinion, on this map. Certainly some throwers would be quite nice, or certainly some heals. The Berry, I think, is the best shout to really combine with this Draco on the left-hand side. It's a bit of a scary prospect because this map could be very much open with a Griff that we saw so much in East Asia, yet it's escaped so frequently here today. It's kind of a weird thing to see. Bo, again, not the flashiest, but I really do quite like it. I'm really warming to this kind of brawler for me, so I don't necessarily think it's a bad brawler pick by any means, but does it cater towards Team Heretics playstyle? Is it that aggressive? It's more control based. Probably going to be chaos, I imagine, on that particular brawler for that reason, but the mines, hypercharged up, they certainly do slow the advance.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got mines on mines, it's kind of like you're going to have 8 things just sitting there doing a lot of stalling when it comes to that zone. So it's nice to have, as you say, though, I wouldn't have expected this team to go this brawler, and then they get the alley as well, which is disgraceful on this map. We saw it being played out yesterday in East Asia. Obviously, when you get a few breaks, it starts to struggle when it can't leap over walls using the grass and stuff, so they might go for the grey or something like the Griff, sorry, to get rid of these walls, and then it wouldn't be bad for the Charlie or the Meg either in this matchup. So we'll see if that's what they do choose to go for, but early game, Draco and Ali has got to be destroying them. Oof.
Oof. Oof. Ooh. It's a hypercharge that it's a hypercharge that I feel like it's really put into a put last at the moment. Bonnie's shiny, and certainly Draco is the shiniest, but Shades is very strong, and for a final pick to come through, it's certainly not one that I kind of saw coming or really kind of saw Reply Totem experimenting in their scrims with. I think for that reason, it makes me either confident because they've got it in the back pocket, not even going to bother playing because they know how good they are with it, or a bit of a reactive pick and not too certain, but just kind of like a bit of a panic pick almost. I think though, if the bow doesn't break, it could be really good here for Reply Totem, but Zar has got to cycle and try to get these walls down as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad start from either team here. 2v2, Lane in the back line's not the most healthy. Chaos will use a very early gadget there as well, and Angel Boy still comes out on top. 25% to the 9 now, and another super being used, keeping Zara at bay, but actually gets the kill there even when he's in super. All the hypercharge swing will clean up. The mine's doing some good work, and Lane swoops in for a kill, but still at a big deficit in terms of percentage.
Mine's going to be popped here. Angel Boy gets some nice value there, but Chaos stays standing as well and going to have the super now once he's healed up, and can probably pop it now even if he wants to get the additional heals off the back of it. Waiting for his teammates. Mario, of course, has got the cocoon. He cannot go straight into that and chooses to focus his attention more to the north. Manan is a pest. He really is going into this Meg in a nice way as Reply Totem now lose their lead. Team Heretics bring back the deficit. We're all tied up.
Yeah, mine's still lurking there. Chaos over the left-hand side has Hypercharge now as well. Cocooned in the back lines with the Hypercharge as well. Chaos going in, has the 1 HP thanks to the gadget. Gets a kill. Almost even now, and Linane going in, and I think mine just cleaned up Mori on the left-hand side. Unfortunate there for the Reply Totem side, as they've just lost all control. And now Zar coming back up again, can't be too far off another set, and gets them down.
Angel Boy needs super. He's got the hypercharge. He's actually going to pop it prematurely as a risky play for sure. Getting nothing from it now as a result. And now Heretics can approach 90%. It's quite a hard thing to see. You needed to get that just the right time. And it was almost like a bait there from Heretics. They knew about it. They stayed back and they got the job done. Match point now. And Reply Totem's dreams of making the semis for the first time this year are really quite dwindling.
Yeah, 2 sets up to now have match point against you is going to be a difficult pill to swallow, and Heretics looking a lot better here as well. Nothing to kind of get those walls down, get the grass down, which is allowing the alley to just run riot in their backlines, and the same with the Draco as well. Too many walls, too much grass, and they just can't deal with it.
Wow. Now for the Reply Totem, you've got to consider how long it's been since they've been getting a game on the board. It's just been downhill so quickly. After their start, it was looking so good with a 2-0 start. You know, now it's looking so bleak, but it's not over yet. They are now approaching that 19% mark to equalize Team Heretics. This positioning is strong. Angel Boy goes on the right-hand side, gets some good continuation taps into Chaos, who actually wastes super there as well, I believe, so that could be helpful. Let's see on this left-hand side whether Mari can clear up things for Lenan, who's juking around this wonderfully well. It's just so slimy, they just can't take care of him.
Yeah, too much speed, and Chaos is back in the mix now as well. Angel Boy choosing to just leave these 2 tanks and assassins up top and go for the bow, who's trying to support them. He does get the kill back there as well. Hypercharge, I think, was maybe wasted by Maru there as the Cocoon came through before. Mine's on top of Chaos now as well. Going to use the gadget, try get it off, but can't get the super in time. Bow's still there, getting absolutely obliterated by Zara, and I like this change of game plan from Totem.
Duke the Mines as well. The Nun goes down. This is much better. And now the Hypercharge of the Shade. Oh! I was going to say goes to town. Like Chaos stopped me in my tracks and gets it done as his now is really aggressing. Maru stays behind the wall. Does he want to go out? But now does so too prematurely. Goes down immediately. And Angel Boy can't 1v3 this. The best he can do is try to get some utility for the respawn as it might be the final push the Reply Totem have.
Oh, this is rough. This is going to be a tough break with the 2 tanks behind the walls and Bo just going absolutely crazy. He wants a super now, and he's got the Hypercharge along with it. There he goes. Bo Mine's popped them, and he's going to go down. Super's there, but the Cocoon as well onto the top of the Draco. He's going to come back out still quite healthy, but he does go down. Reply Totem trying to get the work done. Linane going in, but Reply Totem will hold and get to 100 as we head to double match point.
Signs of life. The Reply Totem pulse confirmed is beating, but can they bring this back to win it after losing so many consecutive sets? That was the goal that they had to have. It is a bit late in this set. There's no denying that. It would be much better to have that as the first game, but it is match point, and the June monthly final victors could be going down here if Reply Totem can repeat that success.
Rough start for Angel Boy and Totem in general as Linane does stay alive. Mine's going to hit Marrow, and this is a very tough start. They've got some percentage though. They've got a bit of buffer zone, but the Hypercharge already for Zar. Mine's down in the middle in that amount of time is absolutely crazy.
It really is great. Fantastic stuff. Mary pops 2, but he's just landing so many shots, allowing Lenan to come in and finish the job. Angel Boy gets 1. Might find Chaos here as well, but missed the shot when the other player gets it now, and is clearing house for Reply Totem. The mines are all gone, bar that 1 on the left-hand side, and a Hypercharge there as well. And the Charlie could do wonders for Maori if he gets it at just the right time. Chaos going into Dragon Form now. It could be the option, but the stun is there. He pops Hypercharge. Oh, he stays alive, but at what cost? Disastrous mistakes for Reply Totem at just the wrong time.
I mean, mine's left, right, and centre. Mori goes for a super there as well. The name coming in should be able to clean up Angel Boy here, who gets in the wall, and nobody's pinching. He's so low. Chaos popping a Hypercharge as well coming in. They have got quite the deficit to come back from, though. But Linane cleans up the right, and the other 2 members of Heretics push Totem out of the zone. But through comes Meg, trying to get aggressive. Linane stealthing forwards, but Angel Boy predicts him perfectly.
Maori needs to lock in. We need to see a Cocoon here for him. He wasted the Hypercharge, he wasted the super, but now is the chance we can get Chaos here. It will do wonders as the Reply Totem will approach 80% now. Chaos stays alive. Lenan on the right-hand side. There's a lot of work to be done. There's the Cocoon for Maori. He's on as well, gets down as well. It's looking fantastic as they approach 90%. Angel Boy coming in.
They don't even look happy, they just look relieved at this point, getting out of the quarterfinals finally, and probably against one of their toughest opponents yet. Massive, massive stuff for Reply Totem, a much needed victory in terms of this month and the overall leaderboards. They're going to be so pleased with that, and on to the semis for them next.
Forza Totem. Now I can finally tip my fedora to them. They did it! They made it into the semi-finals. Beautiful. Yeah, I'm very proud of you guys. Finally made it into the semis, and with a banger match. Heretics almost reverse sweeped here. I would have felt for Totem so much, because as mentioned, I think the worst way to lose is to a reverse sweep.
I love that. I tip my hat to the production on the fly. Masterful graphics. I mean, really looking at some top tier behind the scenes work here today. I mean, we didn't know about that.
I wish I had a fedora to tip my fedora. I need a fedora to tip my fedora to the tip of the fedora. That's what I need. Incredible stuff.
Fedora inception.
I think it just also really suit me well. So I think I should keep it on for the rest of the show, or get a real one maybe. But yeah, Ark also. I tipped my fedora to you as well. You got the predictions right. You knew something we didn't, obviously.
I didn't. I wouldn't put any shades on. I never had any prepared for it. I just felt like it was a long time coming for Reply Totem. You know, I felt like they had, of course, a great addition to the roster now with Guesty helping out on the drafts, who works so harmoniously with Angel Boy, and just happy for the boys. You know, I felt like they've had a really tough season, and now they can just at least have a good celebration of making the semis. As Trav said, coming in, they had to get this win. Their LCQ prospects really did depend on it, and it was a huge win at that.
I mean, look at this bracket as well, now shaping up a bit more. We got SK Gaming versus Novo Esports in the first semi-final. Reply Totem advance over Team Heretics, who is just really going to pack in that mid-portion of the leaderboard, or the top portion, I should say, going for those world final spots with them dropping out so early. But up next, we do have that Humble versus Inner Circle game, another absolute banger that kind of both of these teams must win, because they're both on the brink of the world final spots, so need to get this win for both sides. And if Humble don't qualify and then drop out early, that is a very disappointing couple months for them.
Don't jinx it.
Too late, guys, too late.
Oh, no.
They also didn't want us to vote for them, but you can still get your votings in as well in event.brawlstars.com. Ark, the fact that you don't have any Sunnies, I'm sure you can lend those from Ready. His might be a little bit too tiny on you, though. They're so small. But yeah, okay, that's all you wanted to say.
Just want to say yeah. Yeah.
Humble and Inner Circle are gonna close the quarterfinals out. I'm super excited for that one, since Inner Circle had some great showings as well. Made second in March. After that, a little bit shaky. And Humble on the other side won every single LAN there was in the recent times. The Brawl Cup, the Valencia LAN as well, and World Finals obviously last year. So you would think that they would at least qualify for everything a monthly final, but they didn't. So let's see how they will do today. We're gonna figure it out after the break. Quarterfinal number 3 out of the way as well. Just one more to go. I'm almost sad, honestly. But after that, we also have the semi-finals action, and we're gonna find out who is making it all the way to the grand finals. I'm also super happy that we get Ready back. We're still crying for Ark, but he's gonna be back in a second. Ready, you watched that match. It was long enough. You got a long break, almost a reverse sweep, but they made it in the end. Reply Totem finally in the semi-finals. Who was your MVP?
Had to be Angel Boy. This guy's been stealing all the attention for years. He's the playmaker for the team. It's just the reply totem formula. They got that strong foundation of Maori and Maru, and they bring in a player to pop off. But he was, more of a slow burn. Kind of took them a while to work their way up to this point, but I'm here for the story. Even if it's against my prediction, I'm so glad that they finally made a semi.
We have a very interesting match coming up next. Humble versus Inner Circle. Humble is back, and they got their revenge already by beating Novo in the monthly qualifiers 3-0. Novo was the team that knocked them out of the qualifier last month. They did not play in the monthly finals despite being the current world champion, being the Brawl Cup champion, and they're sitting in that 5th slot, still in the World Finals slot, the slot that they won at the Brawl Cup, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, they can be pretty pleased that they've added to the pot on that one. I think if they end up being around here, but it was very disappointing not to see them in the last monthly final when they've pretty much been a consistent part of Brawl Esports for a long period of time, especially after just winning Brawl Cup too. Demons on that, Mortals online. Sadly, I think that's just the case with every team in the qualifiers. It's so difficult to get through them, but yeah, Luki, Semantic, and Boss absolutely crazy when it comes to LAN, but online don't tend to get too many wins.
Let's see if they're going to be that tame doggo today as well, or if they're finally going to bring in the wolf also for this online performance. First up is going to be Inner Circle. They need to beat them to make it out of the quarterfinals. Let's see what they have to say about them.
I think it's a bit of winning. Chad, what do you think? Jokes aside, of course, cool guys of them. Glad they're back as well. Definitely performing way better than last on the final. They're back as well. We're going to face them in the quarterfinals, so good luck whoever's going to win. I don't know. Strong team. I have respect to every single EMEA team, honestly, including them. Like, everyone is just super high level.
Humble is motivated as always, and they brought in some luck as well. Monthly final day. Let's hope my lucky socks work today. Good luck to everyone, says Semantic over on Twitter. And if those bring the same energy they had in Valencia, Humble might just walk all over the competition in their socks. Pun intended, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the case. Honestly, I'm loving Twitter today. I've seen quite a few Brawl Stars people's feet. I've seen Spen's feet, Semantic's feet. It's non-stop. I'm loving it. I'm just like spamming likes on those tweets. So yeah, hopefully the lucky socks pull. Don't look at me like that, Sonny. Don't look at me like that. Hopefully the socks pull through for him though, because yeah, he's clearly got some lucky socks. If they manage to work in Valencia, I'm sure they'll work here too.
The Brawl Cup sucks as well. On the other side, we have Inner Circle. They're very competitive, consistently qualified, almost made it to every single month, but they're not showing us the best of performances always ready.
I think also, even this month's qualifiers, they had the chance to impress us with a victory over Team Heretics, but they fell just short in that upper bracket. They took a 2-3 loss to them. So here's the plan. First step, beat Humble. Second up, steal their world final spot. If they manage to beat Humble here, they would close that 10-point gap, and they would be able to ascend to that 5th world final slot. I imagine the question marks represent Rama chirping people on Twitter, stirring up some controversy. And just look at that face. There's no way he's up to any good.
It's actually a meme ready. Step 1, step 2, step 3, whatever. Step 4, profit. So let's see if they can profit today, if they can make it to the semis or even the grand finals in the end. I do think they need to make it into grand finals to even still have the chance to clinch that world final slot. They are still sitting in an LCQ spot, so we could be fortunate enough to see them in both LCQ and World Finals if they don't beat Humble today. So let's see what's going to happen. Otherwise, it would be Humble facing against the rest of the world once again in an LCQ, which I would feel sorry for the others, honestly. It's a LAN again, so surely Humble would qualify through LCQ. Well, we're heading straight into the action here. Quarterfinal number 4 is on the way. And yeah, all that's left is also our predictions and the predictions of the people at home ready.
Womp womp. Okay, bad news for Inner Circle. You only get 8%, and you get 0% of us up here on the desk. Can you really argue against the results that Humble has mustered over the last several months, over their LAN victories? I don't really think that the online diff is going to be like that much of a disparity. I'm still curious to see what Inner Circle have to offer here, because if you ask me, this is the one match that they prepared for today.
We're on double swoosh now, a map we haven't seen today so far. Very closed map, many bushes, so of course Ellie's gonna be banned out. We've seen some Terra and Ems action on this map yesterday. Not at the top of the pack in terms of meta, but still very good brawlers on this map specifically. I'd say Crow's in the same boat there. We saw him only once today, did not work out, but I feel like this is gonna be a map where he can work thanks to his scouting capabilities.
Yeah, well, Chester's going to roll on in. I will say as well, Reddy, you've taken a serious risk womping in a circle. Mate, Rama is going to be after you on Twitter, I think,
Those
after this.
thumbs are traveling at light speed.
Be very careful about it. You know when he's rewatched it because he'll be coming after you on Twitter.
Oh, no.
But, yeah, careful. But Chester, I like that as a first pick. Going to be pretty versatile, decent against the majority of lanes, decent against some of that aggression. So you can't blame Humble for bringing this one in, really. Very solid brawler, in my opinion. It seems to have dropped off a little. When it first got that hypercharge, it was ridiculous, but it did take quite a heavy nerf, like just after release, so not surprised it did fall off a little bit. But Lily's another one. The hypercharge doing a lot of work for her. Great brawler at the moment and kind of goes along with the Humble aggression.
In terms of the hypercharges from both of these brawlers, like Chester's hypercharge, just as busted as it was on release, it just doesn't charge as fast. So you're probably getting like 1, maybe 2 in a game. It's a great defensive selection if Inner Circle want to ramp up the aggression over here. And in terms of this Lily, hypercharge is not just worthy of discussion, it is the discussion. Because that thing travels so darn fast that it's basically impossible to dodge, and it's going to be headed straight towards the jugular vein of your gem carrier. So tread with caution and make sure that your team comms are 110% online so you know where that Lily is. However, Rosa should be able to win this matchup versus a Lily. You know, if it's just 1 versus 1, which I would say is quite unlikely. They're going to look to rotate away this Lily from the Rosa whenever they can. So it's going to be also a battle of team comms as much as it is a battle of these last couple of selections.
Well, talking about last couple of sections, Jay Young is going to come in as their final. Going to provide some to 0.
Great, and they've got the control knob already with 5 gems and counting forward. There's the wall break that you mentioned from Boss, and that's going to keep them a little bit safer from Rosa. Mebius is waiting for the optimal position, perhaps for Boss to advance forward. No, retargeting on the right side. He just needs to stay on top of this Lily. And you can see just how desperately Humble are trying to get this Lily into position. You wouldn't usually use the gadget before going in. Here comes Mebius looking for the 2-piece. Exploded by Boss? Did he not know that Boss was there? He was only at 9 HP. And Rama gets the close range takedown versus Semantic. Just 2 gems to go. The next one's going to spawn on the side of Humble, so Inner Circle can just play for the tempo. Let this one go to Humble and stay alive. But they need to stay cautious around Semantic's hypercharge.
Yeah, Humble really aren't getting a look in here. Semantic goes forward, hypercharge there as well, but can't even win it in the realm knob. Looking going to try and get some shots in on Lucian. Does decent amount of damage to him, keeps him low, and Mebius flanking around the right-hand side. Boss gets the gem, but that's the gem that they need, so Semantic might need to grab it to prevent the side of Inner Circle starting this count. Next one should be dropping out shortly, and that's the 10th that Nob needs, and the slows there from Mebius out of spawn.
Nob is playing with some real guts around this right side. Not only did he scout out Semantic in the right side twice, ended up taking the close range matchup versus him. Second Rosa hypercharge. The game picks up a 2-piece for Inner Circle, and they have seriously steamrolled through Humble here. They got a strong start, 5-0 gems, and there was really no entry point for the Lily. They kept Rosa on her 100% of the time. They had excellent team comms and just general strong Brawl IQ in terms of that Lily's desired positioning.
Yeah, I mean, once the Rosa got going, you couldn't really stop it, right? It was just cycling super after super after super, and even when the Pearl got supers off, you know, she was shielded. Not really going to do too much damage. Semantic straight for the gem carrier early on, though, but will be taken down, should be taken down, will eventually, and Nob will fall as well, which gives Lukey the gems this time. Rama not burning down just yet, but eventually Humble will get the pinch and the kill onto her. Nice stuff here. Much better start from Humble, and it was a much needed better start too.
No doubt. They're going to place Lukey on this left lane versus Mebius as well. That's the shot that he needed. Semantic also in with the super, cycling things out. On the right side, Rama in close range versus Boss. Dodges the super from Boss, takes to the sky to pick up the kill and survives just hanging by a thread. There's a kill for Mebius. It's a matchup he's supposed to win as the Rosa, but he's going to get poisoned down to 0. Nob trying to avenge that death, perhaps pick up a couple of gems, but it's not possible. It would be too much of a risk. So far, Humble, they have the tempo, they have a strong gem lead, and they've already gotten a hypercharge on Semantic.
Semantic now, hypercharge in hand. Not going to use it to try and take down Mebius. Wants to wait for a better opportunity to try and win the game single-handedly, but Boss is slowed as well as Lukey by the Rosa here. Now the hypercharge comes through and Rama will survive it again. Everybody he uses his supers on are just firming them and moving forwards. But 2 gems lay on the Humble side. Lukey not choosing to go for them yet. Semantic waiting for the opportune moment to use this super, but can't find it just yet.
He's picking up a few gems. Just one more would do it. Gonna put Mebius in the Shadow Realm and claim the kill. But he cannot stay over there. No, he would get one shot by Nob. So it's really just a kill on Rosa. Far from the best use of a Rosa hypercharge. Now he's gonna have to stare down the barrel of 2 hypercharges at once. Rama on the right side and then Mebius coming in on the left. Semantic opting to vanish and play aggressive. Okay, Mebius is not going to escape. Semantic tried to take advantage of the void of offensive pressure. He's looking for the super, trying to get Nob. There's the kill. But he doesn't have the super to vanish away. Chains 2! Oh my goodness! 11 gems headed straight to the Humble spawn and a countdown. Counting down from 10. Inner Circle looking for whatever they can, but all they've got is a Rosa super and nothing else. No tempo, no speed, just a win going to the side of Humble.
He'll just go into the realm as well. Really nice stuff there. A night and day difference for Semantic especially, but for Humble as well. First game, he wasn't able to get anything going, but second, chaining those supers, getting the job done, and a really, really nice showing there from Humble. Not bad by any means from Inner Circle. You know, they could have quite easily just stayed in the mid, picked up the gems, but Semantic just absolutely showing his worth.
Semantic chaining those 2 supers together, it almost feels like it shouldn't have happened. I mean, previously when he's throwing out these hypercharges, and even that really isn't even enough. I mean, sheesh, he barely eked out a victory versus Rosa on the left lane. It just feels like it shouldn't have happened. But that's what is going to occur when Rosa isn't there to provide the proper defense. Semantic's going to look for that kill, and this is honestly fine. Seeing as how powerful that Lily hypercharge is, it's okay for him to exchange a super for a bit more hypercharge.
Well, Boss getting jumped away from. Lukey gets a bit of burn down damage on Mebius, which will reveal his position in the bush nicely. The slow comes in though, and now Semantic going forwards, trying to get the kill, and does. Might be able to get away as well. Not enough speed from Mebius, and he's just going to finally get that gadget, pop it, and run away. Not the man you want the gems on, but they are on 8, so might not need to hold them for too long.
Especially when Inner Circle have 0 gems. They can trade out positioning here. They just need to be cautious of the positioning of Mebius, because if he gets a hypercharge, or even really a regular super, it's bad business. It's almost like Semantic can't do anything to it. Oh, here comes the hypercharge in, but when he comes out, he's going to be around top of Mebius, but the vanish is here. Mebius pops off a hypercharge in a super, but it can't do anything. 10 seconds to go. Inner Circle looking for their entry point. All they've got is Rama's hypercharge. He better make it count. Semantic doesn't have a vanish. That's going to be a lot of damage. They interrupt the countdown. Nob left alone, but the Weekend Warriors active. Couldn't find that last shot to take down Lukey or Boss, and the countdown's active for Humble once more.
Yeah, well, it's a reset, and the gems are split once again. Jump comes in once more from Rama, but doesn't really manage to get it done. Low, though. Nob trying to power on forwards, gets the shots through. The piercing damage is there. And once again, another reset. Seems inevitable at this point for Inner Circle. They've got the positioning, but can they power through this Humble defense?
Semantic's going to be sneaky. Vanish out, looking for the kill on Mebius. Can't quite get it. Mebius is only barely alive. Bound to fall. Now Lukey on the left side also taken down. Yet another countdown interruption. Meanwhile, Inner Circle have been earning some gems of their own, but they're going to need to get at least a couple more interruptions for this to be anything meaningful. Nebius is also playing for this Hypercharge. Going to be mutually assured destruction on the left side. Hypercharge activated for Boss to get a little bit more damage. In comes Rama, but it's a lost cause. Nob is the only one that would be able to take down Boss, and he's just got too much HP. That set 1 headed to Humble, but judge these expressions right here and note, this was not a comfortable victory.
Yeah, not by any means at all. Was that 3 or 4 resets at the end of the game there? Could have been a turnaround in any other game. That was absolutely crazy. Great gameplay from both teams. Inner Circle not playing bad by any means, taking the first game really comfortably, but then Humble just started playing a bit better, kind of sunk into their seats, got going, and from there it was not all them, but they were the dominant team.
I'm still railing from the finish, back and forth really, huge turnaround for Humble after game number 1 though. They managed to take the set in at the end. Maybe they just needed that first game to wake up, and now they're here and strong as ever. I really liked both of the comps. On the side of Humble, we had a lot of control with the Pearl and Chester, a lot of DPS as well, and then huge comeback potential through the Lily that Symantec did struggle with a little bit in game number 1. Inner Circle did a phenomenal job at just keeping him at bay with the Rosa, but in game 2 and 3, things turned around very quickly. Inner Circle was able to cycle the Crow ults to get those resets in from the countdown, but still wasn't enough in the end. Humble takes this first set after a little bit of a sloppy game 1 ready.
I love the development over the course of the set as well. You could see Symantec struggling really, really hard. And then when you look at those stats, you realize, okay, even though we've centered the discussion around the Lily, she's not the main character over here. That's Boss getting 14 kills. So it was all about paving the way for Symantec to make the plays there, and I anticipate that could be a common theme as we begin to explore the upcoming sets. As far as what the team dynamic is like for Humble, who's going to be the playmaker, and who formed the foundation to make it happen.
It's always easier to talk about those flashy brawlers like the Rosa, like the Lily, but in the end, this time it came down to Humble having a better answer to the tank on the other side, with Chester and Pearl just more DPS at hand than the Crow and the Jaeyoung delivered for Inner Circle. Heading into set number 2 now, Inner Circle can still redeem themselves, can still even out here Lumi, Double Ben, RT Ben, and Bull on the side of Inner Circle, and then Barry and Cordelius on the side of Humble. I'm super excited to see what they're going to come up with here, as Pit Stop is also one of our newer maps in the map pool. Lily could be working out here as well, does usually need some backup through the Barry, for example, is not going to be an option anymore here. Miko is going to be the deviation to that plan, and we've seen it on Toxic Lotus at the Brawl Cup, and I'm mentioning that because this is the only time it also actually worked. So many teams try to copy it, but no one with the same kind of success that the Chinese team had.
Yeah, it's a rough one. It really is. Like, I'm not sure why they can't really repeat it either. I'm not saying by any means China are a bad team. Going into it, we might have thought they were, but coming out of it, absolutely incredible. But it's weird that nobody can really replicate the success that those guys had. We'll see if Inner Circle are able to do it here, but Humble are just going to come back with what they know, what they love, and it's the Lily. Symantec just played it. As you mentioned, we maybe saw him struggle a little bit in game 1, but as he kind of sunk in and really locked in, the next 2 games were phenomenal from him, so you can't really doubt him coming into this one, and a Shade will go along with it as well. A couple of aggressive brawlers here from Humble for Pit Stop, which is kind of the name of the game for this map.
I've been waiting to see the Shade. Love Shade's Hypercharge. It's so much damage, and it works out so well on Pit Stop. Just to also explain further this Miko selection, like why it's first pick, you can see that Inner Circle actually banned for it. They got rid of that RT, which is the #1 way to deal with Miko. It is also quite helpful that RT is so good here on Pit Stop. And if they knew that they wanted to pick Miko, then they can deny that pick to Humble, and they can keep that Miko a little bit safer at the same time. Hank will also be able to hit through the walls. That's useful when there are indestructibles protecting mid from the enemy safe, so you can shoot through there. But I feel like this is more of just a response to this Shade than anything else. They're looking for defensive options because they're putting all of their offensive chips on this Miko to win the game for them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't mind either of the sides' drafts so far. Both going very aggressive routes, and Inner Circle add to that once more with the Melody. She's going to try and beeline towards the safe. Miko and Melody is going to deal so much damage, but I'm sure Humble are going to have something to answer that, maybe play something a bit more defensive, or they'll just go all out. Charlie's still a great option to be able to stop these people in their tracks and cocoon them, slow them down, allow your team to get the kind of lead when it comes to that base race. So we'll see what Humble do choose to go, whether they just go all out and try play for the base race, which maybe seeming like they are, going with the Draco. Some more aggression, and this might be an exciting match to watch, or it might be the most boring Brawl Stars of all time.
Yeah, both sides completely ignore each other and make a beeline for the enemy safe. Sometimes happens here on Pit Stop. I'll tell you what, though, Humble are going to feel way more comfortable fully committing their brawlers to the enemy side. They have the potential to spawn trap with his shade as long as they're able to cycle those supers. Need to be cautious around that Hank. See, it's nice being able to, go through walls, but when your opponent's attack also can do damage through walls, that's a big hazard. See how these interactions play out. Lukey is immediately going for Rama. He's going to start feeling the heat from Nob. But Boss and Semantic are off to the races. We'll see what star power Boss is running. Yup, he went for the star power that marks the safe for more damage. And the base race is on. And there's a non-existent defense from both sides.
I mean, one side's voluntarily not defending, the other side's just not defending very well. But this is going to be very close, marked up still, the damage coming through. Who's going to win it? 700. Oh, it was Humble. Humble just get it done. 920 left on this side. And as I said, some of the most exciting gameplay or some of the most boring. And I'm honestly not sure which way it went.
Literally the same. I'm not sure really which way to call it. It's exciting from the perspective that we didn't really know who was going to get it. In the end, it came down to, 920 health? But at the same time, it's just, run at the enemy side simulator, and we'll just see who has the math in their favor. Looks like both sides were not very interested in taking those matchups once again. Lukey's going to be offered a chance at defense. Brahma's coming in with the aggression on the home front. On the enemy side, Inner Circle are doing their best to defend, with Nob going aggro onto Boss. But this is a winning matchup for Boss. He should win it. Nob barely ekes out the victory by 351 health, and an appropriate defense from Humble, with Lukey advancing forward, now with a hypercharge in hand.
Yeah, oh dear, this isn't looking too great for Inner Circle, is it really? Semantic's going to pick up another kill and send him straight back to spawn, get another shot, and the last bit has been cracked as well. Hypercharge coming in for Nob, speeding up and getting inside him to try and get most damage. Now the Hypercharge from Lukey, that should be able to kill Nob, and he doesn't even waste his super because he knows he's going down. Into the walls he goes. Now Mebius going aggressive, but there's a member defending. 19% left for Humble to get, and Inner Circle are on the defense.
Lukey's forward with the super. Rama can't touch him, but Nob can. He's going to get the kill. Still, the aggression is here from Semantic and Boss to eliminate this safe in a 2-0 set. Now that was domination. First game could have gone either way. Definitely flip-floppy. Look at the reactions from Humble as well. Not really any celebration, not much of a reaction, just locked in at the moment.
I mean, I'm not sure what there is to celebrate. They were just like shooting a safe. It's not like they didn't make any mechanical plays or anything. Walk in a straight line, shoot the safe, hope for the best, and Humble come out on top. Second game was definitely a bit more skillful. They played it a bit better. But yeah, I mean, that's just it. What can you even say about that? There's nothing really involved in it. It's just shoot the safe and hope for the best, I think.
I mean, who says the first one wasn't skillful? You still need to know when to push, and both of the teams just let the other team push, thinking they had more damage at times. It's very, very strategical. But yeah, Trev, I think you put it perfectly, even coming out of the draft already. This is either going to be the best Brawl Stars we've ever seen, or a little bit boring to watch. I think it was both. It was super exciting to have one of the fastest heist matches ever since the change with the 4-part heist save that we've ever seen. At the same time, again, strategically, I think it was interesting to watch.
Yeah. To a certain extent, I think it was interesting. Like the first one, 900 and something in it. Usually, if there's 900 and something HP in a heist game, I'd be loving it. I'd be living it up. I'd be screaming at the top of my lungs. But Yeah, it was just one of those things, isn't it? Like, they just let each other go to the safe and shot at it, respectively. So, like, I'm really hoping this third set's a bit better, and I'm hoping Inner Circle start to be able to drag this one back, because at the moment it's Humble running away with it, and that, I don't think that's really a momentum killer. The more momentum killer is a 2-0 down, rather than that set actually being so dominated by Humble. But we're heading on to Gold Arm Gulch and Knockout, so fingers crossed that this is a bit slower and a bit more calculated.
Bad Humble, bad Inner Circle. Trav is not pleased. Make a more interesting set happen before our eyes instantaneously.
We kept talking about how Humble is so strong on lands, not really on online tournaments. Looking at their monthly qualifier, though, they beat their opponents 18-0, winning 18 sets in a row, not dropping a single one to anyone. And it seems like they want to continue that also right now. It's still 2-0. Humble has not lost a single set in July already.
Looking pretty good so far. Let's see if they can keep up that tempo. And also, let's pick apart this draft just a little bit. Specifically, the bands of Inner Circle, because they have a bit more choice in what they can go for. For whatever reason, they decided that Bell is what they wanted more than anything else. They had the Angelo, but they're like, nah, let's actually ban it because we want Bell more. A bit curious. Also, the Charlie band, not something you see that often, because Charlie, she's usually not good enough to be worthy of a ban.
Tickets, please.
Yeah, well, Buster going to roll on in next for Humble then, and it's kind of... We've seen this kind of composition being played at least a little bit early on a different map. RT is going to come in. I do like the RT, I must say. It's just so versatile on this mode. The long range, the short range, whatever you need, he's got. Buster, just short range, but very good short range. The slow-mo replay, dragging people in, having a real good time on this map if you can catch people off guard with the hypercharge speed. So I'm sure that's exactly what we'll be looking for. Sit by his teammates, get his super, get his hypercharge, and then have a field day.
And I expect that Humble probably sensed that Inner Circle wanted a Buster, because why else would you pick that Bell so early? You're looking to make sure that your enemies don't stay so close together, because that's the way that Buster plays. So instead, Inner Circle had to think of something more creative. Is this like a Kit Daryl moment? Maybe they were thinking of something similar, like a Kit Buster. They do have that Daryl, so that's one part of the equation. They have a few different ways that they can go with this next selection. Of course, they're playing safer on that last one. Juju, now coming out from Inner Circle. That's one that has a bunch of different ways that you can play. You can also go invis, but really most important use of the gadget that everyone runs on Juju is that you have survivability. You can pop it, you get shield while you're standing on normal ground, and you just have supreme survivability. It should also be pretty good, the Gree, that is, at soaking up some damage against an aggressive enemy.
Yeah, really solid picks from Inner Circle here. I do like their draft a lot. Daryl can really bring that aggression and balances out in the early and kind of mid-game in terms of aggression. Bonnie going to come in, though, and that is a disgraceful brawler at the moment. The hypercharge made it so good. It was already making its breakthrough before that as well, with the rework allowing you to get straight back into that cannon and work on another super. So this is great from both teams. I like both of the compositions. I'm intrigued to see who's going to come out on top of this one. Humble only need one more, but Inner Circle need 3 in a row. Can they do what Heretics could not?
Ooh, and Heretics were only off by a single game. It would be interesting to see. Humble are looking to continue and expand their winning streak of sets as well. Not just to win the match, but also to look dominant. This is a curious strategy from Boss and Semantic to stay completely idle. I don't think that is intentional, but hopefully Luki is able to hold the line. Doesn't look like Inner Circle are catching on to it at all, since they even scouted things out at mid.
Yeah, little did they know they were still sitting back in spawn, but Boss just beelining towards them now. This doesn't look like his kind of movement. Semantic does seem to be back, at least. Oh, no, he doesn't. Phew. No, he really doesn't. Does he? I'm actually not sure, but Mark's coming in. I mean, I don't know what's going on here, but it seems like we're back to regular Brawl Stars play for the most part. We'll see what's going to happen with this as well. But Nob just shooting back at spawn as well, so not really sure what's going on here. Luki just trying to throw a few shots out, and there are some nest eggs laying in mid, so got to be a bit cautious about aggression.
I picture if you're inner circle, you got to be hitting yourself over like the bot boss moving over to the right side, and you dropped him to 90 HP. That's a round win condition, perhaps honorable for them to not go ahead and take that. Here comes a vertical jump from Semantic into the little Bonnie form, gets the kill, and now back into the cannon. He's got a hypercharge for the next round as well. It's just looking excellent. Lukey with the kill through the wall, and Semantic finishes the job on the right side. Popped a hypercharge because I'm not very sure why, but cool. If he wanted to throw it away, then that's his decision.
Maybe he's just got full faith that he's going to be able to get it back, but yeah, it did seem like a little bit of a waste, to be honest with you. Hypercharge on the other side for the bell as well, so should be able to pretty much get a guaranteed mark if he's smart about it. I imagine we're okay, so we're going to reset, see what's going to kind of go on after that. Obviously, we had some issues, as you saw, people standing in spawn. That affects people's positioning throughout the game. So even if they did come back, we're going to go and obviously go for a reset to make things incredibly fair and not allow any complaints from anybody. So it's a bit of a tough one here, really. Obviously, as we reset, we'll get round to it in a moment. But Humble do remain 2-0 up, but this just one set will be repeated. Honestly, it's probably a good job we did it that early, because I'm sure if they were playing all the way through and Inner Circle or Humble had won, they'd probably be complaining about it.
Yeah, no, that's very true, and despite the fact that Humble, they didn't concede any, brawler deaths there, you just gotta make sure that things are fair. And plus, it also gives us a bit of time to reflect on this draft just a little bit more, because it is going to be the same brawlers when we come back in. I want to talk about this Bell first selection, why Inner Circle opted to go for it first, what it could mean. I thought maybe it was to deter a Buster, and Humble went for it anyway. Could also just be one of the stronger selections into Bonnie, which they didn't want to face, and obviously that fell short. They wound up facing the Bonnie anyway. But it's good because you outrange the Bonnie, and you can mark her up, which means her health isn't as valuable.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I quite like the Bell. It's just a really versatile pick, right? So it maybe wouldn't be my first, but I do like it along the line. The mark, very good against tanks. The range, good against sharpshooters. So you're not only setting yourself up for success, but also the rest of your team as well with that mark and the bouncing ability as well. This is a map where I feel people do tend to stick together in the kind of like bottom left to top right side when you're playing. So the bounces do get some good value if you make those connections as well. But it does seem like most of the engagements are saved until late game, which is, kind of where that mark comes a bit more valuable. So we'll see if this Bell being a first pick is going to be worth their while, or if it just completely throws the set.
When we talk about late game, and that's where I expected some of the value of Daryl to come in. You saw him roll towards Bonnie, and it totally fell flat right on its face. The benefit of Daryl is that he's going to be charging his super for free, and he's also going to be charging his hypercharge for free, so you make it to the end of round 2, you make it to early round 3, you're going to be getting it. Semantic is showing us, yeah, here's the issue, in case anyone was not aware, but worry not, we're resolving it on the back end. Speaking more on this Daryl, though, I'm curious whether there's going to be a bit more discipline and choosing the target of the Daryl, since rolling onto the Bonnie, who's able to jump to the sky, not really the shrewdest decision.
Yeah, this is the thing. At times like these as well, it gives you a bit of time to reflect. If they are playing the same compositions, which I imagine they are, it gives you that time to kind of rethink what your initial game plan is. Because you're obviously getting about 10-20 seconds after you finish your draft to when you start. So not the most time to kind of really think about your game plan or your strategy. It usually kind of alters and differs depending on the further you get into the set, but with this time that they've been provided now, you expect, it doesn't even look like they're speaking, to be honest, but you'd expect teams of this caliber to use this time to strategize of what they're going to do throughout the set.
I think they're just used to the tempo of, hey, we finish up the draft and then we get into the game. There's not really that much to be said between now and then. Okay, some comms coming out. Thank you, Lukey, for sharing some comms with the team. Just waiting on these guys. But we can, further discuss what the strategy at hand is going to be. Buster was still selected into that Bell, and as long as he's nearby teammates, he is going to be charging super, and he's going to be getting a hypercharge as well. It's not something that we got the chance to see initially when we moved in there, and I'm curious how that's going to continue to interact with the Bell, because he does need to stay away, but he also needs to stay close to his teammates, and at the same time, he still needs to provide pressure all at the same time.
Yeah, well, it's we're gonna bring Sunny back in, give us a little bit more to chat about, because she probably knows more about the game than we do, to be honest with you at this point.
Yes,
so we'll reintroduce Sunny, and she'll talk a little bit about the draft of the Brawlers.
Hello, my name's Sunny. Nice to meet you too. Well,
hi, Sunny.
I'm not sure about know more about the game, and we are heading into the game back again. So I wish you great fun. I hope this one is the best Brawl Stars we've ever seen now, Trev.
Yeah, well, it was a short-lived Sunny appearance, but we always appreciate it nonetheless, and it doesn't seem like we're really going to be kind of on top of this issue just yet, unless we've just gone for a very explosive start of Brawl Stars, which is incredibly rare, I feel. They did seem to go down quite fast, so we'll kind of see what's going to happen here yet again and get the information to you guys as soon as possible. But until then, we'll play it out as normal with a very aggressive roll coming in from Nobby. He's just going to go forwards, and we're going to see the takedowns coming through. So that's going to be two rounds going straight to Humble. I didn't even see the first one activate, so I imagine that's kind of maybe... I don't know if they're just handing the game over, like it played out like that in the first one or not, but that did result in a game for Humble, so we'll see if that stands or not.
And it could be the case, because it did look like they continued to play the game, and so maybe it's just, yeah, they got game one, let the set play out, get into the next one, and see what the strategy from Inner Circle is. Juju, I feel like, is one that we missed a chance to totally dive into. It's a very tanky thrower compared against the others, because you pop that gadget, you got a shield, and then guess what, you pop a super, now you have a pretty tanky spawnable in front of you, and even it can have a shield, so it's a bit more safeguarding against that aggression that is usually used to counter a thrower.
Well, I think we'll have a bit more time this time to bring Sunny back in, so we'll actually attempt to get an opinion off her this time instead of just kind of bringing her back in and sending her back out as quick as that.
Well, actually, we're just trying to give Ark a bit more of a break after that 3-2 match. He really needs it. And Humble was sweeping too fast. It was a 2-0 so far. Yeah, let's see. 3-0 could be the outcome if Humble's comp work is out here. I do feel like with the Buster and Bonnie double pick, they try to evade what happened to Team Heretics before. If you have a Bonnie, the opponents have a Buster, you can never really put that hyper charge or even just super to good use. You can't really stun your opponents when there's a Buster on the team. So yeah, very clever draft here on the side of Humble. RT obviously also a very nifty pick overall. We've seen how strong he's been in recent times. And then on the other side with the Devil, but kind of tries to copy the aggression that Humble's comp brings, but I fear for Inner Circle here. They have to win this one to close it out. And for everybody watching here right now, you're waiting for the best Brawl Stars we can deliver to you, so it's worth it, trust me.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This is some of the best Brawl Stars you'll ever see. Honestly, it better be after this break, to be honest with you. Yep. And I kind of have to question as well if Inner Circle are going to benefit or be harmed by this. You know, it's definitely giving them a bit of time to get that mental reset in that's definitely going to be needed after being 2 sets down and being absolutely destroyed in that previous one. So, yeah, I think they probably needed a much required mental break, and maybe this is going to give them the downtime needed to start a bit of a comeback. But Humble do seem to be very, very strong, to be honest with you. So I kind of think this is going to be a 3-0, and looking at compositions as well, I do really like this Humble side, Ready.
I'm also liking the Humble side, and I really hope because you see, this is a chance for them to get a comeback, but one part of that comeback, whether it is or isn't, is already completed. That draft is already done, so there's a real potential that Inner Circle are just left here sitting for several minutes thinking like, dude, we're fried on this draft. It's entirely possible. Hopefully not the outcome, because I do want to see some good Brawl Stars here.
Yeah, maybe if we just reset the set, we can draft differently, right? That's not how this works, unfortunately. And I do think Inner Circle can make their comp work as well, especially with that Bell. The Buster can't really stay too close with his 2 teammates. They do have a lot of damage output for Juju and Daryl as well, so I think it can work out. Since we're still waiting for a tiny little bit, we have a little treat for you that we could have otherwise maybe not even shown to you. We have seen it already, the guys and me, and yeah, just watch it yourself. It's beautiful.
And Wolf comes top again. Fortunately, we lost the qualifier. First to Beretta some upper bracket, then to no Wolf. It's kind of fortunate because no lost early on, so they screwed off the bracket, so they came into our loser bracket, which normally is not supposed to happen. It's kind of it was annoying, I guess, but at the end of the day, you're supposed to win, doesn't matter the enemy, so that really won't hurt. Right after Block Up as well, people said it's an NA virus, Short of Invasion said it, where some NA teams, basically Block Up teams that were in NA, just fought way worse, and I guess it was true. We did take a bit too much vacation probably as well after World Cup, so we didn't bring up our highest level, so we didn't perform the best at that actually, but that loss really hurt that.
So yeah, Symantec, I don't know if it's a curse after Brawl Cup. There were many teams, not only in EMEA, that didn't perform as well as they did coming into Brawl Cup. They did take a little holiday, as far as I know. Humble went to New York after Dallas and stayed there for a week. Maybe they weren't as ready with the draft, with the new meta, as other teams were, and it looks like they've recovered from that today already.
It does appear to be so. No trauma from that last month where they failed to qualify. They're here and they are present now. And as you saw, that was a completed draft. Surely we're getting in soon, and I can't wait to see what these two teams have to offer. I'm optimistic for Humble, but I'm also hoping that Inner Circle give us a good game here because it didn't look so confident in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's going to be a bit shaky for Inner Circle, to be honest. Being 2 sets down, as I mentioned before, it's either really going to bring them back up this break, or it's going to hurt them even more and kind of hurt their kind of their mentality of bringing this one back. Humble just looked bored, honestly. They were probably, quite ready to come into this one and just sweep it out and move on to the semi-finals. But now they've been forced to wait a little bit longer. I can imagine they'll probably be even more annoyed if they if they don't actually close this one out in 3 and have to carry on through this. So yeah, Inner Circle, at least in my opinion, should maybe be dropping this one. I like the Humble draft. I like the way they've been playing. It looked a bit shaky off the start, but it seemed like they brushed off those cobwebs a little bit. The monthly final cobwebs, at least, because they took a month off, and back to winning ways.
If you do just look at BSC performance online so far, you really think those two teams are very evenly matched. Humble made it twice to second place, Inner Circle once. Both of them didn't qualify for every single monthly final. But looking at them in like a bigger picture, focusing on lands as well, in recent times, Humble has just been the strongest team we have in EMEA, and I truly don't really know what to feel if I look at the leaderboard and see them in the 5th spot already.
It's curious. It's just the hazard of double points. If you can't perform in the second half of the season, then you don't get to have a postseason, no matter how you did in the first split. And even in the first split, they made 2 grand finals, and they weren't able to finish the job there against SK, who I would say have a very likely shot at making a grand finals, and that would be a story to behold. We're only in the quarterfinals now, but I'll go ahead and call my shot that I think we will see an SK versus Humble finals. And from that point forward, I'm curious if the curse can be broken. We still got a lot of Brawl Stars to play before we get there, but I think that what may be ahead of us.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, you've jinxed it now, Reddy. Humble are losing this one. They're getting reverse sweeps. SK are losing in the semi-finals, and it's all going to be your fault. That's just what I heard from that, at least.
I'll take the blame.
You wanting that final is now causing it not to happen, but I will say I kind of aligned with that as well. That's exactly how my event.brawlstars.com predictions went. Which, by the way, go and get your predictions in. Go get your MVP votes in, because as Sonny mentioned at the start of the show, you've only got a couple more days to get those drops.
3 more days with the current Pro Pass, so get that XP in, get the votes in. We just gave you a bit more time because that guy in chat, 4123, certainly didn't do it yet, so we just wanted to give him specifically some more time to get his predictions. Sorry for calling out like that, by the way. Yeah, we're just taking a moment here to get the players situated into a new lobby. Thanks for your patience, everyone. We have the best viewers ever, and that just confirmed it one more time. Hypercharges ready? We can discuss those since we have 5 new ones where we felt like some of them will change the whole meta, turn it upside down. The dog one, for example. Everybody was so afraid from that dog meta. He got his hypercharge alongside Lumi, Shade, Draco, and Bonnie. And Dog has not been showing up as often as the other 4.
No, he showed up one time today, and it was an accessory to a Gray. So I was excited to see it in that regard, but you don't see him really getting that often. He got a couple of major changes. Yes, there's a hypercharge charging super for healing teammates. Major buff to the guy, and I expect it to be making more appearances. He's just quite situational is all, because he only attacks in a radius, doesn't really have a meaningful way of closing the gap. So he's really only going to be there if he's enabled by something that speeds him up, like Jae Young, or if he gets TP'd in by, say, a Gray. Still I always look forward to seeing the man with the golden glizzy. Hello, Semantic. Thank you for the win. Is he going to play the Wiener Man later today?
Hello, Semantic. That is crazy.
Yeah. He can hear us, surely.
What quality time. The man with the golden glizzy. Oh, hello, Semantic.
Not related. Not associated.
Oh my god. Did that work on you, Trev?
Oh, I'm afraid
really
he
up there?
did. I think he did. He really did. Look at him. There's a little cute face. I mean, there's no better entertainment than entire rotating cams of Boss, Semantic, Lukey, and then obviously the guys on Inner Circle as well. But there's no better entertainment than just looking at these guys' faces. And obviously hearing our voices too, of course.
Exactly. This is peak right there. Humble, always known to play a very balanced comp with the long range on Lukey, with the tanks on both Semantic and Boss. Boss usually the consistent or most consistent player. He plays those support brawlers and performs so well on them. And then on Inner Circle, Trev, you know that team very well. What is their specialty?
Honestly, I just love how aggressive they play. They've always been quite an aggressive team. Love how they kind of just take the Brawl Stars to their opponents. And I think we got proved perfectly well in Heist that that's how they like to do things, but it just didn't work for them that time because I feel like Humble do it just as well. But yeah, they'd love to just take it to their opponents, and we saw it in Gem Grab 2, just running it down with the Rosa, in Heist, just going for the base races. And in this one, they're bringing in, more aggressive brawlers as well, like that Daryl. So that is kind of their playstyle. I love usually seeing brawl styles like that. Was a little bit disappointed at the Heist, but that's the kind of brawl styles I usually love.
And then Reddy, I said coming into today's show that if history is any guide, we're in for more surprises in this region. Talking obviously about how Food Esports didn't even make it into this month's monthly final after making second last month. Humble didn't qualify for the June monthly finals. We had so many ups and downs in EMEA, more than in any other region. Do you feel like so far we've been in for a good show as well? Did we have some surprises already, and is there more to come?
I would honestly, maybe I was the only one who was surprised that the Totem victory earlier, it went all the way to set 5, up to a double match point. I know that it didn't catch Ark off guard because he predicted that one, and I think he predicted with his heart a little bit too, because that is such a good storyline. That was already a good surprise for the day, and just a major course correction for Totem. I think ahead of us, though, we are still due for more surprises. One of them is going to be, well, really the resolution of, do we see another SK versus Humble final? And from that point forward, is the curse finally broken?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'd love to see a Humble versus SK final because they always prove to be some of the best Brawl Stars in the region, and we saw that at Brawl Cup as well. What an incredible game and event that was. But it's just this Humble versus Inner Circle game, got to get through it first. And as you mentioned, with that kind of failed reverse sweep of Heretics, it always seems to play out that way. The reverse sweeps, I feel like they rarely go through. They're just kind of like, you play 2 sets, they get 2 back, and then you win anyway. And we're hoping for the best. Shots coming through. Lukey going in and gets the kill. Nob just finishes that one off. Looks decent there for the first round of what we saw. It's a Humble-sided one.
It took us a bit to get in there. I think maybe we had a bit of uncertainty whether this was the real deal, and it is! We're here at long last. The long-awaited round 1 victory of Humble, much akin to what we saw previously. Have to see if it's going to be in the same manner as before, since we just caught the tail end of that. It was that 1v1 with Nob eventually falling. Inner Circle are gearing up for yet another push, and check this out. Nob, even after conceding that last round, is now equipped with a hypercharge and a super. Semantic is not entirely aware of his position. Nob's been hiding on the right side, but just by process of elimination, he's deduced that he is hiding on this right side and waiting for the perfect moment to jump out and surprise.
Yeah, you've got to be very scared of this Nob with the hypercharge and supers. That starts to close down. You're forced into a position where he can get you with those 2 consecutive rolls. Buster has a hypercharge and super of his own. Semantic going to be working for one as well because he needs to be able to get away from this Daryl. That felt like a bit of a wasted first roll there, but now the second one comes through, should be able to get Semantic. Oh, I think he wasted hypercharge there as well. I think he just about did. Lukey trying to survive this. Boss marked up as well. Rama in a 1v1 against him. Grigri placed down, and the Grigri will finish off Lukey as well. Nob not needing to make a play at the end there, and it's 1-1 now, and a great round for Inner Circle.
Could be bringing this back and extending a potential match point incoming. Semantic going to be forced to jump away. No issue. He can get that super back without much issue. And Nob is also going to use his second roll. Just wants to charge a good old-fashioned double roll for free. Mebius is also ready with the hypercharged super. The ideal target to mark is going to be Semantic, who's playing super aggressive and has to be aware that there is a nest egg hiding here. But he's denied the chance to farm up his super and jump away. But really, for Semantic, this is about getting the hypercharge for the end of the round. The clock is ticking down. Semantic needs this hypercharge so that Humble can win this. If he doesn't, then their odds are actually quite slim.
But he used the hypercharge and his jump just prior to death in the last round. Got the stun on takeoff, but didn't manage to get out of the air. Now the roll comes in. Hypercharge used by Boss there as well. Was looking at Mebius to try and make a move. Semantic is going to fall up top. Nob needs to go down now if they want to stand a chance. The bounce back shots, bouncing the Gree there. Rama trying to go in, gets the kill. Lukey marked, has got no chance in a 1v3. He tries it, but he fails. And Inner Circle get a game on the board.
Might have to eat our words here, Trav, because we were gassing up Humble's draft for a good, 10-15 minutes there, and now Inner Circle are firing back. Man, the Gree soaked up so much damage. And we talked about it, how tanky Juju can be, not just as a brawler, but also with the expansion of her kit, with her throwing down the super and getting that shield down. Humble are going to take a different approach this time, by the way. They're going to be rushing up the right side. It's going to force Inner Circle back. Excellent read by Humble that Inner Circle are going to do this again. They need to make something out of it. Boss is trying to close around the right side. Semantic looking to pinch around the left. Thankfully for Rama, he's able to walk over water and get back to safety on the back lines. But Inner Circle have conceded a ton of room here. The line of scrimmage has effectively forced them into their own base.
Yeah, Semantic must be fairly close to super if he's staying in this position where he is at risk of a dowel rolling onto him. Would be able to get it off, maybe him just rolling in and taking a shot. Did hit a few in the early game. There you go, gets it now, and Gadget being used to try get away. Nob wants to go back in, can roll away. Chooses to roll there. Semantic can't go in because the Gree still, the Juju's still backing him up. Now we'll get a few shots. Hypercharges there for next round, and Bosch should be able to clean up the rest of this game. Mark is available, but chooses not to use it. He's going to wait a bit more, try get a few shots, and the hypercharge does not come just yet, I don't think. But a hypercharge is ready to roll by Bonnie, and that's dangerous.
That's Humble's win condition right there. Semantic not getting it actually was probably the cause of that loss in the previous game. He's going to pop this gadget and get forward, get aggressive, maybe get this super out of Rama. They can do this earlier. That's way, way better. But Rama is practicing some trigger discipline here. Also, look at that. Boss popping the super to keep that Bell away. She was at risk of actually firing a shot off and getting taken down. Here comes a Curious rolling from Nob. Actually gets one. Semantic knows it's time to fire away. A hypercharge pop. Looking for the stun onto Rama. No good. Is instead met with the Gree. Here comes Boss with the speed. Needs to get close to Nob. It's a ring around the Rosie on the back right corner. And Boss has to take down this Gree. Pops off the shield, but can't get that close range diff versus Nob.
Yeah, had to take that opportunity in that second, just didn't quite get there. Honestly, I'd have thought after he got around the wall a few times playing Ring Around the Rosie, he'd have just backed off and ran away, but chose not to do that. The roll comes in from Nob, the slows there as well. The trade, Semantic jumping away really nicely there, was forced to do just that, and the Bell's going to go down. This is night and day difference. Rama all alone and can't get anything done. Humble going to go to match point, and what a scrappy couple of rounds that was.
Just excellent to watch. That's what 15 minutes of prep time looks like. Okay, maybe that was too much. It felt like a while, possibly because I was on the edge of my seat the entire time, waiting to see how this is going to turn out. We are going to be playing the full extent of this set. Going all the way to Game 3, a match point for Humble incoming. And how is this going to play out? Are they going to be able to get that hypercharge on Bonnie so early on into the set again? And they were aided majorly by an early pick in the final round of that last game. It was a major asset for them, made the rest of the game trivial. But one of the biggest roadblocks for Humble has been facing that Gree from Juju. Rama was hanging on to it for a very long time and was ready to block anyone that got in range. It was actually a win condition in game number 1 as well. Blocked a lot of the RT shots.
Yeah, just getting word as well, unfortunately Semantic is not loading into this third game of the third set, so we'll keep you updated on what's going to happen. Obviously it is now 1-1, and that was fair play up until this point, so I'd imagine we'll keep that scoreline, keep the draft the same, and see what happens after that. But much better from Humble in this second game. They it was definitely scrappy. Boss could have maybe done a bit better in that Daryl 1 versus 1, picking his moment, when to go, when to stay. But in the end, the third round came down to, not down to the wire, actually. It was very confident gameplay from Humble, and they took it quite convincingly. Inner Circle really on the back foot now. High chance of them actually getting this set, because they haven't been looking bad at all. But still, backs against the wall. It's match point to Humble, and this is going to be a tough ask for Inner Circle to win.
They've managed to force Bonnie out of her super a few times as well. They're able to get her down to low HP, Semantics forced to jump away, waste a super that would otherwise be pretty useful to have. And that's a good step in the right direction. Also, the tankiness of the Gree has been helping them out a lot. Rama is really doing his job. But Humble are playing so synergistically. Also, Boss on this Buster has been a real, centerpiece for this composition, just the anchor for everyone, and honestly, nearly got a victory in that 1v1 versus Daryl, I'm not gonna lie. But Sunny, I'm curious to hear what your read on all of this was.
I mean, apart from them having more time to prepare than what they probably would have liked, I think Humble just, lost a little bit of momentum coming out of that set number 1 and 2. And in set number 1, it was also Inner Circle taking that first game. I feel like they just have a better read on the drafts quickly coming into a match, and Humble needs a little bit more time to truly get it down what they want to play and how they want to play. This is, by the way, all just a little... an ad for the Star Park. The Star Park lore is in preparation, and it's all just Star Park's fault that we are struggling here a tiny little bit, that Semantic isn't getting into the game. We're heading into the San Diego Comic-Con, and Reddy, I saw you were trying to get tickets as well.
It has been a struggle. They said it was going to open at 8 p.m. PST, 8 a.m. PST, and I stayed up after East Asia, and guess what? I couldn't get a ticket. They were all sold out. Apparently, it opened 2 minutes early. And no one gave me the memo. I think I might have some friends who are able to get me in. But do not distress. Do not despair. I will be there. And I will be dressed up as some brawler that is yet to be determined.
I mean, there you go. You're going to have to go now just to see Reddy being dressed up as a brawler. Like, honestly, I'm thinking of flying maybe 12 hours there just to see Reddy in this outfit, because I bet he's going to look absolutely incredible.
I'll be Hank.
Yeah. Going to design a very intricate machine to sit inside of.
Yeah.
Not determined as in you didn't decide yet what you want to be, or you just don't want to say it yet?
Okay. I'm torn between Gray or Gus. And I feel like Gus is the one that I'd feel like more normal, like traveling in an Uber to get there as. Gray is, similarly like approachable to pull off as, a cosplay. But I'm going to have to paint my face. And I'm not sure how I feel about having my face painted all day.
I mean, in both cases, you should be kind of pale, also for Gus.
Oh, wow.
As someone who's done the Gus, the most annoying part is carrying a balloon around all day.
Yeah.
Fair.
Which, I wouldn't recommend it, to be honest with you, but, I'm sure you'd have to carry around a little walking cane and just mine constantly if you were Grey, so that might be even more of a hindrance, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I mean,
Reddy, unlimited gadgets now.
As long as you pick any brawler without sunglasses, you should be fine.
Okay, I get it. My sunglasses are too small.
Or just buy some new sunglasses.
I do. Well, okay. You would have seen them yesterday if you hadn't been too blinded by my old treacherous sunglasses. I have appropriate adult-sized sunglasses now, everyone. I had them specifically for my victorious moment where I tied you guys on a number of correct predictions yesterday.
So
those were the adult ones. I see. Okay.
You're too proud of yourself, Reddy, for tying predictions, I think. He's like putting glasses on just to tie with me and Sonny. And listen, I'm aware. Me and Sonny are just that good at predicting that you'd want to celebrate being on an equal playing field. But, you got to pick your moment. You really do.
Hey, look, sometimes adequacy is worth celebration. That's a minor victory that I need to, get me through the next 2 weeks.
Don't take it to heart too much, Reddy. Worst case, I'm coming to San Diego as well to bring you some better sunglasses, okay?
Wonderful. And you can be dressed up as RT. Or some... Oh, no, you can be Eve. Or some similarly difficult brawler to resemble as a person.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, RT is the first brawler that comes to mind if I think, what could Sunny cosplay as? Obviously.
Actually, Tick.
I think you just use your muscles and carry around an arcade machine for an entire day and just be 8-bit, right? Just carry it in front of you and pretend.
That's why I'm hitting the gym. This is the reason. So I can, My original goal was to cosplay Primo to begin with, but I feel like carrying around a huge box is going to be even more impressive.
Yeah, or just work out your physique to resemble a large arcade cabinet. You know, become a rectangular prism.
Yeah, that's perfect. Oh, guys.
Yeah, I mean, this is what the viewers show up for. This thrilling, like, podcast-esque casters. Like, this is what you don't get to see when there's not technical issues, guys. And listen, I'm aware how thrilling it is to listen to our voices and look at players. But yeah, as you can see on the stream, technical issue if you are just joining. Servers giving us some issues at the moment. So hopefully we'll be able to get back into the gameplay pretty shortly. Humble, just one game away from winning this one as well. And I'm really hoping at this point that they don't. Because if we've waited all this time, just for the one game to finish this one out, I'll probably sit down and cry. But bracket is here. SK Gaming and Novo Esports already advanced to the semi-finals. Reply Totem did just beat Heretics. Heretics almost reverse sweeping them as well, but they managed to close it out in a 3-2. And as you can see, we're currently in the fourth quarter final. Down at the bottom, Humble winning 2-0 against Inner Circle at the moment, and it is 1-1 in the third set, Sonny.
It is looking like Humble could close it out anytime soon. Inner Circle, I do think they took this third set now and turned things around a tiny little bit. At least they did take game one. And obviously for them, making it to the grand finals is crucial to still get into world finals directly. So if they don't beat Humble today, those hopes are over for them. So they kind of need to lock in now. Looking at the bracket as well, we see that we're already halfway through the day. Kinda sad, but we still have some banger matches coming up next. SK Gaming versus Novo is going to be one that I'm looking forward to, specifically because SK Gaming is either making it into the grand finals or dropping out in the quarters, usually. So them making it into semis now ready should already point in the direction of them winning it all again, right?
If that's how we're going to mark the trend, right? They either win it all or they go out in the first round. This would be the weird, like, limbo middle ground where they sort of do neither. And I think that might make it a bit harder in the graphics department to find some sort of trend to talk about. We can say that they've done it all as a roster. SK Gaming, they're also, of course, known for being quite consistent, at least in regards to making a top 8. So that's definitely something going for them. They're in a strong position to lock in a world final spot. It's still going to be contingent on their performance next month, but then making it semifinals and facing Novo Esports here, instead of, say, a Heretics or Totem or Humble, especially Heretics, because that's the team that took them down the previous month, is a good look for them to make it to grand finals.
And this is the good news as well about these guys being EMEA. No matter, like, you can get 9th and still get a postseason spot because the region's so successful on the global stage. Obviously, at Brawl Cup, I am EMEA, if you guys hadn't realised. We collectively won some spots, a World Finals and an LCQ spot for the region as well, for coming first and second. So they have even more. We get 9 for the postseason now, and all the teams working incredibly hard to try and earn those spots. But 5 will go to World Finals from this region. So it's so needed that these teams get as many points on the board as possible, because it's Humble and Inner Circle, these two teams, like, right on the brink of these World Final spots, dropping in, dropping out, depending on who's doing well month by month. And we've only got 1 month after this as well. So it's going to be a very tough August for a lot of these teams, make or break of their entire year, pretty much.
The irony of that didn't get lost on me, by the way, how Humble has won that additional slot for World Finals for EMEA. They've won every single LAN, but they are the ones now sitting in that spot. So if they wouldn't have won Brawl Cup, they would not even be at World Finals right now. But yeah, we're readying up for a draft now for the next set already. No, they are playing game 1 and 2 right now of the same set because we are knockout. They have to play that last round so we can properly watch it, but they are on it right now. So we're just waiting for them to finish those first 2 games and going to be ready with that third in a minute. So thank you once again to all of the viewers for your patience. You've really been great, and to you too as well, obviously, to make this a podcast. I felt like it was somewhat entertaining. I would listen to that. We should think about moving over to Spotify or other podcast platforms very soon.
I agree. Listen to our podcast. It's coming soon. The Ready, Sunny, and Trav podcast with your host, Sunny, and Ready and Trav making meaningless contributions. And we're still talking about this Juju, which we've explored every reason why it is picked here on Knockout.
Let's not call it that, though. Can we get some suggestions in chat of what the podcast should be called? Because we're not calling it the Sunny, Ready and Trav podcast. That's like the longest thing ever, and even I wouldn't want to type that into your favourite podcast platform because, it's not going to be the best. And also, like, I think we'd run out of things to say quite quickly, sadly.
Much resemblant of right now.
I can usually talk all day long if I really need to as well, but...
That's so true.
Wow. I wasn't expecting you guys to agree. I was expecting you guys to be, what do you mean? you know, when you're off camera, you're a very, very non-talkative person.
Even my roomie's in chat right now, and I'm sure he can confirm that Trev loves to talk.
It's literally your name.
Trav does talk, to be fair.
Yeah.
I should just say, like, Trav sits in the corner silently when he's not on stream. Might be a bit long, but...
I mean, at least this gives Ready time to prepare some proper-sized glasses.
Oh
my roomie is saying Trev can't very well talk all day long, and I'm here for it. Yeah, I'm here for it too, honestly. Okay, game 2 is over. They're gonna head into game 3 any second now, and I hope you two have all your voices in the last 15 minutes and are ready for this now. Are you?
Yeah, I think we're capable. I think we're very capable. I'm not sure about you though. Ready? You ready to go?
I'm most certainly ready to go and just finish the job here. If Inner Circle wind up taking this one, then I'm about to crash out because it feels like this has been a humble victory incoming for so long. Inner Circle have a game victory on the board. It's a match point for Humble, and it really could go either way. My sanity is hanging on by a thread here. Is Humble going to give us a bit of mercy and finish it here? Or is Inner Circle going to continue this perpetual cycle of pain?
It's going all the way to set 5, and then Humble are going to win. I can guarantee it. I guarantee that is what's going to happen. We'll have waited this long and be like, okay, Humble should finish this one off in this game right. Inner Circle will win 2 sets. They'll take it to double match point, and then Humble will win anyway. And then we'll have been absolutely destroyed by the technical issue and Inner Circle and Humble as well. I would listen. I love a set 5, but we've been waiting for this for a while, and it is giving the vibe that Humble should probably win this.
People in chat are even saying the only reason that they tuned in was to hear us speak. So at least we fulfilled that wish today. Let's see if we also fulfilled the wish of some gameplay. And yes, we do. Let's see if it's going to actually work out this time around. The teams are in. Boss already with supers ahead. And we do see they did play up to the same point again. Humble won the second round. Inner Circle takes the first. We're in round 3 now. Ready? Take it away.
The moment that we've been waiting for as Poison closes in. There's one kill just to trade in with a hypercharge. Boss gonna look for this kill. Knob is able to trade out, and Mebius hangs on by a thread. Rama also alive, and Inner Circle have gotten round 1. They're 1 round away from dragging us to a set 4.
Yeah, Juju throwing out some shots, Buster Shield being placed, and still throwing those Juju shots over the top as well. Bonnie getting some good connections in on the left-hand side, and now Humble advancing up the map, wanting to pin in a circle and spawn and take this to the 3rd and final round to decide the set, and doing a good job of it at the moment. All 3 members of Inner Circle at the back.
They're exactly where they want to be. The only brawler that isn't in its ideal position is Rama, because he doesn't have a super yet, and he needs that to survive a Bonnie jumping on him, or a Rogue Buster trying to get on him. Here comes Knob to create the aggression. He's got the hypercharge, and he's got the super. They needed to move out of those back lines because that Poison is bound to close in. Here comes the second one. Still got the hypercharge. Hasn't used it yet, but at least he's in a better position. Is he going to be able to get that super? It's honestly up for debate. He's going to be close. Poison's forcing him to get closer. It's all about to happen.
They've done really well of wasting this Juju super as well. Semantic with a questionable jump. Luki's going to get the killing blow there. Nob will get that now. They're all in one spot. Can they get this Juju down? And the gas will do it for them. We're going all the way to the third and final here to decide if Humble are going to win this one right now or if Inner Circle drag it to a set number 4.
Emphasis on the word drag. Kicking and screaming. It felt like Humble won this one about 30 minutes ago. They might be able to finish the job. It's going to be a 1-round differential. Hyper-aggressive plays from Semantic at the top left. He was trying to encircle Rama while also denying him the super. No super for Juju, so things look quite good in that department. For Humble, they're also hanging on to this Buster Hypercharge. They really just need a super to be fully equipped. And of course, Semantic is looking for a Hypercharge super as well to be fully prepped and ready for the final few seconds of the round.
Yeah, Rama gets super there. Oh, might go down. The Hacks gadget doesn't make a connection on him. And he will survive for now. Luki has a super as well, which is going to be huge in these closing seconds. Nob, we're all ready to go. And a Hypercharge for Semantic too, but needs to work for his super now. Hypercharge popped by Mebius. Hasn't got his super yet, though, which might be a bit of a waste in these seconds.
Here comes play in. Semantic with the Hypercharge to the sky. Can't get it done. Luki looks for the kill. Rama in the poison is safe and sound in Inner Circle. Are going to take us to yet another set. After a brutally long series, it could be a reverse sweep kicking off.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have it play out any other way, to be honest with you. This is just what the doctor ordered, I feel. A long wait for a technical issue, and then Inner Circle coming and winning it when it looked like it was going to be Humble all day long. But real nice stuff from Inner Circle there. Managed to drag it all the way to set number 4 here, and they're going to be hoping we might get to set 5 as well.
After a little bit of a breather, we can't end like this. We have to end it on a high note, so let's watch a full set as our next one. Dueling Beatles is going to be that, and Inner Circle is right now in the driver's seat. Let's see if they can take that momentum into that. Technically, the start of a beautiful reverse sweep from them. But as I mentioned before, Humble didn't drop a single set in the monthly qualifiers. So far, only 1 set dropped to Inner Circle as well. I don't think they're going to make it easy for them. And as you mentioned multiple times, Trev, I do think they're going to close this one out here.
They should. They really should. But honestly, who knows? Who knows if they will? I feel like they should have closed it out right then. But Humble, they should be the superior team. Not sure how they didn't manage to win this one, to be fair, with Semantic having that Hypercharge. Missed the super, which was very unfortunate for him. Should have probably managed to land that on Mebius there, and that would have made the world of difference in that game. But it is Inner Circle who do take it, and as you can see here, it was dragging us to our 4th set, which is going to be the Dueling Beatles on some Hot Zone, which, yeah, as you said, Sonny, and I've said before, we feel like Humble should be able to close this one out, but honestly, how this series is going, I wouldn't be surprised if we go all the way.
As said, we commend Humble on their balanced gameplay, balanced comps as well, and you mentioned, Trev, how aggressive Inner Circle likes to play. Now, Dueling Beatles, I'm not that sure if aggression will bring you the success, will take that set to your own side. Ready? I feel like here we could see some more control comp again. Maybe 1 tank on each side. Kaze is the brawler I'm looking at here as the pop-off brawler, but otherwise some throwers could come in handy here as well, as Lumi and Lu once again with their ice.
There's the meta, and then there's Humble's meta. I really hope we get to see a Luki Berry here. That is the #1 selection for Humble that I'm looking out for, just because I love the way that Luki plays it. But in terms of meta brawlers, you're absolutely correct. Find a way to get some throwers in here. Kaze first pick is entirely viable, and I'm curious also about Lu. Is he going to be picked? Is he going to be banned? He was picked earlier, I believe it was Ope on that brawler, and it was played to great success. And here comes the target ban of Inner Circle. They're going to be banning out that berry. We just really can't afford to let it slip through. They don't want to play it, and they don't want Humble to get their fingers on it either. Humble are not quite interested in facing a Lu either, so they'll be banning it out alongside the Lumi and the Draco.
Yeah, good bans from Humble knowing that Inner Circle have that first pick. And it's a shame. It's very much a shame we don't get to see that Luki Berry. Inner Circle definitely accounting for that, knowing how good he is on that brawler and how good Humble are with that composition. Hank going to come in then for Inner Circle as their first selection. I like it. It's a very good brawl on this map. The survivability of this brawler is absolutely insane. The heals from the super, the HP that he's got. And then Meg over the other side for Humble, another one that's got a vast health pool and a lot of kit to use. Kenji, we've seen this already today, and it was dangerous.
was pretty devastating, and it can be quite good here on Dueling Beetles, where your opponents are going to be crowded in. You have the chance to upset some of these lanes as well. Inner Circle, if they want to go for something control-based, then they are going to have to make sure that they have some kind of safeguarding against a Kenji getting in close range. Curious also what Humble might do with this last selection. Gotta be cautious about this Hank. Oh no. They didn't let Inner Circle get the... Yeah, it's me! That's what I'm going to look like in the future. And I'm only going to say like, pew, pew-ing. That's all I'll be saying all day. But Humble have given Inner Circle a Gray and Hank. And this is one of the worst things that you could be playing into. So Humble need to have a good strategy to get rid of some opponents quickly when they come out of that TP.
Yeah, I mean, I like this. I really do. From Inner Circle, they're
you can't resist
shaping this up perfectly. Charlie's going to come in as well, another really good brawler. And if he can set up a hypercharged TP all the way to the mid, the Hank is going to have a field day here. Charlie, just as I mentioned, very good brawler, very versatile, super good. And then a dog coming in for the other side. Humble picking that one up as their final, and they've got a lot of HP on that side of things.
Please tell me that Semantic is playing the hot dog man, because from the moment that I said Doug, he winked at the camera, and I just wonder if it was a sign. I wonder if he heard us through the screen and indicated, yeah, we're planning on picking it up on Dueling Beetles. I would say 99% chance no, but hey, it's my fantasy. I get to imagine whatever I want, and I want to see how this hypercharged Doug plays out.
Yeah, as do I. We will see. But I'm really scared about this Grey TPing in and having this Hank there along with him. So something that Humble are going to have to be quite cautious about. But luckily enough for them, they do have quite a vast HP pool and should be able to eat the majority of these Hank bubbles for when they TP in. So this could be the decider. Humble could take this and be 3-1. Or Inner Circle could drag it all the way to set 5. Good position at the moment for Inner Circle and getting some big kills in. Boss will be straight there. And a super wasted by Mebius, but does still have the hypercharge.
Inner Circle have control of mid, and that is a lightning-fast Gray teleport. They got it right off the beginning of the game, and they do have some opponents feeding it to them, to be fair. You see Boss do his best versus Rama. Excellent lineup to avoid that super from Rama, and has that Doug super to revive upon being taken down. There's the hypercharged super out from Mebius, now dispelled by Boss, and another kill onto Nob. But this is going to be yet another TP in from Inner Circle. They have it exactly where they want it, and they do have the advantage, but Humble are tearing them up at the moment. Boss has a hypercharged super.
Yeah, I mean, this is annoying from Inner Circle for the Humble side. Super coming out now as well, hypercharge there. He's actually going to waste that and move over to the right-hand side. Luckily for them, though, Rama doesn't get that super off Nob. Not going to use that TP because he'll want to leave that setup perfectly waiting. Mebius going to TP in, will be hit by the full force of Semantic Lucian Boss as he lands. Heals coming in from the Doug. Rama TP's in too, but I don't know how long he'll survive. Nob trying to get something done, but it's not looking likely. Cocoon used. Semantic has a hot dog of his own to provide, and that's going to be 100%. Honestly, scrappiest gameplay I've ever seen, but the survivability of Humble there was ridiculous with the Doug.
That's crazy. No berry required. We can all stand close to the Doug and get healed up anytime he decides he wants to, and anytime he decides to attack. That's excellent right there. Something that usually another brawler might be relegated to do. Something like a Jackie, you know, something that could sit on that teleport and punish anyone that comes in. But Doug is able to do it with such an immediate effect, and he's able to survive any of the incoming damage since he will be cycling a super. Just like the last game, we'll see Nob with an immediate teleport. Interesting position. It's not going to get them from spawn just yet. Maybe he'll get that hypercharge to get back to spawn. He's been given it for free. But it seems like Humble, especially after last game, are actually quite comfortable facing that hypercharged Grey TP.
Yeah, it seems like they really don't mind having that set up. And he actually, I don't know if he tried to use it there just to heal or if he's going to wait until he comes off spawn to use that hypercharge, which would make more sense. But Boss now coming in, hypercharge ready. Semantic gets provides it to Boss, who will just go in now, but he's not really taking enough damage to die. Seems like a slight waste at that point, but the hypercharge was along with it. Slice and dice coming now with the sashimi slightly, but maybe it's going to get the cocoon off. Nob eventually setting that up. He should come out the cocoon in second, managed to avoid it. He should actually go for the kill on him, and he had the Glizzy over the top, so now Boss hypercharge 3 people, but it's not got that same drag factor it had in the past, and this is going to be a tough game to win now.
Rama's got the ability to stay alive. He couldn't get that super off, so he's going to be taking down Semantic with that kill. And he has a hypercharge as well. So who's he going to go to? Looks like Lukey, and here comes tons of damage. Rama taken down. Inner Circle only have 14% to go, but they need to establish some permanence on this point. Humble are about to eclipse him, and here comes a TP in from Rama. That's 4k damage. Lukey doing as much damage as possible. With Doug falling, it's going to be a photo finish, but Humble managed to stick it out by just a 5% margin. And with a merciful victory, they're going on to the semis.
Just about. Very, very close at the end there. Inner Circle play their absolute hearts out, but will fall at the quarterfinals, and Humble will go on. Lukey just looks so pleased to be done with this game, and the same with the rest of Humble as well. But real nice stuff from them overall. Maybe should have got it done in 3, but in the end, get it done in 4.
Wonderful. Wonderful from Humble. They did slip up for a single set, and Sonny, honestly, I think it might be your fault, because as soon as you called out the set winning streak, they ended up dropping one. So I'm giving you a protesto for that.
They still made it to 20-0, looking at the monthly qualifiers and the first 2 sets against Inner Circle now as well. Looking at the stats here, I did think that Rama did a phenomenal job. He got so many kills in, but in the end, Dueling Beetles is not about those kills. That's also why I mentioned coming into the draft, you don't only want to play some aggression, you need some control as well, and they did have that on the side of Humble with the Meg and the Dog just constantly healing up his 2 teammates and going in aggressively himself, because you can never really take him down with thanks to the hypercharge on top of his kit, Trev.
Yeah, and I've never seen 471 DPS with 0 kills as well. That's got to be rough for the Grey there. Obviously hit a lot of shots, set up those 2Ps pretty perfectly for his team, but couldn't get it done in the end. We've now done with the quarterfinals. Eventually, after a few technical difficulties, Humble do beat Inner Circle 3-1. Up from there, Heretics tried to reverse sweep Reply Totem, but were cut short. Experian losing to Novo Esports, and then SK Gaming absolutely sweep KDS. So now we've got SK versus Novo and Reply Totem versus Humble for our semi-finals, Sonny.
And as mentioned before, in the last 4 monthly finals we had already, only twice we have seen the same 2 teams make it into the grand finals. That have been SK Gaming and Humble. And if we follow the pattern that those 2 have been seeing in before, as long as they make it out of the quarterfinals or even into the monthly finals, they will land in the grand final. So let's see if that is the case this time again. The semifinals are up next, and you again have some time to get your predictions in and also vote for the MVP of this match. If you just tuned in now, you tuned in at the right time. We're heading straight into our semi-finals. The quarterfinals are done, and that last one a little bit quicker than we would have liked, or longer. It really depends on how you want to look at it. The match was very quick itself. A 3-1 in the end. Ark, did you enjoy your break regardless?
Oh, it might not be visible on camera, I hope not, but I have been absolutely sweating it. It's so hot here in the UK, so I was drenched, and very much appreciating some of the downtime and some cool air breeze for sure. But Semantic is our MVP, and I think very much deservedly so. I've really been impressed with Semantic over last year and this year. A complete turnaround in character. Someone who would always be screaming and shouting, now just so composed and very much a leader. I think that's a lot to the credit of him and the success of Humble last year and the continued success this year.
Since you mentioned it now, that heat wave that is hitting EMEA at the moment has to be talked about. And honestly, also props to every single team that is locking in today, that is managing to play well despite the scorching heat that we have going on at the moment. The next two teams have already proved themselves in the quarterfinals, made it through brazenly, once with a 3-0 for SK Gaming versus KDS Esports. On the other side, we had Novo beating Experian NXT in a 3-1 ready.
Both teams deserve to be here. SK Gaming made it through swimmingly. Novo Esports, they just dropped a single set, and they looked quite nice coming into this one. They were facing also some pretty serious drafts as well. That's something important to note. I think it's been an opportunity for both teams also to prepare some serious drafts for this, because their first rounds were not necessarily like the top teams in contention here in EMEA. So I expect us to see some high-level Brawl stars in some top preparation.
And those two teams, we have mentioned it before, are the only two in EMEA to have qualified for every single monthly final so far. Huge respect to both of those teams, and I'm sure those two have also some kind words towards each other. Let's hear from SK Gaming what they have to say about Novo.
Novo, I think they play good. But I would say that most because of drafts. Like if you get 50-50 draft against them, it should be like an easy match.
Well, kind words aside, I guess he's saying it's an easy match, but also that they're very good at drafting. So I hope they have fired off their drafting brains as well for this match. Not going to be easy. I think the vote probably goes of SK Gaming, not only ours, but also from the people at home. I do think Novo is here to fight. They want to end their season on a high note, Arc.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair to say. And for SK Gaming, let's be honest, they've never exited in the semi-finals. They've only ever already gone the distance or left in the quarterfinals. So it would be within their character to get the win here. But Nova Esports cannot be underestimated in that regard, honestly. I feel like they are a team which have got a lot of promise, and a team that have shown some great drafting abilities this year also. Again, we were hearing so much from players. Really is on the outcome, so you just can't turn your back on any team really in this current circumstance this season.
And Novo would be most likely safe for World Finals already if they only make it into the Grand Final. So that's exactly what they are looking forward to. They also still would have to qualify for August, but as mentioned, that hasn't been a problem so far for Novo. So as long as they make it to Grand Finals, they can already celebrate their entry ticket for World Finals. These are the maps of the day. Open Business, a fairly new one. We also have some others lined up later on that came back into the map pool after not being in here for a while. Do you feel like, Reddy, some of them, Novo might be prepared a little better than SK, because they probably have felt like they should beat Experian in the... Well, actually, SK probably also thought they would beat KDS, so both of those teams should be prepared for the semi-finals here.
I expect so. It's just a difference in power level between the teams. It comes down to like which mountaintop are you trying to reach, and SK Gaming, they have summited that first place in the region twice this year. Novo Esports, they've managed to do it once, and hats off to them. It felt like sort of an anomalous month though. I think SK Gaming are targeting a grand finals victory, and I think Novo Esports are more focused on just making it there.
I think if you have that graphic in mind still, you're seeing that SK have always had a peak followed by a valley again, never really gotten the ball rolling, so to speak. They just either win it all or they drop out in the quarterfinals, Arc.
It is the way it goes. I just want to touch on that poll on the event.brawlstars.com, because 95% in favor of SK Gaming is astronomical against a team that have won a monthly final. Certainly I don't think that's too fair on the side of Novo Esports. They've certainly got a much higher chance than just 5% as we go into our first map of this first semi-finals. Open Business then it will be, and the band's already in, the Lou, the Great, and the Draco, the Lumi, the Lou, and the Shade. I believe it wasn't the Hank coming in first pick as well. It's a very solid first pick at that. It was the Shade as well, yeah. Does open the door potentially to an alley, but I just don't think it's the map for it. But again, I thought that earlier, and it just always pops up if it's not banned, in my opinion. I think in this meta, that's kind of fair.
I think you don't want to risk a berry being selected alongside this Hank, and may just opt to go ahead and pick it now. I see there's potential for it to be pretty solid. into this Hank, maybe like paired up with an Ashe or something like that would be pretty typical. Meg, though, is making her like 5 millionth appearance today, or at least it would feel like that, because she has such a high presence today compared to other months. It's been very popular. We've seen 3 different teams play it, see how SK execute on it. One thing I'll say about Meg is she has great survivability, because you can pop her out of the Meg and she's still got a little bit more gas in her to keep fighting.
Love the very shout. Frank combining with this double tank heal could be really quite dirty. Let's see what Novo Esports are considering here. Certainly things like Crow and Amber aren't off the cards here with the bans that we've got. Those sort of Bow, I think the Bow could have a pretty decent time here. Charlie going to come in for a potential tank counter for sure. And also great into Kenji and the Meg, and before anything else is even shown by SK Gaming here. So really a big fan of Charlie, as I think the entire meta really caters towards it. Jae-Young still open here as well. One of a good heavy hitters, good for speed to get the Hank into just the right spot as well. Kaze would probably be like a SK Gaming type pick as well if they want to take that off the board. Now would be the time to do so. And it is exactly that. I think that's really wise, because SK are so dangerous with it. It's very much a good idea to take it away.
Feels quite necessary to go ahead and snap this up. I think SK Gaming were trying to be resistant to that Kaze as well, since it's not really the most optimal matchup for her to be playing into the Meg. Of course, Meg is going to be running the star power that explodes when she gets demegged, and that's a bit of a counter to stuff that gets aggressive onto you. Novo Esports also safeguard their Kaze a little bit by picking one of the biggest ways to deal with it. Mr. P makes an appearance. All right, you know what? I'm here for it, because I want you to look at the Novo Esports comp and think to yourself, which one of them is going to have an easy time dealing with these porters? And really, I can only look at like the Charlie, because she has basically infinite ammo, especially if she gets in close range versus it. Also, this is a composition that is bound to feed that super to Mr. P, much less a hypercharge as well. So SK Gaming, they're going for a bit of a more extended approach here. They're going to have some aggression with that Kenji, but they really need to play for this Mr. P super. They're going to get it. It's just a matter of when.
I'm very on the fence, though, I'll be honest, with this Mr. P pick. Certainly the Hypercharger Noah's had a couple of question marks recently, but I just don't know whether it's going to be enough. Like I say, the Charlie's going to eat through it. The Hank might have some issues, but I think that Novo Esports will just kind of support each other in that regard. And already a substantial lead, 35% now from closing, and Joker right out of position there. Lovely cocoon there from Biso, and OP and Yoshi pushed back. So already half of the objective obtained.
Novo Esports don't really look that pushable. Joker's going to go for what he can with this Kenji, but gets deleted at point blank by Subeam. We finally do see Porter come out, and it's just another gadget. Yoshi is not being given any opportunities. We do see the Porter station down. It's being placed back at spawn, so it can provide a little bit of pressure for SK, but it's really no match for anything that Novo Esports have so far. I'm not really sure what the math was here. SK Gaming naturally will eventually break through with the assistance of the Porter, but a 9% margin, really they're just playing to keep up that momentum and show that they're still in it, because this is a Novo Esports victory through and through for Game 1.
Yeah, I don't want to go in too heavy too quickly, because it's SK Gaming, and I have so much faith in their abilities, and if I see something that I'm not too sure about, I've got to trust in them for the first instance. But if that really wasn't it, and unless they show me something in this next game that really makes me change my mind in the complete 180, I've got to really question this brawler pick and what the mindset was behind it. There's just so much tankiness, so much agility and speed to dance around. I just feel that Yoshi's going to struggle to be able to get the utility, which takes time to set up, and we didn't get a hypercharge that last game. It's really quite concerning, but SK now have some more control. They need to buy down the clock certainly longer to allow Yoshi to be able to create something with this. But yeah, big question marks on this pick.
Well, recall the question that I posed at the end of the draft, which is, when is Yoshi going to get this super? And really the answer is quite deep into the set. Thankfully, though, he has managed to get it now, and it's only 30% in for Novo Esports. So we may get to see what SK Gaming can truly muster when the Mr. P is doing what it's supposed to do. And even then, I likewise have my doubts. But there's still 2 remaining brawlers. Ope's one of them. He's popping off a hypercharge and getting that swing out. It's enough to get a kill and get some control back for SK Gaming. Note that Yoshi is also at his 2nd super, which means he's only really 2 or 3 shots off of a hypercharge, which is going to be a major game changer since they're so much faster and should have a much better reliability factor in getting to mid.
Now is what SK Gaming has been cooking. Coming in full force at just the right time. The objective's tied, and again, a longer game means that Yoshi can actually make use of this brawler. It's going to cause a problem. Marco actually targets the turret. I think that's actually quite smart from him. And Novo Esports will take the lead to 70% now almost, and that's really quite advantageous. SK Gaming, they're putting up a much better fight. And now Joker will be able to heal with this bit of downtime, right in position as well to stay on the aggressive. OPE also, and that's really quite good for SK. A bit of a ditch attempt here from Novo Esports, be so very low, taking into the cocoon there as well. They'll be coming out at a bit of a bad time with the positioning of OPE and Yoshi. 90% for SK, now Novo Esports are on the zone.
Ooh, SK counting up to 100. It was destruction all the way around. Really a pretty unpopulated point just for a moment there. But SK managed to reach the point just in time to claim the last few hard-fought in 1%. So let's talk about that Mr. P hypercharge, because that felt like a major game-winning factor. So much so that you pointed it out, Kaze in the assassin form decided to target it. And I think that was the correct decision. It was absolutely worth it. It seemed like an unwinnable matchup if they left it undisturbed. See how quickly Yoshi can get his super this time? Previously, Novo Esports got up to 30% by the time that he was able to get it, and SK took it by a narrow margin in the end.
Yeah, Novo Esports have got to make this a swifter game for sure. I just feel like Bo would have been a safer pick and would have given them a bit better chance to have some area control on the zone, but let's see how they fare with it. It did get them a game. Can it get them the set? That is the question. They've got 5% on the zone so far. It was a bit of a slow start as Novo Esports were able to obtain 35%. Now, though, it's a much different story. Yoshi low here as well. It will survive just about as Marco was juking these porters and having to survive there. Goes down eventually to 1. But there's low HP for Yoshi and Joker. They cannot contest this zone. In the meanwhile, Novo Esports approach 60%.
Here comes yet another spawn porter from Yoshi's, creating this pressure and looking for an entry point. He will get another super down. He's got to be only a couple shots away from getting his hypercharge. There it is, but it feels like it's too little too late. SK Gaming have only gotten 27%, and there's a hypercharge super. Will that be enough? Well, Yoshi's going to do the best that he can. Needs to get Viso taken down. Here's the hypercharge out. Oh, and it's a 2K for Marco, counting up to 100. Novo Esports are bound to take this set off of SK Gaming. The inaugural one of this match heads the way of the underdogs.
Yeah, it's quite a devastating start for SK Gaming. I don't want to put all the blame on the Mr. P pick. It did win them a game, but it certainly just didn't feel like it was the way to combat the draft, and they had the very final 6th pick there. Not too sure, really, for me, but for Novo Esports, what is solid start.
SK Gaming were also yet to lose a single set today. 3-0 in the quarterfinals. Now Novo starts out strong and immediately takes that set off of them. Yeah, very well played. You're not putting all the blame on the Mr. P. I think that's also reflected in the stats here. Yoshi played him phenomenally. I was scared for them when I saw that pick, but Mr. P did work out. They didn't have as much punch as they would have probably hoped with the Kenji. I feel it was pretty much shut down completely by Sabine on that Hank, Marco, and the Kaze as well. Coming into the draft, we had Hank first pick from Novo. I kind of expected SK to go with Kaze here immediately. They love to play this brawler, and more often than not, wife just wins against husband, right? Ready?
Yeah, I suppose that is how it works, but I don't think this is one of the situations where the husband decides, you know what, it's better not to fight. He really did give it his all, and he came up short. He only got 3 kills at a entire time. Wasn't able to get through all that tankiness in close range. It just was not an optimal matchup. He got out DPS'd, and he could not keep up with the healing that he usually musters.
There was a little throw, by the way, to the lore. Kaze and Kenji are wife and husband in the game, and I do keep track whenever they're both played. Kaze did win 6 out of those, I think 16 games now they have played so far with those two brawlers. So Kaze has some catching up to do, and she did so today. So I'm very happy. Dry Season is going to be their next map here, and SK Gaming needs to even out the score if they still want a chance to make it into the semis here. It's very early on in this match, but Novo is looking stronger than most people that voted have expected, Orc.
But yeah, just 5% on event.brawlstars.com. I mean, that's really unexpected, and I think a little bit unfair, honestly. And the first set, again, it was a fantastic draft, the one that I preferred, and they played it very, very well. Let's see, Dry Season, fans coming in thick and fast. I do kind of want to see a heavy consideration here for Hank. I think that's a real dangerous brawler to have on your squad. Kaze as well, I feel, wouldn't be a bad shout either, just to ban it out. Both sides do love to play it. So, depending upon the coin toss, they have banned it on Nova Esports as well as the Jae Young. The Grey, the Jean for SK on top of the Charlie and the Ali for Nova Esports. Yeah, Ali has to be banned here, in my opinion.
I'm pretty grateful that we finally see a Kaze ban out here. We have seen it too much on Dry Season. It was about time that we got some change. First pick of Lumi coming in for Novo Esports can be really strong because this map has some pretty strong choke points. You do have some walls that you can break open, and hey, that might warrant a Brock here. It's one of my favorite selections on this map. Just can get run down if you're not careful. I think both teams would have the guts to pick this, though. It's going to have to be something that they planned out. And the control is going to belong to Lumi in the early game. She throws those Morning Stars down. She's going to be putting down ice, and you cannot really walk past them. So SK Gaming will need to have some method of getting this blue star. Otherwise, it could... there you go. Yeah, there's going to be the flying hook to get the blue star. They could also decide to take a different route, depending on how Novo Esports navigate this draft. But I feel like they might look to play things defensively.
NA, bro. NA. Brock is one of my least favorite brawlers to see. Like, it's got a low play rate in scrims, 50% win rate. I mean, that's basically 14 matches it won. But I mean, you know, I think it has a place. I've just kind of been tied away from it. I just kind of feel like in this meta, it just kind of tickles brawlers, especially the tankier ones. It's just something to make work. Not saying that we won't see it, but yeah, Kenji, you know, that kind of thing. You know, playing into that, it's gonna be very tough. The Lumi, I love this draft that Novo Esports here are cooking up. Certainly the Gus, pleased to see it still staying within EMEA. Potentially might even want to consider like things like Ollie here, maybe. I think that Ollie's a great pairing with Kenji on the complete aggression. Byron for the heals. They was really want to get in the mix here. So back then to SK and what they might be considering. I wouldn't mind a Bell necessarily. It's a bit safe moving up this stage of the draft, but to mark up the Kenji is a bit of a must really here. Potentially even a thrower like a Juju wouldn't be the worst of shouts to have some control to try to separate this Byron from this Kenji, but this is going to be a problem for them. They do need to deal with this Byron, try to make sure that the Kenji is a bit more exposed in that regard. So third and final pick for them coming in, Angelo. Yeah, they play Angelo really, really well. It was a pick that I considered here, but it's just a tough map to make it work. If you're behind, pushing into the spawn with it, it's very, very tough to make an Angelo work, in my opinion. You got the gadget to pierce through coverage, which is very, very strong, but even then, you got to rely a lot on your teammates, and whoever's playing that Carl would have to open up a lot of doors to allow the Angelo to then move forwards.
Agreed on the note that this is a brawler that SK Gaming play well, and it is good on this map. I mean, it's good a lot of different places. But to pair it up with yet another long-range brawler like Gus, doesn't really safeguard you in close range, total potential to be run down. There's a flying hook from Joker, and decides actually to hesitate for a moment and yield this one over to Marco. They're going to look to get the kill onto Marco and make it back with the blue star. That's pretty... is it? I don't know. They're only ahead by 1 star, and they had the blue star. But might have been the right note for Joker to hesitate there so he didn't get contacted by Subeam and also by Bisu at the same time.
Ooh, Spear falls there. Lovely stuff by SK Gaming now with 4 stars. There's a very important snipe there from OPE as well to shut down the Kenji early on, because I know that Joker was incredibly low there. So Nova Esports have got to push into this and push into it well. OP's got super as well, as has Yoshi. Joker hypercharged, ready, but no super yet. So they're really quite set up here. With just a 3-star lead, but they've got some good defensive utility here. Marco making a play for it. Good heals there from behind. Biso now gets tapped up and is forced back. Sabine gets a lovely bit of freeze there, but OP is able to evade it. Joker goes in now, finds one, come back with the hypercharge, and not outstay his welcome.
This Carl was picked pretty early on, and yet Novo Esports opted not really to do anything in response. That Byron is going to be good for keeping Marco alive, but there's really no way of dealing with the Carl. Usually got to bring a stun to battle. Here comes a hypercharge from Ope. Looking to close around this right side. Marco's waiting with that dash, and Ope's practicing so much restraint, trying to get the pinch with Yoshi, but he's unable to do so. Marco was weaving through these shots and just practicing expert positioning to stay alive over here. We're entering the final 15 seconds. That means Novo had to take this back now. They've got 5 stars to go. They can kill Ope and one other brawler. There's one. Ope on the chopping block. That's the kill that they needed. Biso needs to get out of here, but SK Gaming fire back. They've got that Gus gadget, and Subim, despite his best efforts, isn't able to win this back.
Beautiful clutch from SK Gaming. I had my heart in my mouth there. They've done so well all game long, and it almost was taken away from them. They deserved that game win. Now they've got to turn it into a set. They are currently behind in that regard, and Novo Esports got off the mark incredibly quickly. That was very good, despite not getting that blue star the first time round. Joker will get it this time, and that will put SK straight back into spawn. Classic SK, we know and love it.
Yes, it feels like an org-wide identity. Any team that wears the banner of SK loves this defensive playstyle. And this present SK roster is doing it quite well. They've got the blue star this time. They did not yield to Marco in letting him have it. Here comes Joker versus Marco. Marco's not really able to do anything there. Biso can do his worst in terms of keeping him alive at range. But once more, there's nothing to deal with this Carl. Carl. There's not anything to stun him out of his super, and that's very, very dangerous to not wield when you're facing him.
Oh, Marco in dangerous territory, but Joker didn't quite land the mark there. With the Byron Hills of Biso able to heal up very quickly, but that was a missed opportunity for SK Gaming there. Joker still has that hypercharge though, didn't waste it, that's to say the least, and has the super good angle there to find the connection also. They're doing a relatively decent job of keeping back Novo Esports. Marco's certainly the threat, and Yoshi and Joker are going to work together to be able to alleviate that threat. And it's just down to these Byron Hills how long he can stand. But there's a separation again. Joker goes in. Oh, and he finishes it off lovely there. That angle's beautiful. 5 stars in the blue for SK Gaming.
SK are looking strong right here, and there's really only one more chance to break them up and dominate this 5-star lead that they've acquired over the course of the game. Here comes Marco. He's already weathered the storm of a gadget out from Yoshi, but here comes the hypercharge. That's a kill. Joker knows that he doesn't need to go for Biso, and he's got to gear up for a defense because this brawler is going to be coming back. He manages to get away with the flying hook. Yoshi is down to his last legs. There's a kill onto Yoshi. Joker's got to be up next. Needs to be a team wipe. Marco's got to go for it. Needs one more star. Ope, the ideal brawler, dodges it by staying in position, and SK Gaming get the trade out to win the set.
Oh, that was close. That was ridiculously close towards the end. The stars trading back and forth. But SK Gaming get it locked down, and that is the set their way. We're all tied up now, and that was a very important one for SK to win.
Another close one, but SK did it. They even out the score, and they're on their way now to the grand finals. As mentioned before, the pattern would demand SK to make it into the finals and win those again, but I kind of have a feeling this pattern could very well be broken today already.
Well, Novo Esports have shown us that SK Gaming can bleed. That is without a doubt. Though SK Gaming, they came here to play their own brand of Brawl Stars. Novo Esports, I think, also stayed in their lane maybe a little bit too much. They decided that they were going to fully commit on this Kenji, go for the Byron to try and keep it alive. And look, it came real close towards the end of game number 2. I mean, we're going to get to see it in just a moment here. It was a comeback opportunity where Marco got in close range, a takedown on Joker, and then Ope, watch, he just stood completely still when Marco came in with the super. And then a trade out at the end just to win by 2 stars. That is too close for comfort, but a set win is a set win.
Looking at the bracket of today, I looked at who could potentially make it into the semis. Those 2 teams definitely on my radar, and I was excited for this match because they have actually never faced off against each other in a monthly final. They've always been on opposite ends of the bracket. Despite that, never made it into the finals together, always in separate occasions. So, well, they're not making it into the grand finals together again, but at least we have a semis that is worthy of a grand final, I feel. Both of those teams standing very close to the top or at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. So let's see what they can show us here on Crystal Arcade. Another one of those new maps we have not seen at all yet today. And I'm looking forward if we're going to see something similar as yesterday. We had Ellie Charlie Bull from Frenzy Gaming, Rejected as Gus, Frank and Lily. And some of those options are already banned out, Dark.
Yeah, I love the Lily shot, by the way. I think that's a scary prospect, potentially. Kaze first pick for Novo Esports. Definitely another one to take away from SK in that regard. Lumi, though, has escaped the bans. I'm kind of looking out for that for sure, especially with the Draco ban. I feel like that could get some more value. Jae Young as well could close that gap, in my opinion. But Shade ban means to me that Novo Esports have really done their homework against SK Gaming for sure. Gus is definitely a safe pick here for SK Gaming if they want to start that way. I think that's probably not a bad shout either. But some really good drafts. Hank's open here. That's definitely a concern. I think teams have got to pick very, very carefully here. And it will be a Lumi first pick brawler. And that's never a bad way to start.
Can't really argue with it. Can't argue with results either. Just a top brawler pick, good on the win rate as well, and very solid on the lane. Tough to push forward versus, unless, of course, you're able to get in close range for free, and that's a hazard that I'm observing with Kaze, because Lumi, she doesn't generally hold her own in close range when there's not, some kind of obstacle nearby that she can hit the Morning Stars on to get more DPS. Here comes Lily also. Brawler that will be able to disrupt the tempo on the gems. It's all about locating the enemy gem carrier and getting close. And this map is probably one of the better ones to select that Lily and go for that matchup, considering that typically the gem carrier is quite far estranged from the lanes. You need to spread out really far to get domination on the bushes on the left and right side, which can leave your gem carrier quite exposed.
For that reason, you got Gus, surely to have that shield, or Meg as well, something with survivability. Yeah, I like that from Novo Esports. It was quite highly played with their scrims, and I feel like Meg's getting a bit overplayed, dare I say it, though, in EMEA. I'm still a little bit on the fence. I don't feel like it's necessarily too strong in my opinion, but it's definitely showing a lot of play rates, so let's see how that kind of evolves. It's definitely been the most we've seen Meg in any region, really. But EMEA did play it a lot before, but this month specifically has shown the most I've seen Meg all season long, really. Third and final pick here for Novo Esports, and they're going to be going with Jae Young. Yeah, I like it. It's going to be able to allow the Meg to close the gap, because that range nerf that she received a while back does feel, especially on big open maps like Crystal Arcade, a bit of a hindrance. So they're going to need to have something along those lines to be able to push forward efficiently.
Okay, and we'll get a taste of what that final brawler selection is from SK Gaming in just a moment here. What is the reaction to Jae Young? Jae Young is such a synergistic brawler selection, keeps teammates alive, and is also able to speed them up and get them in a position. Sandy is the brawler from SK Gaming that's going to be played on a lane, mind you, and it can get immediate control once he throws down that super. Also, the hypercharge super, you're looking at speed, tons and tons of positioning, and also Sandy has the ability to expose brawlers in the bushes as long as you're running root sands, which you should, otherwise you're throwing, and you'll be able to reveal enemy positions. But you have to earn it. It takes 5 shots to get there, and usually those aren't that easy to get.
I mean, Sandy, it's not really been played at the moment by anyone here, but it is a really great pick that I do quite like. We have a little bit of a technical hiccup. We're just going to wait for that to resolve itself. In the meanwhile, we'll keep you updated. But Sandy's been forgotten about. There's no other way to put it. And the hypercharge is still devastating. That mute that it brings can really catch you off guard. And, that's when you're able to strike really efficiently. Especially in these kinds of maps, there's some potential information to be learned from the Root Sands star power, which has that damage over time within the sandstorm in the bushy areas in a map like this. That can go a long way as well. Surprised to maybe not see Bull. I really kind of enjoyed seeing that yesterday here on East Asia. I was massively surprised with the results of which it brought to the outcomes. But that's the sandy reservation that I have. I'm going to be keen to see how SK make it work, and I think it can absolutely work. And for that same reason, I think that we haven't seen it scrim much, so therefore maybe teams aren't as prepared to see it.
I likewise want to see the Bull because, you know, I always yearn for something new and refreshing here in Brawl Stars. Bull getting a rework, and alongside that, a quite major buff to his kit has propelled him to basically at like F tier to now possible to play. I feel like when you have an option like Lily, you just got to seize that opportunity. Once you get that hypercharge, which you get to earn pretty much by staying near enemy brawlers, and you can also help cycle the hyper by using your super. Even if you're going to die, you're able to take down an enemy gym carrier. But check out the lane layout, and this is why I was actually quite surprised at the Jaeyong, is I expected Meg to be played at mid. We're seeing sort of a rotation on the lane as well, Subim opting to go for the right side. But him playing this Meg, and also knowing what star power Meg is most likely to be running into a Lily, makes him a really bad target for Lily with her hypercharge, or even just a normal super.
Yeah, I really agree with that. I love how OP was there for the support, because Joker was in a tough spot with the Jaeyong there. SK playing really well. Look at that. Beautiful stuff. I mean, this is the scariest brawler really for me on the field. The Lily that OP is playing so well, allowing so much space for SK to really get exactly where they want to be. Kaze for Marco, getting behind enemy lines here. He's been in the back spawn side. He's still there now. Joker going to be trying to flush him out. Does so. Gem dropped though there by SK. Let's see if they can get to it. It goes to the hands of Novo. But already a really good start for SK. 7 gems in the back pocket. A hypercharge now for OP as well. Has been playing out of his mind here. So all things are going pretty well so far.
Just a couple more gems. Really 3 that SK Gaming need right now. Hypercharge popped by Ope. Not going to be given an opportunity to go for anything, though. Still hanging on to it, trying to create pressure onto Subim. Looks to be successful for right now, and also goes into the Shadow Realm briefly. Bizo's taken down in an extremely offensive maneuver that left him totally separated from his team. That sacrificing position. Here comes Marco. He cannot get the kill onto Yoshi. If he had just a bit more range, he totally could have done it. And look at this, Yoshi has that hypercharge. He's going to be extremely defensive. Joker's helping the cause with a hypercharge super on the left side, and Marco has a hyper. Could really use a bit more damage to get his super. Takes the opportunity, goes to the enemy side, but cannot reach Yoshi, the desired target, and the one carrying all 10 gems for the squad. It's game 1 going to SK.
Yeah, I feel like this is the SK Gaming back in business, really. It looks comfortable. It really did. I didn't really kind of feel like they were under too much pressure. Novo Esports was so slow to the mark, it's got to be said. And that cannot be the same story this time round. They need to prevent SK from just having that free reign over the mid and shutting down OPE. Again, they don't really have much of an answer for it. They've got the aggression of Kaze. She's not going to be doing much to defend in that regard. The Meg and the Jaeyong are going to have to pair together, which they have this time around. So definitely a better start. Yoshi's got 2 gems, but it's equal to that now of Novo Esports too. So much better communication from their side, clearly, as this game takes a different turn.
SK Gaming have gotten a tremendously successful start. We'll see Joker on the right side firing off some aggressive shots. Needed one more to take down Marco, but was unsuccessful in the maneuver. On the left side, OP's forced into the Shadow Realm. Going to rotate over towards mid, and he has this super immediately onto Subim and demechs him. That's all he's really going to be able to get. Joker with the follow-up shots. 3-tap to take down the little Meg, but he's not able to live and tell the tale. Thankfully, Ope gets back into position, going to be able to get some damage off of Bizo. I thought he'd be able to follow up with a kill, but it looks like he didn't decide to go for it entirely because he's happy, he's content with just having that hypercharge. But maybe he shouldn't be too happy because Novo Esports are only one little gem away from getting a countdown for themselves.
Being very low here. Oh, Marco in the realm of OP is a 1v1, and OP comes out, but in the worst of spots, he's able to survive. However, the support from SK is unreal. Yoshi's got the hypercharge for the defensive measures also, and that was a complete and utter daylight robbery. It's surely going to be then SK that take this set because Nova Esports are completely out of time. This Lily pick really was worth its weight in gold for SK.
That is why you pick the Lily. It is the comeback potential. It is the ability to upset the enemy gym carrier and put endless pressure on them. The last time we saw SK play Lily, at least according to my memory, was in the last monthly final, and they had Joker on that brawler, And I think he came under a lot of heat for the way that he executed on that brawler. I think Ope was just the right guy to put on this brawler this time. It was played excellently.
I do feel like, in general, SK has multiple players that can fulfill different roles, so switching it out is always possible, and I think for this time, it definitely had helped them. Ope did a phenomenal job on the brawler, and yeah, the draft in general, just super funny to look at. They pair those two meta brawlers, Lumi especially, with a Sandy that we haven't seen in such a long time, if only sometimes on double swoosh because of that close range mid. And Joker completely popped off on him too. Sandy is not meta whatsoever, Ark.
Yeah, no, and that's, again, a great reason as to why it's a great brawler pick. I think it's a great map for it. I was just a little bit on the fence because, again, it's one of those brawlers which you kind of have to question just a little bit as to, is it one that just SK are just really tried and tested with that other teams haven't really cottoned on to in their scrims? And is that for good reason? And I think that SK really did make it work so well. I think that it's one of those brawlers that I think maybe now others might try out again, but I've got to just draw attention back to the shining star that for me was this Lily pick. OPE there, just with that still able to give SK Gaming the set win, and it was a brawler pick that you mentioned coming in, Sonny. I think it's a really tough one to handle, and that could be some question marks with how Nova Esports drafted around it and just didn't really kind of prepare for a player like OPE who's so aggressive.
We see a very similar picture right now in the semi-final number 1 that we have also seen in the quarterfinal number 4. Humble expected to win by far more votes as well from the viewers, but they struggled a little bit in the first set, it looked like. Inner Circle had it. SK Gaming also struggled in that first game. They needed that time to wake up, and now they're here. They didn't even drop a single game. SK seem to have locked in right now already.
I think they have. They are hitting their stride at the moment. They're one set off of victory and advancement to the grand finals. Here on Kaboom Canyon, it's all about getting that mid control. And from there, destroying the enemy safe. I mean, that's the game mode, right? That's the objective. But Kaboom Canyon is unique and is especially set apart from the other two heist maps in the current competitive map pool in that you do need to have range at hand and you do need to play for control. You cannot afford to just go ahead and base race. And SK Gaming are not even interested in entertaining that prospect. They've banned out the Miko. I don't think they want to play a proactive RT, so it's probably best for them to ban it when they have first pick.
The one brawler I'm waiting here now for is Bonnie. She's left open. She's probably the best brawler you can have because, as already mentioned, you have that range to hold your ground in mid, but also the aggression that you need to pop the bubble onto save when needed. Just do as much damage as possible in a short amount of time. Crow, we've talked about it before, Ark. I know he's your favorite brawler, but he has kind of fell off a tiny little bit ever since that change to heist because you can't just pop multiple hypercharges on that save anymore. At some point the bubble will pop, Crow will get pushed away, and since he's so squishy, he then usually falls quickly.
Yeah, favorite brawler to cosplay. I'm not too sure in the game as much, but I do feel like watching, Crow today on Heist, I feel like it might be on the rise, honestly. I mean, with SK playing it, and it is a very SK Heist brawler pick. I think we saw it on Hot Potato earlier, and it did shred through the stages of the safe, and I quite like it for that reason. If it wasn't them playing it, I'll have a few more reservations on it. Back over then to Nova Esports, who take no chances with the Kaze pick up. I quite like that for them. Carl available here, one of their top picks in scrims, one that would be quite a good shout. Amber's going to come through instead. Again, that mid then is going to leave no stone unturned, nowhere to hide then for SK Gaming, so I quite like that. Back over now to SK Gaming.
I feel like Amber is just one you got to pick if you want to run something at the enemy team that moves forward relentlessly, but you don't want to have the proper firepower facing into it. So Intelligent here on the Amber selection can totally get outranged. There are abundant counters to deal with this. Usually it's stuff that outranges it. Just mind you, Amber also is going to be a good way to deal with stuff that can get in close range. Something like a Melody might be a bit of a difficult matchup into that Amber. Looks like Bonnie is the way to go for SK Gaming right here. Of course, there are ways to deal with that Bonnie as well. Things that are popular on this map. Bell always comes to mind for me. but you have to be mindful of how exactly do you keep this mid control? How do you deal with the Bonnie at the same time? Have to have some sort of defensive capability because Bonnie gets super so quickly. And she is going to be jumping on you.
Like the Bell shout for sure, Draco going to come in for SK. This is a really dangerous draft. I mean, there is potential here for Novo Esports to bring in the Melody. That's like a good shout for them. Maybe a Chuck even. They do need to have something of a base race because the Bonnie and the Crow, I mean, that's two really dangerous brawlers on the save, and the Drake is now to add to that equation. They haven't really got anything other than the Amber for defense, and that's the brawler that you'd like to kind of get up the map and have the Dancing Flames gadget to really attack the safe, and I think that kind of has got to stay back on defense. Tara's going to be on defense instead. I would prefer maybe the Chuck of the Melody, honestly. They're going to be on defense a lot with this kind of comp, the Crow, the Bonnie. I've got to side with this SK Gaming draft. I just don't see what Nova Esports are kind of like trying to cook here. I'd love to be proved wrong, but it's so hard to side with what is now one of the most dominant hyperchargers in the game, and two brawlers that can just jump on the safe and shred through a stage.
The way that I see it at the moment, Novo Esports' mentality is, hey, wait, we get to dictate which bushes stay up and which ones burn, because they're the only ones who are capable of breaking anything with this Amber. So if they leave mid up, then it is a Tara's paradise. See if they are able to enforce that matchup. Here comes Ope in looking for the kill. He's already used his gadget, and he's going to be taken down by just a couple of cards. Wedging himself between the edge of the map and the Indestructible is one way to stay alive, though. Novo Esports are forced to rotate over towards the left side. Subeam's just going to go for it, trying to hit some of these crit shots on the safe. Meanwhile, Marco is preoccupied with Ope pushing in on the right side. Now, this is a stalemate. If Ope pushes forward, Marco is going to deal with him quite handily, but that's what Joker's responsibility is going to be. Wait for this to be baited out on the right side, then move in for the kill and colossal safe damage.
Perfect from Joker, and the Mark is on the save as well, so OP running quick star power on the Draco as well, and that's what I was concerned about. Joker did really fantastic work there to bait out that Tara super first and wait the perfect time to strike. Here's some shots now on Biso on the right hand side. OP did not quite reach the safe. SK behind by 10%. The hypercharge of Yoshi could well change that, and a good time for the safe to get maximum amount of damage prior to the next stage. Is only 5% from there from the previous. Joker jumping in as well gets over that middle area, and now just 8% until the next stage too. But they do have to be considerate of this defense that's needed. Nova Esports got some very, very good damage, and if Kaze gets on the safe as well, it's going to be disastrous.
It's always about distraction. Have one person go in, and the other person takes advantage of the lack of pressure in one regard. You see Novo Esports doing their best to defend on the right side. They do get a kill on Ope. Here comes the hypercharge from Subeam, but he's not going to be able to make much use of it on the left side. That's a hypercharge in from Bonnie. She's dispelled in that offensive maneuver, and SK Gaming have kind of squandered a huge opportunity. Bizo's going to get some more damage here. Surely this is going to be dropped down to that final shield. Bizo's doing his best. Meanwhile, on the side of Novo Esports, that safe is likewise being dropped down, but Marco's thankfully able to get that defense. Final shield baited out from the side of SK Gaming. It just takes one more solid push from Novo Esports to eliminate it. That, or they just defend this last push.
Oh, OPE's got hypercharge in the top right, left-hand side. He's going onto the safe now as well. It's going to be an absolute base race, but they clear up Subeam. Will he be able to get it? They also defended him. Yoshi with one final ditch attempt. Couldn't get the damage. Not going to happen. The stage was still there. And Nova Esports dodge a bullet. Lovely stuff, but will SK be able to bring this back? It was amazing to me that all the way through that game, Nova Esports were always just 10% ahead. Every step, every stage that went down, they always remained in that lead.
And respectable team play from SK as well. They knew what to do. The Tara was such a massive counter to that Draco, and they still managed to push it out of mid in the early game, and they kept it preoccupied with the Draco for Joker to jump in. But Subeam does so much damage to the safe. Really, in only 4 shots, he's able to drop it down to 85. Joker's going to do his best, but that's the defense from Amber. Those dancing flames are catastrophic for anyone that gets caught in them. Even one can drop you down to just 1 tap. So that's why Amber is such a good defender here, but Crow is a great way of dealing with her, especially at range. Yoshi with the assassination in clears the way for Ope to start exerting his domain over mid. Couldn't get that shot onto Marco. What a read from Marco on the positioning of that Draco. Gets the kill, and Subeam and Marco get to combine on this safe.
I think that defense booster kept Yoshi alive there as well. Hypercharge not going to be used, however, just to jump in to get the safe down for that first stage. I think that's probably wise now. OP would really like to get the utility. They've done a fantastic job on the side of Novo Esports to be depriving him of getting it too early. Joker's got his, though. If he can just get a super off the back of this, get stun potential on the safe and just go on the aggressive. Marco marked up, will fold. The trade, though, is there. And the heals here behind B, so might keep him alive. But Joker does finally win that matchup. Not going to get any damage on the safe, however, and it's a different story for Novo Esports, who take it down to 53%.
It hurts, but it was necessary because it provided some time for Ope and Yoshi to get up. So now SK Gaming do have mid control. Only problem is they are facing some pretty stacked opponents. Marco could go for the huge portal here, and Biso also has a hypercharge. And on the counter push, Novo Esports have the potential to get just unbeatable damage. As the clock is ticking down, it's time for SK to strike. They have 2 hypercharges in hand, now 3. Yoshi's gonna go in, trying to blast off the shield, gets it down to 50%, that's perfect. Now Ope needs to follow in with the second punch. They've got the jab, and here comes the dragon in to deal some more damage with the flames. It's just 34% remaining on Novo Esports is safe, and it's actually not looking that optimistic for them. They're behind by a single tempo. Now down to the 20 final seconds. Joker has that hypercharge, gonna go for it, look for the stun on Marco, unsuccessful. Ope and Joker look to combine. Just a few seconds left for this one to come back.
The timing was perfect there from SK. The strategy impeccable. You can see that Novo Esports went straight on the defensive because everyone had the utility, and the stages went down in the perfect way for SK Gaming to ensure it. And now a match point, 1 game away from today's grand final. If they can do that again, because that was so much more composed and the communication around it, you just see that everyone holding that mid with hypercharges, buying down the clock, knowing full well they could just take their time with that and allow that big push to happen with little response there, or little time for a response there from Novo Esports. Very calculated stuff there.
Different lane layout this time. They're going to be sending Kaze up the right side. Yoshi is able to shrug it off, but Bizo is able to hold his thumb on the screen and auto-aim. Thankfully, Joker is there to save the day, trade out the kill, and take up the mid position and hold on. As a solo versus 3 enemy brawlers looking for an entry point. They're not able to find anything just yet. They'll use Subim as a sort of spearhead on the left side. He's creating pressure on the left. Meanwhile, on the right side, OP has charged up his first super. He's looking to push in as well. Through the shades, no real issue. It's all a distraction. It's so that Joker can come in and look and try and stun like a couple of opponents before moving on to the safe.
Stun gonna miss, but the takedown is there. And now the right-hand side, OP and Joker gonna get safe down to a nice level of HP. Now Joker and Sabim just dancing with the hypercharge. Sabim gonna probably hit the safe here as well, and it does. Lovely from him. 80% and down to 76 now, and a hypercharge for Marco in mid. It's dangerous. Straight for OP, the perfect person for it. And the control is coming back alive for Novo.
The way that Tara used her abilities over there, you could tell that she really wanted to cycle out a hypercharge super, but was just short, maybe a couple of card contacts. Ope, despite his best efforts, is going to go down in the middle of a hypercharge. That's that game-breaking hypercharge that has brought Draco to the forefront of the meta, and it was not enough to get through this Tara at mid. This is exactly the position that Novo Esports want to play for, but they're only ahead by a tiny margin. Here comes Joker moving forward. Subim's doing his best in close range, but Joker now goes into the cannon to try and survive. Drops down the second shield. Novo Esports are behind by a single tempo. SK Gaming doing their best to defend at their home base. Marco with a hypercharge out to get some damage. In comes Subim to drop the final shield out of SK Gaming's safe. It's just a 4% difference between SK Gaming having shield and having nothing. They're going to do their best on offense to try and win the match here and now.
It's a bit of an open door, but there's still so much work to be done on the safe for SK Gaming here. Definitely against the clock as well. There's a good stage down, but they need another final push and a solid defense to do both at the same time. It's a huge ask. Sabim on the safe. There's a stage down to 24%, and that's going to be a huge thing for SK Gaming, who have got to get down to 25% and then wait the time out. It's not going to happen. Nova Esports survive against that match point and take it forwards into the next. That was so crucial for them to earn.
This could be Novo moving on to their second grand finals. The last time they made it there, they won the whole darn thing. But it wasn't against a Humble. It wasn't against an SK. wasn't against anyone that could be produced through our lower bracket. It would be a tough matchup awaiting them there, but they seem to be clawing their way towards that destiny.
SK could have been the first team to qualify for the World Finals last month already. They didn't make it out of quarters. That meant that they did not quite lock in their spot just yet. Yesterday in East Asia, nobody claimed that first spot either, so today, either Novo or SK Gaming, whoever makes it into the Grand Finals, will have their spot locked in. So this match means so much more than just one Grand Final or one semi-final win here. Terra was an interesting pick here. It used to be the Crow counter on lane that you want to have on your team. It worked out in the end, and honestly, to me, still that Crow is a pick that can work. In the old heist, that single Crow hypercharge from Yoshi at the end of game 1 could have won them the game, but they did not pop the bubble in time, and that multiple times. Game 2 looked a bit different. SK Gaming locked down middle completely, had complete control, so they were able to get those stages in quickly. But yeah, Nova was just too strong in that one. Nothing else to add to that.
Yeah, and I think the way that they handled themselves was really, really great. I mean, against the match point as well, and a really tough comp to manage. You could see that SK Gaming could make it work so well with the Bonnie, with the Crow, and the Draco as well. I think that was the key. Keeping OP suppressed and not able to get much. He actually wasted the hypercharge at one point. That's a really long one to earn as well. So it takes a great amount of time, and it just wasted a lot for SK Gaming there. They'll be kicking themselves for sure, and that's not a mentality that you want to have going to a fifth and final set.
And again, whoever wins the next set, since we're heading into set 5, it all comes down to that one will have their slot for the World Finals locked in. So really lock in, you guys. Those two teams, now it's now or never for them once again. A phrase that we've been saying a lot of times today. I feel it's now or never for so many of those teams really.
This is their chance to go ahead and seize things. Otherwise, they leave it up to next month and, oh goodness, hopefully not up to the results of other teams. That is the worst feeling, but also that's something that can happen when double points are at play, and that last month is so crucial, and some things can slip out of your control.
We're heading over to Bells Rock now. Set number 5, the last set. We're going to see one of those teams play today. The other one is going to move into the Grand Finals where they face either Reply Totem or Humble. We're in Bells Rock, a map that we've seen a lot of times already last month and this month as well. And now I want to see what those two are going to show us. It used to be the map of Grey and Tick. Grey's banned out here. Tick, I'm not sure where his position is in the current meta, but we did see him yesterday, so yeah, let's see if EMEA is going to show us some of that, to me, most annoying brawler in the game, or not.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun draft for sure. Both teams have got their top pick here as Rico, and they've banned it out on the side of Novo. It's kind of rare brawler ban to see, but one that I feel is quite a worthy one. Angelo open for SK, and of course they're going to bag it. On the other side of things, Gus could be a good one for Eclipse Esport here, as it's, again, very good, very safe. RT as well, I feel like could be very much on their minds. I think the Grey ban specifically a very good call on their behalf too. I think as well, Jae Young here could be a very sort of brawler to consider highly. Bonnie potentially even, but can be a bit too slow and sluggish for my liking. Hank, if they really want to kind of replace this Ollie ban and have something tanky to consider here, that's first pick. Yeah, I think that makes a ton of sense for me. Again, you've got to have a long-ranged counter towards that. Angelo and Gus is the most picked brawler on this map in scrims. I think you kind of have to side with it in that regard. I think RT as well now wouldn't be the worst of shouts at all. Certainly for those later stages, you always want to have an RT consideration highly in knockout.
That, plus you're going to be marking enemies when you hit them in the detached form. You can call it the Jackie form, because that's basically what RT becomes when it uses its super. So you're looking at even more damage. Jae Young, this is one that you mentioned. Super synergistic brawler. Novo Esports are going to be playing a couple of supports already. I do trust in Gus to get some solid damage, but not looking at kill confirms with this guy. You're able to retreat most of the time when you're staring a Gus shot down the barrel. The only risk is if he has that gadget online, and if you're at the pro level, then you're counting shots. It is simply a different game We're talking two teams that are in the top 4 in EMEA. RT, another one that you called out, Ark, just a top selection here for the reasons we already mentioned.
Yeah, good stuff from SK Gaming. Really liking what I'm seeing here for sure. They could go long range, or they could play a bit of a risky tank. Kaze could be an idea, but it's not going to do much for the early game at all. Daryl has been floated around by them in the past. Bell, some other sharpshooters like that. The long range kind of affair is where SK Gaming like to play on Bell's Rock, so there's a couple there, even Mandy, but I think it's too risky in this meta for it. But it is an SK idea, which they like to float around sometimes. Sprout, final pick, but not really in total, because Nova Esports now, they can just hard counter this, surely.
It is possible they could get in close range. You know, do they want to go the Kenji route? Do they want to get some sort of Kaze? Or, hey, just a different thrower, right? Is this a Grom type of day? Tick, there you go. Tick on this map usually makes it quite difficult to switch up the lanes, so maybe Novo Esports can find a way to get their optimal lane matchups. Versus the Brawlers on SK Gaming, though, this is what I'll tell you. No one wants to face the Angelo, and I don't think anyone's too interested in facing the RT. It's definitely the easier matchup. The KO potential from him isn't quite as strong as it is for Angelo, and you don't have the concerns about feeding an eventual super or hypercharge that will be your win condition when the poison forces everyone closer. But I'll tell you this, most of the time, Tick does beat Sprout. Sprout's just not really equipped to deal with the Tick super, that kind of aggression that results from spawnable that targets itself at your enemy. Well, watch that 1v1. The career of these two throwers at mid with great interest, and analyze some really pokey gameplay on the left and right lanes.
Tick, a very good brawler on this map. Don't get me wrong. My only reservation being is the fact that this is like the final set. Like, if this doesn't work and you find yourself in a 1v2 as a Tick, it's a very tough position to find yourself in. So I'm really going to be paying attention to these lane sides and what happens when it's, you know, one man down for Novo potentially here. Speam surviving just on that right hand side, going to be healing up now accordingly, bringing the speed in as well to get back into position. Yoshi doing a great job of just mirroring his movements there, tapping him up as well, down to 2000 HP. And SK doing, as SK do, good amounts of control, great awareness of that Tick head. And Joker and Yoshi really went to town on it very quickly. There's the Weekend Warrior gadget. Oh my word, Yoshi just survives there with a helping hand. Oh my word, so close. Now knocked back from Marco, but Nobi should be able to clear this up, I want to say, and he will do just that. So SK Gaming, with a good start the first round, goes their way.
Marco got away with quite a lot there at the end. He's well on his way to a hypercharge, which in fact he has gotten. But he needs to get towards that next super to provide the appropriate pressure versus this squad. If he's running the thick head star power, then OP won't be able to one-shot it and is going to require some assistance from Joker to get rid of that threat, the spawnable that auto-targets an enemy. We'll see the same matchups ensue, although Joker is deciding to start targeting this left side. SK Gaming are looking for a way to make this more deterministic, you know, not as reliant on getting in close range and sort of hoping for the best, sort of being put under a lot of pressure towards the later stages of the round.
Good taps from OP on this left side, and they are being held back. Oh, we put the gadget there and didn't quite even go for the wall in the end, but a bit of hesitation for sure. There's the hypercharge there of Marco, taken care of, but Yoshi cannot move forwards. Those mines, as people forget, do really sting. You go down instantly. Oh, Joker really went misstep there. He's so low, but OP might not have the gadget on the reset side of things, on the cooldown, to be able to utilize there. And now in a 1v2, he's just bang out of position here, going to go down very swiftly, and utility available for Nova Esports in a really pinnacle round.
This feels like a very different kind of Brawl Stars. You got modern brawlers, but a very old-fashioned play style on this map that's been in the game for a while. Super passive, very pokey, all about these long-range matchups. Big difference, though, over the last time we saw this kind of gameplay is, well, hypercharges exist. That's how old-fashioned it is. Here comes a hyper out from Joker, in fact. He's going to split off Jaeyoung and Marco, but they won't really capitalize on it. Joker's looking for some range versus Marco, and Overgrowth is threatening to help him hit some of those shots at long range, but it's not really doing all that much so far. Though SK Gaming are aiming to do one thing, which is get positioning at mid, at which they've entirely succeeded.
Taps again from Yoshi. Now the gas closing in as well. And that will force the hand of Novo to push forwards. And he's again still marked up, but full HP now. Has got the shield, and now will be the absolute time to consider using it or protecting a teammate with it. Shots being landed down by Joker. A wall there will leave a little bit of a tile to escape through, but it actually feeds the channel, and down goes Biso as a result of that. Weekend Warrior, though, going to be a trade. Joker and Yoshi surviving on here. Tickhead taking care of Yoshi in a great position now to allow Joker to finalize it out. And SK Gaming, they get the game. It's match point for them.
Two heroic efforts from Marco, though. In the rounds that they were taken down, naturally Tick, the most passive brawler, is going to be the one that is alive last, but both times he got his enemy down to one tap in the end. Even got a hypercharge out there. Much respect to this guy. Could be the difference between SK Gaming going ahead and taking the match here. Novo headed on to a double match point. He's been very, very valuable for the roster. Once more on the gameplay. What? Okay, Joker's learned to walk in a straight line and has gotten them positioning. Didn't look like Marco was ready for that at all.
SK Gaming are 2 rounds away from being the first team in the world to lock in a ticket to the World Finals. Let that sink in. This is now the time to lock down and ensure it, because then next month they can just sit back and relax. Not take their foot off the gas, but definitely it will be a massive celebration for them tonight if they can just get this final hurdle done. And so far, so good. Again, both teams just feeling each other out at the moment. Beam having that super, using the speed for now, but surely will consider the heals if his teammates require it. Tickhead out. So swift as that. Joker and Yoshi are absolutely on point with securing those takedowns as you need to have. Weekend Warrior gadgets. Sabim gets the kill as a 3 versus 2 now in favor of Novo, and a very swift clear up. That was convincing as a turnaround, and you've got to have that against the match point that they've already been able to go against once. They're doing it again.
Novo Esports put so much pressure on Joker there. That's how they were able to get that done. Because Joker was forced into close quarters where he's going to be able to do pretty much nothing, and at least Marco can throw down a minefield right on top of him. That's going to capitalize on when brawlers need to group up in a central area towards the end of the game. You can just put a minefield down there, maybe even a super, to get additional guaranteed damage. Novo Esports can just hang on to the later stages and keep their positioning like they did in the last round, then we very much are headed to a double match point, threatening the position of SK Gaming as the first team to lock in the World Finals in this region. So far, SK Gaming are doing a pretty solid job of moving up. In fact, this is probably the best they've done so far. They're closing in, looking for the early game kills, possibly onto Tick over here. Marco's going to pop that hypercharge and the super. It's denied by the Sprout. And here comes a pathing of the Tick super around, going to amount to nothing. Marco out with the spins because he knows that this round is over, and this one is going to go to the ultimate round.
Such an important trade. An OP on their right-hand side, I've got to give a big shout-out to, because that was a very big amplified poison shot that forced out the Gush shield, and he held his own on that right-hand side for sure. Now, SK, 1 round away. Again, this is World Finals on the line here for them. They need this to be able to lock themselves in and be the first team in the world to do so. Big taps into the middle. Marco low as a result. Got to be healing up now. And a huge wall for Joker. Gets rid of the bush. Allows his teammates to push up. The gadget pop there from OPE. Shredding through that wall. Keeping Novo under pressure. This is exactly what we need to see from SK. And Joker's got another wall. It's just herding the sheep into a corner.
Novo Esports are being pushed back. Here comes a hypercharge out from Ope, looking to punish. A huge shot onto Biso would guarantee the kill, but they're hanging on just a little bit longer. Hypercharge out from Joker, closing Novo into this corner. Subim's doing his best. He's got the speed to move these guys out. Biso hanging on by a thread. SK continue to punish Novo as they try to regroup in this back right corner. Marco no popped out of position. He's the first to fall. SK Gaming are 3 members strong versus 2. Subim falls next. Biso, the last one to go. And SK Gaming, this team with perfect attendance, are now graduating magna cum laude. They're going to the World Finals.
As Pedro says, no struggle, no SK, but in 2025, they made it look very easy breezy. You gotta say that. What a huge result. This year for them has been solid. Their best year yet, I would say. And looking ahead to the World Finals, that is a dangerous prospect. Teams around the world need to be paying close attention to SK Gaming.
Congratulations to Joker, Ope, Yoshi, and of course also Pedro and the org itself. SK Gaming for qualifying as the first in the world and lock in World Finals already. Really well played here. They could have closed it out a little earlier, maybe had a match point almost done, but in the end, Novo has stood up to them, have given us one more beautiful gameplay here. Novo, just like SK, they have perfect attendance so far as well. So as long as they qualify for August next month and make it into the semis again, they are also locked in for World Finals. So it's not over yet for them. For every Novo fan out there, you can still be optimistic that you'll see them go straight there as well. Well, with that now, SK Gaming waiting in the finals. And we're yet to see which of those two Italian rosters or the Italian orgs will make it to the grand finals as well. Ready?
I cannot wait for this one. So there's potential for Reply Totem to do the unthinkable. They won their matchup versus Heretics. I think that was their primary objective, but they've had plenty of time to go ahead and start preparing some stuff or expand on what they already had for this semifinal. For Humble, though, much different objective. They are just aiming to meet SK in the grand finals like they have all year.
And if we are following the same pattern, like you said, ready, then Humble and SK Gaming would meet in the finals again. It's been every second month that those two teams have been facing off against each other. Who will take the throne in the end? Reply Totem, Humble, or SK Gaming are still in the race. And you, once again, have some time to get something to drink. It's important to hydrate in the heat that we have right now. And also lock in your predictions over at event.brawlstars.com. See you in a second. Reply Totem versus Humble is up next. Yes, that's right. We're already in the semi-final number 2. Totem is still here. They made it to the semis this month. And yes, Humble also qualified for this month's monthly final. So there you go. And immediately they're both here in the semis. The match that we just watched, Trev, you were benched for that one, but I'm sure you followed along closely. We were able to congratulate SK at the end of it for their march through and for their ticket to World Finals.
Yeah, sadly benched because that was a banger of a game, I can't lie. Really good plays from both of the teams. But Joker, the match MVP as always, seems to be inevitable at this point, but he does deserve it. All the players on SK did incredibly well, but Joker definitely being the standout. Really, really good stuff. A little bit sad for Novo Esports, to be fair. I'd have liked to see them get to the finals because their performance today was almost next to none.
Now we're heading into semi-final number 2 after such a long semi-final number 1. We needed a quick breather, but I still hope this one is going to be just as close here. It's Reply Totem versus Humble, the Italian Derby number 2 arc.
Yeah, I cannot wait for this. I really can't. I've been super impressed with Reply Totem today. It's their best performance this year so far. The only reservation for me is, is it too soon to expect that they could get a win against the world champions? That's the thing. I feel like for them, they're going to be on massively high spirits. We've seen Humble crumble in the semi-finals before, and it's hard to see it being Reply Totem, the other team, to do it today. But it's possible. I think that coming in, I think we all expected Reply Totem to fall in the quarters again. They've really excelled. They've made some changes in the background that seem to be working.
And Reply Totem want to end their season on a high note, make a deep run today, and so far they did make it into the semis. That's already huge for them. Had a good run through the monthly qualifiers as well, beating both Foot and Supermassive. Both of those teams are now not even playing in the finals. On the other side though, their opponents are looking strong, especially at LAN. We call them the Wolves online. They didn't always look as fierce, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that they're consistently good online, right? Like, it's rare. It was a rare outlier last month that they didn't make it. Usually they're getting to the semis, getting to the finals. They might not be winning the most online, but they're just consistently there, and I think that's the main thing when trying to qualify to an event like World Finals, which they've won. You've just got to be there consistently and get the points on the board.
And even though Humble is always at the top, at least when it comes down to LANs, also consistently playing well online, they still always have some nice words for their opponents. So let's hear it from Symantec one more time.
Totem actually joined with Angel by start of the year. Qualifier already was a bit tough. They did manage up to beat Foot though, and Supermassive in the lower bracket to still qualify, which is massive in my opinion. Can't believe they actually made it out of the death bracket there. And now it's time for them to prove themselves again on the big stage. It is all or nothing. Like, if they win 2 times in the final, they make the boss. Simply as that. And there's nothing, like, everything is still on the line and there's nothing over yet, and you can never count them out. Trust me, that will be back.
You can never count them out. I love the spirit that Humble is bringing to the scene, Symantec as well. Now, we're looking at a line event that both of those teams have been playing, the OWN Masters Valencia. And for Humble, it was Vayne, Vidi, Vici. They made it a quick match against Totem, a 3-1 in the end. Yet still, the draft was there from Totem. I'm sure you two watched it as well. They played well, but at LAN, Humble is just on a different level.
A very close sets. I mean, you've got to give credit to the Reply Totem there, getting one set, and then the close ones that followed were 1-2. So, they did phenomenally well for me in that regard. I think many didn't really expect to see them in that competition to qualify to that stage. So, they were certainly kind of really down the dumps in their performance going into that event. So, I think it's been a really steady rise that kind of started actually back then in Valencia. We are still going Humble. I think you kind of have to in this regard. I really was thinking about it though. I've got to be honest, I really did put some heavy consideration into this one. But again, I feel like it might just be a little bit too soon to expect an upset here. But 29% of the community think that is a possibility. I think that's kind of fair, actually. I would not been surprised if that had been actually a lesser poll on the event.brawlstars.com website.
Yeah, I mean, huge stuff here as well. I'm not surprised you almost picked Totem, to be honest with you, after they've done you an absolute win in the first round on your predictions. I'm surprised you didn't go it again, because honestly, I considered it, because they did look very good, being able to, close out against the team who won the previous monthly finals. So, as you mentioned, definitely on the uprise, Reply Totem are a team to look out for, but I just think it's so hard to predict against Humble. They just win the majority of the things they touch, at least, at LAN. Online, they're usually getting to the finals or around about there. So, Reply Totem, a team who hasn't made the finals once this year, only just made the semi-finals for the first time, or Humble. I just had to go the safe bet.
We're heading over to our very first map of the semi-final number 2. It's going to be Triple Dribble, and as always, I'm waiting for throwers here, and I'm waiting for Shade and Hank that are usually both always banned out. And if they're not, yes, that's exactly where I'm getting at. Hank has to be picked up first here, because you have those walls in the middle, unbreakable as well. You need those brawlers that can make good use, or put those walls to good use in the end. Either throwers or Hank and Shade. So not banning him here might hurt Humble, but the draft has only just started, Ark.
Yeah, but Humble of tanks, Lou, Charlie, Primo. Primo cancels out Hank really nicely here as well. Yeah, Lou the first one. Bull as well. They've been really experimenting a lot with that since the rework and getting some good results with it. They've been the team that keep playing Chester too as well. Lumi, yeah, that one escaped the bans, been quite spotted, and it's definitely a worthy pickup for me as well. I really like what Humble are cooking in that regard. Chester dropped off massively. Don't know why. Humble keep playing it, and I'm kind of all for it in that regard. But I like your call, the throwers. I think Barley, I think Larry and Laurie even could still be something that could pop up here for Reply Totem now, as the Willow ban kind of leaves lesser options in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, I like the thrower shouts as well. They've been here, you know, quite heavily. Yeah, there you go. Barley is going to come in for Reply Totem. They've just been so heavily played. I'm honestly surprised we're not seeing kind of like a bit of a berry combo for Humble, to be fair. But I guess with Hank out the way, it kind of takes some of the options to go along with berry away. But Barley, pretty solid for Reply Totem here. They have this third and final as well. You got to expect it to be, you know, like something a bit more aggressive or support, something like that. They have already got the Hank, to be fair. But I like the Lou. At a certain point, I was very questioning the Lou on this map, but I've seen it time and time again now, and I love it. And obviously, the same to go with Lumi. There's the support that I was talking about. Jay Young comes on in and should be a very good addition to this Reply Totem side.
Smelling tanks, whether it's going to be the Primo or the Bull, I just feel like they've got to have something to power through this and to combat this Hank. They've got a great tank counter, great control elements. They are lacking something with some HP. They can see the big picture now, and Larry and Laurie is what they're feeling actually in terms of control. They're surprised to see that, honestly. It's kind of not really Humble's playstyle in Brawl Ball. That might mean that Reply Totem have a bit more of an opportunity here to really utilize this Hank pick. It's definitely going to have the heals of the Herbal Tonic from the Barley. That's definitely going to be the gadget of choice. I can't see them really deviating away from that side of things. So let's see how this one fares. I'm quite excited to see, you know, whether Reply Totem had a bit of a one-off this morning in the you know, quarterfinal stages, or whether they can kind of continue to have a bit of a battle back and forth with Humble here.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope they can put up a big fight against Humble, to be fair. It'd be an exciting game. Angel Boy taking some heavy fire off the start, though. And Maru trying to get around the side. A little bit of help from the Herbal Tonic there, and going aggressive with the gadget. Now some shots from Boss coming in. Eventually gets the kill, and will now take up his next opponent in Mori, who's been backed all the way off.
Immediately on the defense. Angel Boy considering that turn there as the heals from Maori come at a good time to keep everyone alive. But separated out the map, it's tough to get Maru to really hand over any utility there. Uses it himself to get into the mid here, but look at this. Humble really are turning all the screws in this. Maru low, Maori low, and Angel Boy trying to make some space for his team, but Humble are just sitting back. Boss now able to get some taps straight into the middle here, past to Lukey. Should be an easy walk in, or past Semantic along the way. That's Humble looking so calculated to step things up.
Yeah, good stun in there as well to be able to get that ball in. Larry and Laurie super available. Lou's going to throw one down the right hand side. Just clip more Maru there just a little bit. Not too iced up, but won't be stepping anywhere near that rink anytime soon. Pushing up this right side now, and super thrown backwards from Boss. Just going to try play it passively. No need to go too aggressive, and there's the gadget from Lumi. Lovely stuff. And a gadget used there by the Barley as well, helping out his teammates, but couldn't quite get to him in time. Lukey's just looking so dangerous versus Angel Boy here. Angel Boy not really able to move too much because ultimately the freeze is so devastating. Just has to sit back and needs some speed from Maru. But again, on that far right-hand side, he's kind of a bit far away from the person that he needs to be really supporting. And now some great hypercharge on the right-hand side. Semantic clears up house. Angel Boy forced to heal too as well. It's looking tough here for Reply Totem, who need a goal. And now the clock fast approaches 30 seconds. They need to make a move, and they need to make it now. Yeah, nice eye spot there from Semantic as well to stay in the mix and evade a few of those shots from Maru on the right-hand side. It's going to have to be Angel Boy making the big move here, I feel, but he's being kept back so successfully by Lukey, who will throw down another gadget as well, and Maru getting a kill on the right-hand side, giving them a bit of an in, but instantly Boss going to refrag that. Angel Boy stuck in place, has to force out a super to get the heals. Boss will go aggressive as well, but that leaves an opening in the back. But Semantic should be able to stop this one with a little freeze. Gets caught on the wall there, can't even get the shot off, and he's going to go down, and the first game will go to Humble. Yeah, that's a very convincing start. That's the new Match Arena pin there as well that Humble flaunted earlier this week on Twitter. And, you know, that's very convincing. I mean, the goal was from Humble's side, very, very calculated. The control element really shining through again as a result of just looking at the draft for what it was in their eyes, thinking, you know what, we've got some really good brawlers already. We've got the counter to the tank. We don't actually need to go tank. Let's go Larry and Laurie. And it's worked out super well for them so far. And let's see whether they can do it again. Reply Totem do need to start to advance. They have been able to take down Lukey, and I don't think he went down all last game. He was on his feet the majority of it, for sure. That's to say the very least.
And now it's the best spot that Totem have been in for a very long time, but they've got to make good of this opportunity.
Yeah, it's definitely a reverse position from in the previous game. It was Humble kind of locking down for a while in this aggressive position behind the walls, and Barley able to rain fire eventually. It's kind of been held back by Larry and Laurie for the most part over the past game. Semantic, ice block, if he tanks that shot well, might want to go aggressive now, but can't really get within range. He's doing a great job of juking here, Angel Boy. A super from Semantic, not really getting the most back from it, as it's in a bit of a no man's land. Lukey won't be able to stop this, I don't think, and the ball slid in by Maru in a great start for Reply Totem in game 2.
Yeah, this lane swap is paying dividends, and Angel Boy is having a much better lane against Semantic rather than Lukey. They got them the goal, most importantly, but a great stun there as well. Maru's going to fall immediately, so as Maru gets a trade there as well, but danger. That Angel Boy, oh, hypercharge. Oh, that was close. He thought about it, and I thought he might have even gone all the way there, honestly. And now taken care of, but that was a very close opportunity for Reply Totem yet again. So this game going much more their way, but not to say that Humble cannot turn this around, because they absolutely can. You can see there Maru there not taking any chances at all, supering the ball away, just trying to buy down the clock.
Yeah, a minute left now, and Humble in a good position. They're in a position where they couldn't really fail from this last time, and they got the goal eventually. And I hope to be able to do that again. Gadget placed, nice placement on it as well. Placing the ball just behind this wall. Hypercharge comes in from Semantic on the right-hand side, will get the kill. Angel Boy taking so much fire, but Semantic can't push up any further. Should go down and does. Now Boss goes slide into the middle and wait for the pass. Semantic might be waiting for the extra one as well. Ice block in there to try and tank some damage. Last call comes out, and the Hypercharge too defends well.
I like this from Reply Totem, just keep supering the ball away, and now Angel Boy clears house there with some lovely torpedoes. And 20 seconds on the clock, they're in a good position as well to be able to hold as long as possible and then go back some more even. Humble have got to really push this hard, and Lukey needs to get super ready off the back of this, but Totem are just keeping their distance as they can afford to do. Pushing the ball even closer towards the board. I think there's no time now for Humble to make a response, so being able to even out this set so early is massive. I mean, if Reply Totem can now get this game, get one set ahead, as we know, they do need a lead to be able to kind of ensure things. We saw earlier today, they almost got reverse swept despite a 2-set lead versus Team Heretics. So this is now a bit of a chance to communicate, talk to each other, build up the hype and ensure that they get this set in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a question of who's going to have that early control. That has been the deciding factor of both of these games. Humble got it in the first, they won it. Totem got it in the second, and they won it. And it looks like Totem have got the early pressure here with a kill on the left-hand side onto Lukey. And as you mentioned in the first game, he really wasn't dying. But in this second and third, he's been going down a lot more frequently. Angel Boy rotated to the right, and Semantic has not been having a good time.
Yeah, ever since that lane swap, it's worked out much better. Maori might find Semantic here as well. Does go down. Super out. Last call. Gonna lay the map there with... Oh, I was gonna say Maori. That might have even gone in if it had been slowed off to the right. But I think it might have been better just to hold firm a little bit and just ensure that the control is there. I like the idea, and that may have been a goal potentially there.
Yeah, Boss just going to go down in the corner there. Couldn't corner it anymore. And Lukey has a super of his own. Goes for it. Locks down Angel Boy. And they're going to look to try and get a kill off the back of that, but unable. The pass might be open. Ice block used. Boss grabs the ball, but he's overwhelmed by 3 members of Totem, who will score with 1 minute and 30 on the clock. Similar to last game, will Humble get the response?
Loving this adaptation and a completely different Reply Totem. Humble though, 2 men still standing, and Boss with the Laurie at hand. You're going to push here, choosing to play control. Maori, got to give him a massive shout out. That goal was a lot to do with him there, cycling last calls and getting so much utility down for his team, keeping everyone still alive. Semantic making a push. Iceblock not going to find too much value and instantly eradicated again. The hypercharge from Maori litters the map.
Yeah, I don't think the ice block's making too much use at all, to be honest. I'm surprised to see him even using that star power. Good kill from Lukey on the right, though, but Boss will be traded out on the left. Both of them looking like they want to swarm towards Maori there, but not getting much back from it. Semantic low, and a last call sent over to Lukey. Might be able to evade that. Just a little pocket in there, which he can, but Maru fast approaching will get the kill.
Angel Boy pushing forwards, connects with Boss. Ball, actually a bit of a blunder, but there should be time. No time. 25 seconds though on the clock, and Humble's still behind, but a bit sloppy from Reply Totem. It can't be denied, can't be ignored. And will Humble punish it? That's the question. Lukey now so low there. It's great from Maori. It's deflated this push, but Maori's stunned out the right-hand side, and Maori might not be able to defend this alone here, forcing out the hill. The speed there from Maori as well. Maori all alone in this defense. Angel Boy coming in clutch. Reply Totem just managed it. They get the set just about.
Yeah, I mean, they had control for pretty much the entirety of the second and third games, which are the ones they won. Humble started strong, but an easy adjustment of just swapping lanes for Totem pretty much changed all the plans that Humble had. And I'm honestly surprised they didn't just swap back. Like, they didn't really try to change lanes at all.
Agreed.
It worked so well in the first. Why wouldn't they attempt it in the second and third at all?
Very interesting decision indeed from Humble there strategically. They kind of flipped the script as well, as Humble had a bit of a wonky start in their match against Inner Circle and then turned it around in game 2 and 3. Now Totem is doing them the favor themselves, and as you mentioned, they had control for most of that match, so I think they only deserve to also take the set in the end. Look at those kills as well. Full control, no chance for Humble to even come close to that goal arc.
Yeah, it was. I was still a very valid point, Trav. Like, Humble just didn't make any effort to go back to what was working for them. The first game was very convincing, and it was working out just wondrously well. And you just got a question, like, why didn't they just choose to go back to business? You know, and Angel Boy, as soon as on the right hand side, the goals kept flying in for Reply Totem. It wasn't clean. It's got to be said. But these are the moments that Reply Totem have to capitalize on. Get these early wins on the board. Get this momentum, this energy, and this team spirit rolling through, and that can really drive a lot of momentum.
Leaving Hank open as well. It might have worked for Humble in scrims, but I am yet to watch a match where Hank doesn't win on triple dribble. He's just so good on this map because he can make good use of those two walls in mid. They did have a thrower as well with the Larry on the side of Humble, but it just wasn't enough damage to take him down effectively. Lou and Lumi, I think on this map, they would work wonders. If they get their hands on both of those boulders here, Trav, Humble wins.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. I just got to think that Reply Totem were going to need this buffer because, as Ark said, against Heretics, they really needed those first two sets to even stand a chance. So you've got to hope for Reply Totem's sake they carry on running away with this, because I think if Humble get this, get the mentality, get the momentum back, they're going to be in a great position to just go and sweep from there. But the bans are in. Reply Totem get rid of the Lumi, the Draco, and the Kaze. Great bans from them. The Draco, the Hank, and the Charlie on the other side from Humble. But they're the ones with the first pick, Sonny.
We know that Humble, or specifically Semantic, usually doesn't like any votes for them. He thinks that's a huge jinx. Reply Totem has tweeted out before that match, no way we win this. So they tried to go with that anti-jinx strategy themselves, it seems, and so far it works. So let's see. Set number 2 now, Ring of Fire, a map that we all know and love. The Draco double ban here, and Lou is going to be that first pick. As mentioned, you want to have those brawlers with area control, the ice, and with Lumi banned out, Lou is really the option to go with here, Ark.
Yeah, I think it's a great first pick here for Humble, and certainly one that can just cause a great amount of time to linger on that middle zone and deprive Reply Totem of the objective. That is the name of the game. Amber here could be an option, not banned out. I like the Charlie ban for sure. I'd like to bring in some Byron here and there as well. I think the Kaze ban is a solid one too. Crow, yeah, it's making a bit of a comeback, it feels, in the EMEA. Still not necessarily too sold outside of Heist, but it does feel like it's starting to have a bit more of a place. But certainly Draco being taken no chances on either side, I think that's the right call for me, for sure. But no, certainly Bo could be a shout here for Reply Totem. They've got the Lou on the other side of things for Humble, so they would have then something to delay the timer on their side as well. And I'm coming down to it. Yeah, Amber, it's one of their top picks for Reply Totem, so I'm not surprised to see it. And they get some good burn damage and even a hypercharge. It gives them a great amount of advantage and also a great amount of information.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I really like the Amber, but as you said as well, the Crow seems to be making a comeback, and clearly it's decent because people, like, a variety of teams pick it, it's not just one team, but yeah, I'm still not massively sold on it, to be honest, and I'd love for Reply Totem to just prove to me right now that it's an exceptionally good brawler pretty much everywhere, but I still just doubt it a little bit in the back of my mind. Ali's going to come in though for Humble, and that is a very good brawler. Can go in the grass and obviously jump over the wall, the water on the sides as well, and the ability this brawler has to just get kills is pretty much unparalleled at the moment in Brawl Stars. So we'll see what the third and final is. It's going to have to be something a bit versatile because it is Reply Totem with the last pick of the draft.
It's just so hard to counter it. We saw an attempt yesterday in the stage of the Fang, which did kind of work out well, but it was a brawl which used to work out well in Ring of Fire, but I'm just not too sure about it myself. Pam, big fan of Pam. I'm surprised that we're not seeing a bit more of a rise of her in sort of hot zone maps, actually. Is it the best hot zone map for her, though? That's my reservation there. I think it might be better maybe dueling Beetles, but it's definitely not a bad brawler. It's going to counteract the Crow massively, and that's kind of where the thinking is there for Humble. But the healing station is kind of exposed on this map as well, so placement is going to be quite important in that regard, and using those back pockets to affect Shade going to come in for Reply Totem. It's a great response to the Pam healing station. Access through the walls and being able to hover over the wall too. It's a very clever pick here for Reply Totem. I'm really liking this draft.
Yeah, see, this is my brawler bias here. I've just said, oh, you know, I don't really like Crow. Hasn't been proved too much. It's definitely a better brawler in the meta than Pam. But I'm going to go out and say I love the Pam because I just like her as a brawler. I like that pick from Humble pretty well. But the Shade is a good shout. As you mentioned, there's nowhere to really hide the healing turret at the best of times. And with a Shade who can shoot through walls, it makes it even harder. Especially with his mobility too, going to be very hard to hit with the Pam. So we'll see how this plays out. Amber starting well, placing down some oil and getting some of that super.
Very aggressive starts. Lukey low and able to evade for a little while before taking down. Each side have got a decent start for sure, but it's now Humble. They look a bit more composed on the zone as the respawns come in for Reply Totem. Super for Maru going out onto the mid. Lukey's using the invisibility to be sneaky and finds Angel Boy as well. So swift in the takedowns. And it's going to be very tough here for Maru and Maori to retake on their own. And even then, the spawn cycles, they're just not working in favor of Reply Totem here.
Yeah, Maury having a bit of a tough time. Angel Boy will pop a gadget and probably attempt to get some damage in. Surprising turret there from Semantic, I will say, but Lukey's going to go in and get the kill nonetheless. Might have just used it to reset his heals a little bit, but Lukey just sitting out in this portion of the water. Angel Boy going in now, and Lukey trying to get some shots, but Angel Boy is firmly inside this wall, and he just can't find him. Eventually gets a couple of hits now, jumps over some shots, and still wins the interaction. Ali is ridiculous at the moment, Maury so low, and Lukey a bit incognito here in the stealth mode and gets both of them as well. It is just ridiculous.
Absolutely disgusting. Hypercharge now for Angel Boy, going to make some space, and these shots really are so heavy hitting. But, I mean, look there. I mean, the alley, it could well be the complete undermine of this draft for Reply Totem because Luke is playing it so well, and even when Angel Boy's in the wall, he's still getting a triple off the back of it. It's ridiculous. There is a good amount of time wasted, but that takedown could be brutal for Maori. He's going to do his best, gets one on that side of things, a bit of time on the zone. Hypercharge down for Maori, might be able to helping hand this as well with the Pam. They're bringing things back. There's only 17% needed now for Humble. It's hard to see them not be able to obtain it.
Yeah, it's great from the alley as well, just going in and getting kills constantly. Angel Boy's going to run away again. Opens up a bit of room for Semantic and Boss in the mid. He's just going to slide into his healing turret, and Angel Boy forced to go aggressive. And Semantic still sitting nicely in his turret. Maru running out of ammo with the Scrap Sucker affecting him as well, and that's going to be the game to Humble. Really good from them, and it all stems from Lukey just dominating.
Absolutely disgusting. So much maneuverability. To be able to be sneaking in the bush, to hover over the water. Ali is just so strong. I think nerf worthy, absolutely so. It's just so little that you can do to really counteract her when she's on the tear and in the right hands as well. No better hands for it than Lukey.
Well, and he goes. That's one off the start, maybe two as well, as Angel Boy just about cleans him up. Almost got the ammo back. And Semantic just sitting nicely in mid thanks to the pressure that he did just put on. Boss taking some fire. Not having the best of times against this Crow here, and Maru developing into a pretty good position at the moment, choosing not to burn this up just yet. Lukey round the back, stealth mode activated. Boss just trying to get this kill on Maury, but Lukey will come and get it for him. Oh my.
Well, Humble clear up. Yeah, it's
yeah.
Do it, chalk it now. It's a close scoreline, it's got to be said, but I mean, the way that Lukey's playing this, I cannot wait to see the stats, by the way. I think they're going to be absolutely disgusting. And the fact that Angel Boy's doing as well as he is, I think says a lot. Because at the right-hand side, gets the healing station down, Semantic falls. That's a really nice retake from Humble, from Reply Totem there, honestly. Boss low as well, has got to heal up. Lukey then getting aggressed as well for a good amount of time. Might even whistle down here if they get the burn, which they do. So, yeah, this is really good from Reply Totem, actually. He's starting to bring this back quite nicely.
Yeah, it really is. And although Luki is getting a lot of kills, he's also getting a lot of deaths too. Stealth Mode coming in now and Hypercharge available from Angel Boy. Not going to go for it. He's just going to go into the back lines and try and pick up the scraps. Gets another shot in there as well. Maybe could have finished that one off if it had stayed a bit closer. But Maru wants to take this matchup again. Luki's going to slide in. Angel Boy will get it, but he'll get traded out. Hypercharge is there for the Amber. And that's a lot of burn down damage rolling in. Oh, hard Crow jump too, and they get it done. Luki all alone. And he's not going to be the best 1v3, but I'm sure he'll try it.
Reply Totem are adapting really well, and now at 80%, everyone in the zone. 2 members of Humble now, but Boss with a lovely hypercharge there puts down the mantle, and Samantha's going to burn down as well. The response is so back and forth now. It's like the same every single set. Reply Totem lose the first, make some adaptations, and come back. Imagine if they can get 2 sets up now. I mean, they're able to learn from their mistakes on the fly. Against the world champions, it's relatively unheard of in this region. Can they get another game now? I feel like I still favour what Humble have got. It's hard to side against it. But that was so much better than the first game. And I believe from that, it's actually possible here.
I mean, it's a definite possibility. They are very much in this game, and although Luki's doing some great work, Angel Boy is becoming more attuned to it. I say that and he gets absolutely obliterated, but the help from his teammates will go a long way. He gets a bit of a hit on Mori there, but Angel Boy already back in the mix. Good start for Humble though, with 16% already, and Pam and Lou holding well for now.
Wow, Samantha's getting aggressed so heavily and goes down. Maru and Angel Boy doing fantastic work now to try and claim back this deficit. Angel Boy juking well there as well to stay alive. And now going to the left-hand side to heal, but Luki is hot on his tail there, going straight for the juggler and gets the takedown as well. Now that left-hand side pockets, he's a real concern as Humble now approach 50%.
Yeah, much better from Humble again. They've adapted now and seems to be working very well. Mori really low. Angel Boy over the right-hand side trying to get some super, but choosing to go for the healing station for now and does get it down. Burn comes through and he's going to place that onto the left instead. Luki round the back making big moves. Might be able to get this as well, but the shield from Angel Boy keeps him in it. So Semantic, though, still on the zone and the percent keeps on ticking up.
It's a good response. And it's what the Humble need. Hypercharge from Maori. Luki is exposed there as well, despite the invisibility. So now a chance for Totem to breathe slightly. Semantic might fall here as well, but places down the healing station just the nick of time here. Angel Boy then utilizing that super, goes for the healing station, but Luki's a threat and a problem that it needs to be solved. And now both Semantic and Boss full HP on the zone. I think this is where Humble have knuckled down to make sure that they get this set for sure. One last ditched attempt here from Reply Totem to retake, and it's not going to be enough. Humble even out the scoreline.
Yeah, really nice from Humble there. Again, I thought it was going to happen the same way you said. They win the first, Reply Totem change, and they come back with 2 straight to win it. But luckily for Humble, they bring it to a 1-1. Nice plays from them, and persevered really nicely through that set, because at a certain point, I thought they were going to lose it.
I think Reply Totem had a great answer to what Humble had showed up with after the draft with that shade in the end, but it still wasn't enough. Luki getting kill after kill after kill after kill, and yeah, with that, Humble wins in the end. They did not play that clean, not as clean as we are usually seeing from Humble, but Luki definitely have, played a key role in their win here in the end. I do feel like Reply Totem is showing us the best Brawl stars we've seen from them all year, so it's still not going to be an easy one for Humble going further, but yeah, for now it's evened out in terms of set hierarchy.
Yeah, I feel like the alley was the mistake. I mean, if the stats don't say it, the gameplay absolutely did in its own right, and just, it's a banned brawler. It just really is. You just cannot take the risk. There's just so little that you can do against it, so little brawlers that counter it, and those that do. I mean, the Shade was a good response, not taking anything away from the drafting of Reply Totem there, and, you know, going into the matchup, I thought it was a really smart draft in that regard, but it just didn't cut its weight, and, you know, now all tied up. But, hey, I mean, the start from Reply Totem was really strong. There was even in that set a possibility of being 2 sets up. I think this story is far from done.
Definitely so. I do feel like this could go all the way as well, as we've already had in semi-final number 1, and I'm here for it. I love to see some close matches in our last 3 matches of the day, or last 3 games here. There's 20 kills on Luki. It is a strong brawler. He also just played it really well, Travis. He put the water on the map to good use, the bushes on the sides as well, because you basically want to always be in the air with her. You want to use those jumps, you can smash down a little harder and also just not be hit at all. Like, you're invincible whenever you're in the air.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it is a crazy brawler, but he played it crazily well. I mean, 20 kills on that mode with that kind of matchup's not easy to do. So, yeah, massive well done to Luki for managing to do that well. But Humble, they don't have the first pick, and they're going to learn from the lesson that they just taught Reply Totem to ban Ali if you can't get it. Jean is going to be the first pick for Reply Totem then, and their bans will be the Brock, the Charlie, and the Gus. Surprised to see a Brock ban, to be honest with you. Obviously, for the wall break, it's good, but I'd still think there's probably better the Lumi and the Kaze to go along with the Ali on the right-hand side of Humble as well.
I'm glad you're on my side, Trav, for the Brock hate club, you know, because it's actually quite commonly picked on this map, though, in this region, about sort of 11th place. It's okay, but I still think it's a ban-worthy brawler for sure here. Let's see what they're thinking. Buster on the side of Humble. It's a really interesting take, one that I definitely didn't see coming at all, really, but Alu potentially could be a response from Reply Totem later on. It's not invincible here on this map, though. Definitely very good to hunker behind it. So Humble going to be looking for brawlers to do just that. With maybe a Grey would be a great idea to have there in that regard as well. Jaeyoung going to come in. Could be a final pick still to come, the Grey, but the Jaeyoung's a really smart idea. I think Reply Totem definitely have to consider wall break a little bit here. The Buster, if left untouched, can just gain free utility.
Yeah, they're just using the Brock kind of ban against them now. That's the easiest way to get the breaks on this map and have the range along with it. So, you know, nothing against Brock. I just not massively love seeing it played, to be honest with you. But Reply Totem do have the next two picks. And I agree, some wall break will probably be necessary. And it might be a good idea to take the Grey away from them as well. But they're just going to go with the Hank. They're going to just be like, okay, you take a tank, we take a tank too. That's fine by me.
Yeah, I saw the Hank as a possibility. It's worked out well for Reply Totem in the first set, but the magic hand might not be enough for the wall break regardless. It'd be nice to have the choice, wouldn't it, to have something else? And I like the idea of just giving them the Grey now. It would just give them the options of the Walking Cane. It's very easy to get quick open map breakage, and then you're really depending on the speed of the Jaeyoung and the Buster to really force the way through. Yeah, let's see how it fares. It's going to obviously be tough into the Buster. You know, it's such a tanky brawler to whittle down. Jaeyoung with the heals going to really add to that problem. But I think the gadget itself, and we saw earlier with Team Heretics bringing in the Grand Piano for that very reason, to immediately break rather than kind of wait for the cooldown of the gadget, which I think was a really smart play. They should probably consider that again for Reply Totem here. But you know, both sides really showing a clear strategy. Humble looking to hide behind these walls, get the Buster shield. Again, I think Reply Totem themselves know very well just how influential it can be. Ruffs. Now there's a brawler that you don't see every day.
Yeah, a bit of a throwback, to be honest with you. I remember it kind of used to be played on this map and these kinds of maps quite heavily in Knockout in general, just because of the buff that it gives over time. But it's been a while. It's definitely been a while since we've seen this brawler. I'm intrigued to see if it's still going to be one that works. It pairs well with the Buster because you've got to stay together anyway for the Buster to get the super. So why not throw a Ruffs in the mix and see how that goes? Might be able to provide some wall break as well, depending on what they choose to go. But I feel like you're kind of expecting field promotion here, right? If you're going to be standing along with the Buster. So that would take away the wall break.
Yeah, exactly my thoughts as well, and it's it's definitely a strategy here. Yeah, it is the field promotion there. We'll be adding HP to the brawlers that sit behind it. So as time goes on, Humble will get stronger. So Totem needs to make this swift and precise in their approach. They're doing already a good job of just buying down the clock. Again, you can see the shield adding to the HP. This could be quite dirty here from Humble, actually, if they play this right over time. These sandbags being cycled down as well, and no one really making the effort to go in aggressively for Reply Totem. When they finally end up doing so, it's going to be really tough to break this amount of HP.
Yeah, the power-ups there as well. Oh, what a pull there from Langeable. They go for the long pull, but it doesn't matter. He's too healthy. Got the support behind him as well, and that is brilliant from Humble to be able to stay alive during that. Angel Boy did a great job of actually getting the long pull activated, but still, it just didn't matter. And they're heading straight into the gas and trying not to feed a bit more. But Angel Boy could definitely do with his hypercharge here. He's accepted defeat now, though, and just going to head straight into the gas.
It's very early to say it, but Kanan, I think you might have cooked on this draft, mate. This is a banger. Let's see whether Reply Totem can find any weakness in it. It's certainly one that we've not really seen explored too much, and we'll ask the reason why. It makes a ton of sense, let's be honest. With this lineup, I feel like Humble to absolutely make some stuff work. There's the magic handball. Semantic survives. 1 HP on the way back. That's not a gadget pop. That's ridiculous.
That is crazy. Survived on 1 HP. The snipe comes through, but Boss just eats that for his teammate. Sandbags down as well. That hypercharged TP is still up and activated though, so Angel Boy might be able to use that later on in the game. And the same with Maru. They've got to be cautious about using it though, because they're going to have some heavy hits. The little pullback with the walking cane there, followed by the Vengeful Spirit. So make sure they get some hits. Maru comes through, but he gets absolutely obliterated. Hypercharge is there as well for Semantic. Then the hypercharge drop as well from Lukey, and he's got it straight back.
Maru's gonna be so careful with this pull because everyone's so healthy, you can't really utilize it in any way, and it's just a slaughter. There's no other way to put it. The Gene is the best chance for Reply Totem, don't get me wrong, but it takes a while to earn it, and by that time, you're pulling in a threat. I just cannot believe the Semantic escape with 1 HP. That was honestly so ridiculous. That may have very well saved Humble, and that game will go their way now. A crucial stage in this series.
Yeah, I mean, Humble are playing it so well. Don't get me wrong. Like Reply Totem aren't playing bad at all. They're playing very well, if anything, but they can't do anything against this comp. 2 of them fall low, 1 of them goes down, and Boss already got this power up. He's providing it and making sure they win this round, and a hypercharge all ready for Semantic.
As if Kanan really needed to add any stars to his chest with this record. I mean, this is just so good. I still want to give Reply Totem the opportunity, the chance, but I mean, this round's surely not going to go their way because you normally sort of tend to see time going for the favor of the team that are a man down in that regard to earn utility, but it's not going to work in this strategy that Humble are enforcing upon Reply Totem here. And the longer they leave it, the harder it is to earn, and the gas is nowhere near coming in. So they got no choice, no response. As soon as it does, yeah, immediately going straight into it. And I mean, the set is kind of chalked. It really is.
It does seem that way. Like anything that they've got, the walking cane, the gene pull, they eat it if they really want to, but if not, they've got sandbags to tank it as well. Like it just seems like there's not a lot they can do at all. The heal's there straight away from Boss, providing it to both of his teammates, and hypercharge ready to go for Semantic still. And Lukey working on one of his own, but he's going to provide that power up straight to the Jae Young and just beef up the support.
Yeah, Kanan has done magic, and I feel like we don't often enough shout out the drafters behind this because I think the players will be able to take the credit very easily, whereas those that are working that kind of analytical side not often able to take the spotlight. This is Paul, but again, look at that.
You can't die.
I mean, it's invincible. I mean, this is the sort of thing that if you saw, you'd be asking Supercell to nerf, and it's not in any way that. It's just the combination of these very 3 brawlers. It's unmatched.
They just can't die. Like, I've never seen them pull a brawler so many times and result in no kills. Like, it's ridiculous how good that combination is together and how, like we don't see it often at all. I don't know what's going on. Ruffs out of nowhere, you were like, oh, it's been a while, but maybe we need to start seeing it more.
Best draft this year. Best draft this year. Kanan, you cooked. You absolutely cooked, mate.
I do wonder if you listened to yesterday's stream, though. I don't know. During this stage, I mentioned how Ruffs was always the most played brawler on Dry season, on Knockout in general, just so good thanks to the field promotion. He increases the health pool of his allied brawlers. We never saw him, and chat was also not too friendly with me after that, but it obviously works. Thank you, Kanan, for proving my point.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely something. 0, 0, and 0 donuts across the board from Reply Totem. Humble getting the 2, 4, 6 as well, perfectly in a row. So, Semantic obviously being the main man, the front man who's doing the majority of the work in terms of kills, but it's his teammates keeping him alive in the situations where he steps out of line and gets pulled as well. Honestly, it's not even stepping out of line because he knows if he gets pulled, he's not going to die.
Donuts all round for Reply Totem. It's just a really tough stat to see. I mean, that's going to get memed. It just is, and it's Kanan that is the man that is behind it all. And yeah, it's tough. It's really tough for Reply Totem now, especially to recover from this.
I really love this current meta, at least in the BSC. We get to watch some new ideas introduced or some old ideas reintroduced. Ruffs on Knockout was used 2 years ago, maybe. He isn't that high up in the meta, but because of that single star power, he's always going to be so good on Knockout. And we've seen it now. Why? yes, the Buster was phenomenal, but it was also because Semantic was just invincible and they could never take him out here. Hard Rock Mine is going to be our next map chance for Humble to close it out here, Trev.
Yeah, we'll see if Humble are able to close out. I mean, if they draft like that again, it's going to be done, I'm pretty sure. I mean, Totem can try all they want, but that was absolutely crazy. And don't get me wrong, Totem didn't play bad. And I say that with them getting 0 kills. Like, they just couldn't, like, it was impossible to get a kill. I don't know if any teams would have been able to get a kill at that point. Real tough stuff for Reply Totem. It's a tough pill to swallow for them, but Humble in a great position now. They were 1 down, and now they're 1 up over Reply Totem. Ban should be in shortly, and they are. The alley back out the way again for Reply Totem. No surprise there. Kaze and Lumi as well. And Humble get rid of the Charlie, the Tara. Shame on the Tara. And Janet as their last ban.
Talking about reintroducing old ideas, that would be Rico for Hard Rock Mine. He always has been the brawler on this map, but that was when only half as many brawlers were in the game. So let's see if he's still going to be an option here. Lily, a great choice here for Humble. We saw Semantic on this brawler here before, and he was absolutely smashing it. He did say on socials that he's always very scared when he's on this brawler because either you're the star of the show or you just look like an idiot, Ark. His words.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like Semantic to me. Sandy, yeah, it's a topic from Reply Totem here. I'm worried for Humble slightly because the coin toss not really in their favour for tanks. They love to bring in Bull and Carl, Jae Young as well. Buzz is definitely going to have a good map here. So those things could all be great brawlers to have, but not in this stage of the draft for them. So their playstyle might go against them slightly here, but I'm liking the Lumi ban for sure. Doug's a bit of a Reply Totem special, by the way. Just to throw that one out there early on. Doug's going to be a very solid mid. Allows them to have a lot of choice in their third and final pick here. But, you know, Humble here. Yeah, I've got some reservations slightly on how they're going to fare in regards to their playstyle. Ash could be another option for them if they want to consider that. If they do want to go tanks, they've got to go really strong in on it. And I feel like, you know, at the moment, Bull, it is just in such a great place, honestly.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I like the picks so far overall. We've seen great stuff from Semantic on this Lily already today. So he's looking to repeat that as well. But over the other side, I like the Sandy, I like the Gus. Jae Young going to return again for Humble, and that has just proven to be a very, very solid pick along with a tank. So, I mean, I guess Lily's more of an assassin, but still going to be good in the hands of Boss, just helping Semantic along the way. And honestly, they might even double down if they're going to go for this Jae Young.
Yeah, I think they might go Carl maybe and have that as a mid. They do quite like it, but maybe no tanks for them and just kind of. I think the Jae Young will probably stay mid though, and that might be able to support a tank. Yeah, Bull, go for it. It really is a brawl which they are so happy to have. They play it so much and getting great results with it, so I do quite like it for them. For Reply Totem now, they've got to have a counter for it massively. So it's a tough thing, you know, to look into. The Charlie ban specifically there by Humble, intentional, absolutely. So maybe a Buzz might not be the worst of ideas for them here at this stage of the draft. Draco, yeah, that's a pretty decent brawler as a response for me, especially if they get that hypercharge on the map. It's going to be very hard to evade for Humble. That additional range now is absolutely brutal.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, this is going to be a tough draft. Honestly, both sides looking pretty decent. And you touched on it a couple of times, the Ball dangerous stuff. Draco is just ridiculous with this hypercharge. So I'm not sure if that's a confident shake of the head from Angel Boy, or he's a little bit scared of how this is going to play out, but he's honestly not looking too confident. And in this position, I don't know if he can be after that previous set. We'll see how it plays out, though. Humble just need this one. Reply Totem can need 2 in a row if they want to be able to advance to the grand finals to face off against SK Gaming. Boss starting things off in the mid, using those slipstreams, getting a bit of pace activated.
I think that Lily's my favourite brawler. Let's see Luca kick on it straight into Sandy, who does get the stun off just in time. And that's the best defensive measure for it. But it's going to prey on their minds. You know, Lily's that brawler which you just always have to question, where is it? You've got 9 gems. Where is she? You know, you're having to watch your back so much. And that might be why Angel Boy was reacting the way that he was. Semantic, look at that. Making the map his own little personal play park there. And just walking around, not worried about anything at all. Just run it down, mate. And there you go, comes out alive as well. And getting heals along the way. I love this brawler. The rework really is so fun to see this brawler back in the meta.
Yeah, Lukey's going crazy right now. Angel Boy forced to pop a gadget in there and still goes down. Maru, the only one really contesting here, and forced to pick up a gem because Boss has 8 already and a couple more, and the countdown will start. Hypercharge ready for Luki as well. He's not even going to use it. He's just going to send it straight towards the opposition and hope for the best. It does make a connection. Samantha coming in, gets the stun onto Angel Boy as well. No gadget pop this time. And if they can get that, just one more required. And Semantic is going crazy. Gets another one as well. Might be able to take down Mary, but just survives. But here comes Luki, lands bang on top of him. And Angel Boy trying to go in with his hypercharge, gets cut short with one of Luki's own. But now he's trying to make some big plays. Semantic wants to go in, just playing defensive, not going in overly aggressive. Nice plays from him. And Humble hold on, and they're going to match point.
There's a reason why it's their top play brawler in scrims. Disgusting stuff from Semantic. Cycling so well, and you know, how often do we see a brawler which is just absent from the Brawl Esports meta for so long? One rework, and it's back to being viable. It's not overpowered. It's not necessarily even ban worthy, but it's back in business. It really is. And you got to take it so seriously, and Semantic plays it perfectly. Great stuff from Humble, match point, reply totem, massively on the ropes.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't think I'd see Luki on this Lily, to be fair, but seeing Semantic on the ball, I can see why they've chosen to go that way. Maru surely going to go down here, but gets a nice sweet dreams on him, puts him to bed and sends him back to spawn. Angel Boy trying to push up, gets on the top of his dragon and breathing some fire, but they've gained control, but still down in gems for now.
Let's see whether Reply Totem can hold on to it. Luki's already lurking. He hasn't been found. He's closed the gap, coming straight into the eye of the storm now. And in the realm, out. Gems dropped for Reply Totem. They will be left as Angel Boy able to go on the aggressive. And Maru, on the left-hand side, to get this flank on the gems. If they are dropped, back in the spawn for Humble, so safe and sound there. But not going to happen. Able to survive is Boss, and now back into the action as well. So good stuff from both sides. A much closer match. I would say more control, actually, for Reply Totem this time round.
Yeah, it's a lot better. Angel Boy has the hypercharge as well, but Samantha can flip this game, and Luki, I suppose, can flip this game in seconds if they get a good super. Semantic just trying to get around the flank. Angel Boy and Maru staying aggressive, which is surprising considering how vulnerable their gem carrier is now, and especially with Luki trying to go with that, forcing out that hypercharge of Mori, thinking he's close, and Angel Boy around the back. Now the stun comes in, Sweet Dreams sends him back, but has to retreat 7 to 8, and Maru popping the hypercharge. Not yet got a super, just about grasped that this hypercharge isn't there.
The times when Maru's on cooldown that I worry, because there's no defensive measure. And now Semantic in his back right-hand side, gonna heal up and then go straight again in. Super to hand now. Goes down, a crucial takedown there for Mary. Angel Boy, though, takes care of Semantic and really comes back with all the goods for his team to ensure this takedown has got to be everyone taken care of for Humble to be able to, turn this one around in time. And it is ticking 5 seconds. Semantic can't close the gap in time. There's a shield there for the Gust. The knockback is there as well. The body blocking on point. Reply System, hang on a little bit longer. I just don't know whether I still like their odds. I feel like this ball is so dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, that ball almost had it at the end there, and the help coming in from the Lily as well almost had it flipped in the hands of Humble. But Reply Totem just about holding on. That game, to be fair, was very much in Reply Totem's hands. They were in control for the majority of it in their opponent's bushes. Luki coming aggressive early on, and I'm sure he knows he's going to die. He just wants to get a bit of that super.
Wow. Everyone on the side of Reply Totem, other than Maru, they're very low. Healing up now, most importantly, speed coming in from Boss. Now take down the Maru as well, and Luki's Dangerous goes in there with a lovely little attack. And Angel Boy's got nowhere to go. That's amazing. Amazing from Humble. As quickly as that, it's just incredible to watch them just explode onto the map. And I mean, what can you do against it? It's just so fierce. Semantic in the back lines there. Oh my word, bounced away and almost got double no matter which way it happened. Taken down eventually. What a start. What a start for Humble.
Oh, missed gadget there from Maru as well. Hypercharge comes in from Luki, gets the kill. Angel Boy trying to take this front line. Luki very low, and Mori just shooting the wall there, unfortunately for him. Maybe would have been able to finish that kill. But Luki still in the back bush, giving big problems to Reply Totem at the moment. Samantha coming in, hypercharge there too. Stuns 2 of them and goes again. All of them fall. And Humble surely go into the finals.
Absolutely ridiculous. 10 seconds on the clock. There is time for Reply Totem, but not much at all. They found Luki. Everyone stays alive. Hypercharge is inbound now, closing the gap. Boss will burn down surely here. 1 second. He does. The reset is there, but it should be picked up immediately by Semantic, and Reply Totem have to do it all again.
Yeah, Bull's gonna have this gadget popped, ready to go for the next super. Luki's going to go down, but great shots coming in from Boss, piercing through both. More HP on this pool here. Angel Boy trying to get through, but it's being tanked by the invulnerable Luki. Dash away and just survives. Semantic holds on to the gems, and that is brilliance from Humble.
Incredible drafting. Absolutely pinpoint play. And Humble are in the grand finals. The grudge match between SK and Humble continues in EMEA.
I mean, that is just a crazy, crazy performance from Humble. Really nice stuff. I mean, Reply Totem were in it. They were definitely in it. You can't fault them for the gameplay today. They've got through Heretics. They did a decent amount against a team like Humble, and they're definitely on the up at the moment. So I'm expecting big things from them in the last month, and definitely expecting to see them in postseason.
I think Reply Totem can still put this down as a win in their books. Making it to the semi-finals is already a slight improvement. And looking at their gameplay today, honestly, if their opponent hasn't been Humble, maybe they would be standing in the grand finals right now. Who knows? Third time's the charm. Maybe for Humble, as this is the third time they're facing off against SK Gaming in the grand final. They've never won against them so far. Let's see if we're going to see some more bull action. Ali from Luki looked phenomenal. And honestly, you mentioned it too, Ark. I was surprised that we haven't seen bull yet from the side of Humble, because it's their third most picked brawler across all of the maps and modes, and they only came in with it in Hard Rock Mine, and it obviously worked out wonders for them.
Yeah, I think sometimes you've got to consider the fact that, an analyst is going to be looking into that and seeing that. And, if that is glaringly obvious, sometimes you can almost encourage someone to over-prepare for it. And I think it's really worth reserving for the right time. And that was just a match that Humble just got the drafts right absolutely every step of the way. And, it's a great thing to play with the analytics in that regard. It was definitely on that map their top pick, but it didn't necessarily mean it was going to come through. I was actually thinking that they were going to steer clear of it in the end, and it came forwards and came forth to do wonders for them.
I was mentioning so often today how many surprises EMEA has featured over the course of the last few months, but this is pretty much a bracket that we've seen already in February and in April. As mentioned, the third time that those two teams are standing in the finals. Now, so far, SK Gaming has always come out on top, but today, for Humble, this match still means so much more. SK has already locked in their World Final slot. On the side of Humble, though, they need to win today to do the same. So let's see if they can take the momentum from the match against Totem into the Grand Finals, which will follow after a quick break. Welcome back to the July monthly finals. We're in EMEA and we're here for the grand finals. Once again, it's a showdown between SK Gaming, the #1 seed, and Humble, the LAN Warriors, at the 5th seed at the moment. Ready? You weren't here for Humble versus Reply Totem, but I'm sure you watched it too. It was a match worth watching, definitely. And who was your MVP? Not only the people's vote, who was yours?
I don't think you can go wrong with Semantic. He is the focal point for this roster. He's the team captain, and he's a mechanical executor for the roster, and it looks like the people stand beside me. I don't really expect Semantic to ever not get the MVP. In fact, he's just that iconic.
I do think we've seen a lot more also from Luki today. He's usually the sniper, the sharpshooter on every single map and mode. He played a phenomenal alley day, which is, I think, the opposite of a sniper. But yeah, some more variety coming out of Luki as well. Boss is always the supporter, played a phenomenal Jae Young alongside Lily and Bull in that last round. Just phenomenal stuff coming out of Humble, but their opponent, they've never beaten them before in the grand final. And we're here for them now. SK Gaming versus Humble. SK, today is the day where they lock in World Finals as the first team on a global stage. They have had a phenomenal run through the last 4 months already. World Cup didn't go their way, but that was a land. Today is an online tournament again, so they should be able to beat Humble again, Trev. No?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking that way, honestly. SK, they're just so good at the moment. Not that Humble aren't, but Joker, Yoshi, and Opay today have been unreal. They may have had a bit of a cleaner bracket through, a little bit of an easier route to the finals than Humble, because obviously they're kind of against the lesser teams rather than that bottom bracket. But yeah, I think they'll go the same as Reject did yesterday and go all the way through this top.
We've had some kind words from some teams to the other, and we've had a very confident Opay. I'm sure he's going to be just as confident heading into this match against Humble.
Humble, I mean, they're really good, one of the best team in EMEA. We're not scared to face them because we used to beat them in the month final. So yeah, we're gonna beat them next month.
He is confident that they're going to beat them again for the third time here. I kind of feel like the third time's the charm is not just a saying, and as mentioned before, Humble has a greater motivation to win this one. They want to lock in World Finals after having won so many lands. I don't think they want to attend LCQ.
I mean, with their land fever, I feel like even if they went to LCQ, they'd just wipe through it and head straight to Worlds and probably win that as well. So even if they do end up going LCQ, I like their chances. But yeah, I mean, nobody really wants to go to LCQ, right? If you can just go straight to Worlds, regardless of it being an extra event that you can attend. But yeah, I've got a feeling that Humble, they're looking very good, and this match, in my eyes, has got to be a 50-50.
It truly is. It was so hard to predict this one as well. And yeah, both of them are standing at the top of EMEA. On the one side, we have SK Gaming absolutely dominating the region in terms of monthly finals. And on the other side, we have Humble that literally won a World Finals slot for EMEA at the Brawl Cup ready.
It's curious because we have this throne here and it's about reclaiming the throne for Humble, but was it theirs to begin with? Both times that they've met SK Gaming in the grand finals and our monthly finals, they've not been able to take it in the end. They've looked good at LAN, you know, they took a win as well in Valencia over SK Gaming in the finals there. So LAN Warriors for sure, but they got to get some points in order to get to the World Finals.
It is truly almost funny to me that there's some irony behind it, how every single time those two teams face up against each other, SK wins if it's an online match, Humble wins if it's an offline match. It just never have been different. Those are the maps for our grand final of the day. We're starting with Double Swoosh, and we did see quite a bit of Sandy come out of SK Gaming, so I kind of expect that here again, and then some more tanks from the side of Humble with that Lily and the Bull. Here our predictions. I was undecided until the very last second. Again, to me, it's just the motivation that is a little different here. SK already locked in World Finals. Humble needs that win today to lock it in themselves. So I think that just gives them the tiny edge, but it's going to be the 3-2.
I mean, listen, I'm motivated by cash money, and if SK are as well, then they're going to want the win, aren't they? So that's what that's what I think. I think, coming into this one, it's absolutely a 50-50, as you say. SK usually win online, so I put my money on them. But Humble, they have a lot of motivation heading into this one. So I'm surprised it's 82-18. I would have expected it to be way closer to 50-50. But at the same time, with SK's track record this year, I can see kind of why it's that sided.
If we're to believe that third time is the charm, some sort of supernatural thing, then I believe that Destiny is just as good of a reason to predict that SK will take this one.
Possibly, as we have looked at a graphic before, the pattern they followed was either drop out in the quarterfinals or win the whole monthly final in the grand final as well. So today they just have to kind of win again. Again, it's a 50-50. I think the votes from the people at home is a little shifted towards SK Gaming. They brought the fans in to vote at event@brawlstars.com, but I do think it's really just split down the middle. We're heading into draft now. As mentioned, SK Gaming has shown us Sandy twice so far. I do think this is his best map Ellie's gonna be banned out. That's a wise choice against Humble, I feel. They certainly have watched that semifinal number 2, Reply Totem versus Humble, where they have absolutely dominated with this brawler, Trev.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I like the bans across the board. Actually, I don't. Sad to see Tara banned. Must say, love that brawler, as we all know. But very glad to see Ali out the way, and I'm sure SK Gaming will be as well after seeing what Humble and Luki especially were able to do with that brawler. Lily going to come in though, and that's another brawler that Luke can do work with. Same with Semantic. These guys are just all over this and so good on it. So for SK, you've got to be a bit scared of that, I feel, because Humble are going to be pleased they've picked that up.
No doubt, it's just tough to shrug off this Lily. As I've said throughout the day, when she gets a hypercharge and she has this super, and as long as she doesn't screw up, then you're dead. The gems belong to the enemy side. So the struggle is going to be, of course, getting those abilities. Semantic has proven himself very capable of doing so. Here comes Janet from SK Gaming. It's going to provide them some vision over this Lily. Also an opportunity to take to the skies and escape from the Lily as long as the reaction time is good. But you can't do that when you're in the Shadow Realm. So naturally, it is a hazard. They need good shot calling to keep track of this Lily, keep their gem carrier safe.
You also have to do stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Sandy was mentioned as well, but can't remember who it was. I can't give you credit, but Sandy was mentioned as being a brawler that could be brought in, as they do keep on doing it. So I really like this from SK Gaming. It's another brawler that I myself find quite entertaining, quite interesting, and the same with Janet as well. So the scouting ability of these two brawlers is really good, with the drop the base and with the rude sands, both incredible at doing just that. So we're back over to Humble. 5 seconds on the clock. Obviously, they're going to need a mid over the next 2 picks, so we'll see what that will be shortly. Wouldn't be the worst of things to just bring in like a Grey or something like that, TP towards them and have the Lily absolutely loving life. But Amber going to come in here for Humble. Just get rid of some of that grass and then a Lumi as well. How have we let this slip our minds? And honestly, how have we let this slip through the draft teams? Seriously.
Seem to be a lower priority for SK Gaming. Humble are just going to snap that up, get some control on the lanes. Amber also just one of the best ways to deal with Sandy in this entire game. Burning the bushes is one of them. You're going to have to burn down those bushes if you want reliable sight lines onto Sandy, but also just in the absence of those bushes, there's nothing that Sandy can do. You can't really juke. Yeah, you can try and hide behind some of those obstacles. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's put a pin in that. The creature of the night has appeared, and he's here specifically to deal with Lumi, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, that is it's a bold one. It's a very bold one. But as I kept on saying with Edgar yesterday, these are the kind of brawlers you don't bring in unless you're very sure they're going to do well, or at least be competent. So something that SK Gaming going to put the faith in, and I imagine it's going to be Ope on that brawler. It's one that he likes to champion so much. So if he's got faith in it, I've got faith in it. And yeah, probably to deal with the Lumi, and should do a good job of just that.
I think it will fulfill a similar role to this Lily also, just get in close range and snap up some of those gems. Be that comeback mechanic, or at least the potential for it. And Ope on this Mortis cannot be underestimated. Here comes Semantic around the left side, immediately sidestepped by Yoshi, who's not running visibility on that gadget choice. He is instead going to be going for the jump away. He's trying to deny as much hypercharge as possible to the Lily. Really inventive stuff here. Both teams pulling out all the stops just to get a tiny advantage.
Yeah, just having that ability to get away from some of these brawlers who are just going to be coming in and assassinating them. It's a great shout to bring in that gadget. I would have honestly thought drop the base, as I mentioned before, and just because of the visibility you're going to get from it. But wonderful choice from him. And Semantic trying to make the moves again. Wants to get a bit closer to this super, so choosing Ope as his target. Now goes in, cleans up 2 with a bit of help from Joker. And that's the Sandy super available too, when we're even on gems. But control is all SK.
Joker's been an animal on Sandy today. We saw him earlier on Crystal Arcade, put him on double swoosh, and Sandy's even better here. That's Ope on the left side, snapping up a kill. Semantic's a dead man on the right hand at the hands of the Magic Sandman. And the bushes belong to SK Gaming at the moment. They don't really want to concede this left side, but they don't have visibility on Lily. He's going to be shifting over here to the left side. Surprise attack on a Joker, now stunned. On the right side, Ope gets a kill of his own, but he will be traded out. Luki getting the kill with the super. Semantic also has a super of his own. A miss! Now that's not good at all. He was probably going to lose that matchup anyway, but still, that's important hypercharge that he needed to cycle through.
Yeah, Good kill from Joker, buying valuable time for Yoshi to be able to start this count. OP gets 4, and Yoshi was definitely thinking about going for that last one then, but look at Semantic waiting with his super, with his hypercharge. Invis at the moment, into the realm. Now he goes forward, jump away, can't escape it, but Semantic is not going to be able to get out of there. OP cleans those straight up. Super comes through and doesn't make an extra with Joker, who gets an extra hit on Lukey. OP just waiting at the back. And honestly, not the person you want to have the gems. Boss falls very low. Lukey not the most healthy on the right-hand side. Semantic coming in. Good kill from Joker. And that should mean the game goes to SK. And he even misses his super to go along with it as well. First game to SK Gaming. And they're looking very good whilst doing it too.
Mortis game is a successful strategy here from SK. They came in with the last pick of the Mortis. It snapped up kills that were, attempted to defend. You saw the Lily in close range. You saw Amber also popping the dancing flames. But even the catastrophic damage that those flames can offer were not enough. Alpe's just so mechanically skilled on this brawler. He's able to sit sort of at the center of that gadget and avoid the damage. Joker also has been a huge force. Look at Ope. He's dashed all the way to the enemy side. Can't be bothered to pick up those gems either. But the hazard is he has fed Semantic his first super, which means that Semantic is nearly halfway to a hypercharge.
I mean, there's just so much to shut down and avoid this Lily as well. OP can just dash away, Joker can stun him, Yoshi can jump away. Really nice draft from SK Gaming, I will say. Some great shots coming in. The ice didn't do too much, just prevented him from getting this mid for a bit. Semantic will go in there, and the jump away is not far enough, but will be traded out by Joker, and they won't mind that. Now comes it, OP. And Joker has a super. Boss isn't going to be able to retrieve these gems. He's going to fall. And surely Joker just grabs these. Semantic gets stunned, and they're even going to wait for Yoshi to get them.
Another miss super from Semantic. That really hurts. At least he has a hypercharge, and he's going to need that to connect because SK Gaming are just one little gem away from starting this countdown. Semantic has that hypercharge. He's looking for his super. Trying to rotate it on the left side. He's going to have to face some damage from OP's hypercharge first. Here he comes, but he's in the midst of a rude sand super from Sandy. Yoshi and Joker safe and sound, just 2 seconds to go, and Boss nowhere to be seen. Excellent draft from SK. The Mortis came and cleaned up.
I mean, that is some incredible SK gameplay, I will say. Unreal. The draft, incredible. As I said during it, so much to avoid these aggressive onslaughts that are going to be coming in. They can even avoid the Lumi lockdown as well with the jump. But yeah, the Lily, from where we've seen over the past few series that Humble have managed to take that brawler and do so well, to now watching that, it's night and day, and SK just locked it down.
I mean, even I saw that Sandy coming, and yet still Humble picks the Lily first. The amount of times Joker was able to bait and then dodge the supers coming in from Semantic, it was hard to watch, honestly. And once again, Semantic did say, I'm so scared every time I play Lily because either I'm him or I'm the biggest idiot. I'm not calling you an idiot.
Sounds like it.
Doesn't sound like you're saying he's him.
That's just what you want to hear, Trev. No, seriously, like, even a player like Semantic will get baited sometimes by that Sandy play. That was the perfect answer. And once again, SK Gaming has brought him out a couple of times today already, so Humble should have seen that coming, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know, Sonny. Personally, Sonny, I think if you're going to call him an idiot, just say it with a bit of chest. Stand by.
I could never call Semantic an idiot, though.
I can.
I love him.
But I won't. No, I mean, it was just like you can't blame him for that. I don't think. Like, he might be him on it for the most part, but it's not his fault that he's been. I mean, it might be if he's contributing to the draft, but it's not his fault that they've just been completely outdrafted. It was really tough matchup to come into, and SK Gaming just played it so well.
SK Gaming got the brawlers they wanted. The Mortis is something that I did not see coming whatsoever, and OK also had some pop-off moments on him. So yeah, they make their pin brawler proud. SK Gaming pin is a Mortis, so makes sense. When we see some Mortis, it is usually SK Gaming that is bringing him out, and sometimes some bold picks like that get rewarded. It did this time around, and SK Gaming now in the lead, 1-0 up against Humble in the finals. We're on Pit Stop now, one of those maps that just came into the map pool. I'm super excited to see what those two teams are going to show us here. They both didn't play that map today yet. And once again, Shade and Hank are probably either going to be picked or banned. So good on this map because of the unbreakable wall right before the save. What we also see quite often, of course, is going to be Charlie, Kaze and Lumi again. And for Humble, is the brawler I'm looking out for. And it's banned by SK. They know. Ready. They know.
They do. True ball knowers. I mean, okay, to make it to this stage, you gotta know the game on this incredible level. But even Humble can be tripped up by a trap in the draft because, in my opinion, that's what happened. A lot of traps in the draft right now. One of them was SK giving Humble that Lily for free. They took it, and SK had pretty much everything to deal with it. First selection now from Humble, the Carl. Not very frequently do you see this as a first selection. Typically, they're higher priority things, but I think that Humble have some feelers out that SK Gaming are giving them some things that they don't really want to bite on just yet. They would rather play it safe with their first pick.
Yeah, I feel like we used to see Carl so much, to be honest with you. Like, he was one of the picks on this map, and definitely kind of not fallen off, but not picked as much anymore. Lumi's going to be the first then for SK Gaming. They seem to be doing the same, just a bit of a feeler pick, not going to something too aggressive, too tanky that can be so easily countered. So I like this from SK Gaming, and we know how good Lumi is as well. You're never really going to underestimate that brawler, and it's never going to be out of the game.
Are we going to see a Kaze at some point in here? I feel like Carl should be able to deal with it fairly well. Here comes Draco from SK Gaming. That's going to have great survivability, should be able to get to the enemy side as well. Hank was mentioned. He has a pretty bad matchup in a Draco. That is worth noting. Something that I'm always looking out for on Pit Stop, by the way, is Edgar. And I wonder if that's part of the deterrent for Kaze, which would typically make it through in the draft somewhere around here. It's a really, really good brawler to play here. Hypercharge super in the Geisha form is able to get damage over the wall. Should be noted. You see Hank now appear from Humble. They're going to take it into the Draco anyway. It was just too important for them to go ahead and acquire and not be deterred by the Draco.
Yeah, I mean, something that I think it was Sonny mentioned at the start with the Hank is a dangerous, dangerous pick, so Humble going to be pretty pleased about getting this one on their side. The Draco, we saw it earlier though, it's incredible. It burns through that safe when the hypercharge is activated and burns through people when it's not. Kaze is going to come in, you just mentioned that brawler there, and it's a very good one as well. So this Humble composition, they might have started a bit slow with the Carl, feeling things out, but the next two picks from them have been absolutely immense.
You gotta make sure I'm not like tripping here and thinking that Edgar is gonna be some huge matchup in Kaze, but I feel like she probably doesn't win that. We'll see what the final selection is from SK. We'll find out in just a moment here. A thrower is always going to be a huge thing to have here. That's the buzz. It's a direct reaction to that Carl from earlier, and I think it should also be a pretty difficult matchup for Kaze. She doesn't really fare too well into stuns, and this is one of Ope's signature brawlers. It could be played by Joker as well. Really, in either of these players' hands, it is a deadly weapon.
I mean, this is dangerous for Humble. It really is. Like, I feel like this could quite easily go 2 sets to SK Gaming if they play it well. So they've got to be cautious. They've got to be very switched on here, Humble, because they don't want to be dropping even further behind against a team who they've failed to beat online so many times throughout this year. And SK are going to want to run away with this one and get to that 3rd set and close it out in 3. Starting things off then, left-hand side, Joker versus the Kaze is the matchup that he wants.
Joker out with the gadget immediately onto Boss, and there's just nothing that Boss can do. He was switched into the assassin form and couldn't get away. That's 2 kills for Joker. He was even slowed down by Hank, but that was not enough to shut him down. He's looking for supreme control and yet another super. The assistance from Ope is able to get that trade out in a favorable matchup for SK Gaming. Yoshi circling around the right side also gets a bit of entry damage. Boss is able to shut him down, and Ope wins this matchup versus Luki. SK Gaming are looking well on their way to a Buzz Hypercharge as well. Really just a couple more shots, like a single super cycle away for Joker to Spider-Man his way to the enemy side. He's got the Hypercharge and he's got the super now, and Humble better be worried.
Okay, trying to make something happen. Oh, the Hypercharge gets 2, but Boss, luckily enough, in the Geisha form and able to run away. The percentage is close. Yoshi's going to want to try and crack this shield, and he might just take this hit from Semantic to do that. And does just that. Joker going in with the Hypercharge here as well. Looks like Luki did more of the same, but activated after the super. And Yoshi doing a great job of just keeping on peppering down this safe.
What an unusual interaction for Buzz there on the right lane just a moment ago. It's two favorable matchups for Buzz, but he was dashed away from, and then not even Carl was stopped by his super either. We'll see the pressure continue to compound from SK Gaming, though, as they have planted Ope on this right side. He's looking for the kill on Semantic, but Semantic rounds the corner in just enough time to stay alive. Luki also getting a bit of burning on that safe, threatening to drop it down to its last shield. And it's not going to be coming through, just 4% away from proccing that. Not really a good outlook for Humble at the moment. They don't have a shield to depend on. They have to maintain control and offense at the same time, and that might be too much to ask. Semantic is going to do his worst on defense. Now down to 9,000 HP. Yoshi closing in from the right is just too much. This aggression from Draco is unmatched by anything that Hank has to offer.
I mean, if you're in that position, it's a lose-lose when there's still so many of those shields left on the safe. You know you can't base race. You know you can't just play control because you're down. Like, you've got to make a move, and it just leaves so many openings for the opposition to just run past you and go towards your safe. And at that point, you're inevitably going to lose. Such a great position for SK Gaming this. And it's the same matchups off the start, too.
Joker once more looking for Boss. Popped the gadget to get over there, but could not get the stun. Much better start from Humble, but they do have a Draco on top of their safe, which is not ever a good look. They're fighting this 2v2 at their enemy side. Meanwhile, their safe has been dropped down to the first shield by a Draco that is still left there and cannot be taken down.
I mean, he's cracked the shield and 16%. I mean, you can't ask for more than that, really, from a one push from a Draco. Real nice stuff, and that was whilst being defended by Semantic as well. Joker, super enhanced. Same with OP, same with Yoshi. They're in a bad position here, Humble, and they've got a lot of work to do.
Stun from Joker. That's a combo onto Semantic, but Boss punches through with a hypercharge. Luki also coming in to punish. Two Brawlers now damaging SK Gaming safe. But it's only the first shield that they've managed to bring out here. And Humble are down to their last shield on their own safe. Since it was procced, it's down to 50% on the enemy side, and Joker is able to get there. He's going to combine with Ope to make this happen. That's one torpedo to the left, to the right, now to the enemy side, but first he's going to grab a mid-flight snack, a kill onto Luki, and now nearly the last shield onto Humble safe.
Yeah, I mean, that's the last shield gone there, and OP's still alive. Hypercharge there too. They're going to finish it right now. That's going to be the second set to SK Gaming, and Humble miles behind, completely out of reach. SK running away with this.
Ope said that he thought that they would crush them, and so far, it's looking like it. Two excellent drafts in a row, and flawless execution, really. 2 sets already. I just can't believe it that Humble made it this far for Destiny to be staring them right in the face.
It's tough to watch, honestly. Once again, the draft wasn't on the side of Humble at all whatsoever. I was kind of hoping for a Hank or a Shade, but you mentioned it already. As soon as SK Gaming brought out that Draco expecting a Hank, it was over. So many times Joker and Ope have focused Semantic, Joker stunning him, and then both of them just burning him down. Like that Semantic, they really couldn't do much. But yeah, well executed and well drafted by SK Gaming. What else can you say to this? SK today has shown us 1-3-0 against KDS and then 1-3-2 against Novo. If this is now a 3-0 as well, I'm very surprised, but also very impressed with them today.
Tell me about it. I mean, I'm so impressed with what SK Gaming have brought to the table in these first two sets. Perfect drafts, perfect gameplay, and the same can't be said for Humble. I'm not faulting Humble's gameplay at all, but I feel like they're losing the games before they even load in with these drafts. It's really rough from them, and look where they were in the semi-finals. They drafted perfectly, drafting unreal. Ark said it might have been the best draft of the year, one of the ones they pulled out in the semis. And it's just not the same. It's not happening again in the grand finals, which is something they really need to win points-wise.
I really wonder, is it SK Gaming being afraid of LAN whenever they're facing their kryptonite Humble again? Because they're usually beating every other team, even at the Brawl Cup, at the global stage. But then when it's Humble, they can't win. And then on the other side, we have Humble that are always mentioned as the team in EMEA to watch out for whenever it comes down to LAN events. They win every single one in the last 8 months now. And as soon as it's SK Gaming, they're facing in a monthly final. They're 0-2 down now. It seems to be their kryptonite as well. So this truly is a Classico of the BSC this year already.
It really is. Third time that they've met here in the grand finals, and looks like we'll have the same outcome for the third time in a row, unless Humble are somehow able to stop this. It's looked like a total outdraft for SK Gaming. Each one of these times in barely any room for Humble to show us what they're really made of from a mechanical standpoint, right? From a gameplay perspective, because it feels like the matches are just that heavily favored in SK Gaming's side.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be difficult for Humble to come back from. I mean, the bans-wise, they look pretty decent, but first pick should be coming in very shortly. And Humble have the first again, which means SK Gaming are going to have that last pick to try and counteract everybody else in this composition. You've got to expect some level of aggression. Throwers are here every now and again on SK on the layer cake, sorry. But Gus going to be first pick from Humble. It's something that is just very decent. It's very solid, very versatile. It's not like, oh my god, they've got Gus, they're going to win. But it's fine, you know? No complaints.
Just a solid brawler, and it's a good foundation for something else to build off of. A lot of times the way that we see Gus play out on this map is it gets the most damage in the entire lobby, and it gets 0 kills, maybe even dies a couple of times. It is literally there to enable 2 other brawlers from Humble's side. SK Gaming are just going to look to sort of play out their own comp as well. Likely not going to do anything to target this Gus specifically. It's not just really worth it at all. They're going to pick up this Carl, which can be played in a couple different ways depending on the gadget that you choose. But I would still expect it's quite likely that they will get that blue star. Humble are either going to have to race them to that star, do something that's even faster to get there, or they're going to have to gear up for an offensive composition. That way, they can beat SK Gaming when they get that blue star and then play defense for as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if they take an offensive composition now, the Charlie's going to be pretty good at shutting that down, and I imagine that's what they were going for when they picked that brawler. Just pretty switched on to the fact that Gus providing a shield to something aggressive can be a bit of a nail in the coffin when it comes to this mode in the later seconds. So we'll see if they do choose to go for that. I think it's going to be tough to play a thrower when they've still got this last pick and they can still be so mobile already with the Carl. We'll see if that's something they do opt for. Shade is what they bring in, something very aggressive. Could obviously slide into the walls, which is the ability to evade this cocoon. Charlie Super is a great thing to have for that Shade.
Okay, and what else can SK Gaming go here? They did ban out that Hank, which makes it more difficult for them to deal with this Shade and play as passively as they would like to. Also, other things that can damage through a wall, looking at like Jackie, but especially Doug, which has seemed to be a favorite today for dealing with aggressive things. Here comes a Squeak, really aggressive brawler, should be great at moving things in slowly, but can be vulnerable to a Carl since when I look at Humble, I only see one brawler that's able to interrupt a tailspin from Carl. That said, this is the professional level, and things are just sort of different at the pro level. Meaning that I think that Gus will be able to give that shield over to anyone that's being threatened by a Carl Super in the present moment.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of expect them to be able to hit these shields. Well, SK's last pick comes in, it's the Buzz again. That was like the winning brawler in the previous one, and it's managed to slide in here in Layer Cake. I like it, some aggression to be able to go along with the Carl as well, so they can just collapse on this Humble roster, who, don't get me wrong, don't have that much DPS at all. Like, Shade isn't going to blow you away with DPS. Like, Squeak and Gus, they can just go, and they're going to be pretty good at it as well.
Well, everyone's squared away. Set number 3 coming up here in just a moment. SK Gaming 1 set away from fulfilling their prophecy for the 3rd time in a row. Blue Star going to go to Ope here as he's going in with the flying hook, and SK Gaming are off to a defense. Oh.
Well, Luki starts well. Yeah, Luki starts very well there with a kill. And a bit unfortunate of a start for SK Gaming then. Super already available for the Shade, which puts pretty much everybody on this SK Gaming roster at risk. Oh, what a super that is from Joker. But Luki's going to try and go for the refrag. Joker can't get out. He missed the wall. I don't know where he thought he was going to grab onto, going straight down there. But he goes down, and the trade is not in their favor either.
Well, we finally see Humble meaningfully in the lead here, and it's off of a couple of blunders in a row from SK Gaming. It started with Joker getting way too greedy on the right side, and then another miss from Joker on the retreat. But he did do well on this Buzz in the last set. He's got to find that form that he had really just a few minutes ago. And look at the utility that Humble have at the moment. Luki has a hypercharge, he has a super. It's an excellent combo It's a death combo for Humble. And they also have the Gust Shield to work with. They can make it even more perfect by having a Hypercharge Super for Semantic, just waiting for that moment. They're going to let SK Gaming play into their hand because this SK Gaming composition, it is sort of tailored for offense, but not entirely. The Charlie doesn't have the offensive capabilities that, say, Buzz and Carl do. She's just going to have to follow their lead.
I mean, Carl's getting beaten down on this right-hand side as well. It's going to be very tough to do anything. And Joker with this bigger circle means he's going to have a smaller or less duration of a stun. So that's going to be something he's going to have to worry about when it gets to these later seconds. Can't stay in for too long. They need to be low when he goes in. Unless he goes in on a squeak, of course, then it doesn't really matter. But OP trying to make a move here. Now the super comes through. Lukey just looking like he's going towards and gets a stun on Lukey there, but he's going to be able to get straight back into the wall. Nice kills. OP swooping round. How didn't I see that? He's got them all. And SK Gaming surely going to match point. 7 seconds left. No time to get within reach.
Oh my goodness! A whole heist from SK Gaming. That's the man with the lasso. He's rounded them all up, bringing all of those stars plus the blue one home, advancing onto a match point. But this is far from comfortable for SK. They are not pleased with that start. They managed to bring it home in the end, but the greed off the beginning. Joker is definitely feeling that pressure since he handed a couple of kills over to Humble off the beginning of the game.
Yeah, well, he's unable to get the blue star this time, OP, but honestly, it might be a good thing because he overstepped for it last time and ended up dying. Lukey very aggressive right now and can't get away either, so that was a bit of an overstep from him this time in the early game, and they get the blue and the kill. They're not going to complain about that.
SK Gaming in their defensive formation. It's the first time we're really going to get to see them in this position. This is what they drafted for. Oh, takedown on a Joker. He was completely caught out of position. On the left side, Lukey gets to go through that wall in retreat with the star. He's got the blue star, and he's got another one over his head. He gets a 2-star advantage for Humble. Far from comfortable. They can only afford one death at the moment, and that's Boss.
Joker almost grabbed onto both of them there, but ended up wasting his super. Shouldn't be too hard to get it back. He has got this big circle, so going to be within radius of the opponents quite easily and evading these squeak shots nicely, but not going to be the same for the Gus. Now coming in, Hypercharge. Lukey's going to get one. Can he get two? A Hypercharge available from Joker here now as well. Yoshi evading well, but I don't know how long he'll be able to survive. Down he goes. Oh, actually cocoons himself, and OP swoops in and tries to save him. Joker now moving forwards, goes towards Boss, should be able to get this kill, and does just that. Brings it within 2, but the blue is with Humble.
Humble are really geared up for this defense. Tremendously healthy. He has that hypercharge. He has the super as well. He just needs to hang on to that position. Boss also is able to play a super passive playstyle and gear up for these last 25 seconds. A hypercharge would mean everything. Lukey really needs some people to approach on the left side so that he can get a super. He's much safer in a wall than he is completely exposed. He's actually going to try and pick up a kill. He's stunned in the wall. Now he gets that hypercharge super from Semantic, but now he's focusing on the retreat or on the offense. It's all over the place. Yoshi on the right side looking for the push in, but he is completely outmatched into the cocoon to stay alive for a little bit longer, but he's not able to take back this 4-star lead for Humble as they hang on in the face of a match point.
Yeah, that was poor. That was very poor there from the from the SK guys, sorry. And I mean, they've been doing pretty much perfect all the way through, so surprising to see them drop games like that. Humble going to be pleased that they walk away with this one. Back still against the wall. It remains match point, but now they have a bit of a chance to drag things back.
Blue star once more for SK Gaming. Humble looking to wrest it back the same way as before. Joker on the right side goes for the initial interaction. It's good this time. He didn't grapple Shade like he did in game number 1. Instead, he went for Squeak, and that's perfect. He's got a good old-fashioned stun as well. And he could very much go on the right side. Instead goes for the left and barely misses Lukey. SK Gaming falling into a defensive formation just like they wanted to be. And Ope went for that flying hook on the right side. Now into Semantic. He was counting those shots from Semantic because he knew he was not close to that super. But in the end, the interaction goes the way of Boss. In fact, Humble at the blue star as well. And now they're in the lead.
Yeah, I'm surprised there wasn't more casualties there from SK Gaming. Forced to back all the way up into spawn and pinned against their wall. Joker's going to have to make a big play here, or OP, whoever aggressive route. Pops that gadget a little bit early there. Not really getting too much back from that, and they're just going to back off respectively now. Goes to the left-hand side, but got to be scared of the Squeak, who's now providing super to. Evades that gadget well, but still got to be cautious. Semantic so low. Shield actually going to miss there, I think, and Luki pinned against the wall, cocooned here, which means Charlie should be able to get it, but OP's going to die as well. Is that going to be a positive enough trade? It is. They have 3 right there. Can they get out? Yoshi so low. Super comes in. He cocoons himself and tanks all of that. And OP's there to provide some defense as well.
Luki now going in with the aggression, gonna hit through the walls. That's 1, 2, 3 kids. Looking for 4. He's got a super cycled out, gets 1 more. Hypercharge earned, and Joker couldn't catch him in the middle of the wall. Humble are running away with an advantage off of that aggressive play from Luki. He's earned a hypercharge to be used for his stellar defense in these last few seconds as Humble are just staying in their formation. Semantic has that hypercharge super. SK Gaming looking to approach. Luki has that hypercharge and the super this time. Hypercharge pop on the left side and on the center. Another kill onto Ope, and Humble keep control. They've gotten a set, and SK Gaming will have to fight for a match point another day.
Yeah, finally, we're not seeing Semantic and Humble getting swept here by SK Gaming in this grand final. Finally seeing something from Humble, really pulling out the bag in this one, because after that first game I was thinking, okay, we might be seeing a little 3-0 sweep here and a very convincing 3-0-2, so glad they've managed to claw something back, but this one set is not enough for them just yet. They need 2 in a row before SK manage to get 1 as well, so it's going to be a tough ask still, but there's a start.
Coming into this match, into this grand final, I thought it would be a close one. After that set number 1 and 2, I wasn't so sure anymore. I definitely felt like this is going to be a 3-0 sweep by SK Gaming, especially after they had already locked in a match point. But somehow Humble turned things around and ready. What do you feel was the key to Humble's success after that game 1?
I think it was legitimately, well, okay, some of it was just a few blunders from Joker. I think also Luki sort of locked in. He got the assistance from Semantic on this Gus especially, but he was getting so many aggressive kills. He's sitting inside of the walls. Just SK Gaming found themselves in this defensive formation. When they're all the way backed up, it actually works out perfectly for Luki on the Shade, because they have to sit within that radius. He's going to be cycling out that super. Ultimately, I don't mean to be the guy reading off the stats and being like, well, he got 7 kills. It must have been him. But seriously, I really think Luki was the biggest difference maker there.
I do think that makes sense on Bounty, though, to just look at the stats. It is the objective of the mode in the end. Now, Pinball Dreams is up next. Brawl Ball, which arguably isn't SK Gaming's best mode. Humble kept their cool after being down 2 sets already. I really hope for SK Gaming that they can do the same here now on Pinball Dreams. Looking at their scrims, SK played many different comps on this map, so they're certainly prepared for every eventuality. Humble preferred to go with Kaze on almost every round. Let's see if she's actually going to be banned out by SK or if they want to leave it open for them. They also showed us some Hank on this map, which did not work out for them on Heist Pit Stop, but I feel like on Pinball Dreams, it could work out as long as it's not heading into a Draco again, Trev.
Yeah, absolutely could work. Bans though Willow, the Hank, and the Ali out of the way for SK Gaming. Then first pick goes to Humble, and they get rid of the Buzz, the Bull, and the Willow as well. So Willow, highly valued thrower on this map, and who can blame them as well. This does mean Kaze is left open though, which is absolutely huge for either of these teams. Still a lot on the board, to be honest with you, because of the double ban of the Willow, it leaves another brawler open. So let's see what SK Gaming do go with here. Oh no, sorry, Humble go with here as their first pick, and Lumi is the shout they choose to go for.
And the reaction into Lumi, it has to be something aggressive, but Lumi is such a dominating mid-brawler, it's going to make things quite difficult for SK Gaming unless they outrange it, or they can go for the raw aggression. But you are not going to be punching through that mid matchup into the Lumi. You can't really run it down towards her. You have to rely on your side lane to do so. Also, note some of the bans here. SK Gaming, they went for that Willow ban. They didn't want to give it to Humble as a first selection. We've actually seen it banned numerous times, or excuse me, we've seen it picked numerous times today as a first selection. Shade now coming out here from SK Gaming. I think it's going to be quite optimal to start breaking open some of those walls to deal with the Shade. Maybe, a Hank would be good here, except that SK Gaming have banned it out. So I think it's quite clear that they did want the Shade if it weren't selected drafted for Humble. And it doesn't seem to be very first pick worthy, because when you pick it up so early in the draft, then you can fall victim to things like the aforementioned wall break.
Yeah, the B's going to come out then from SK Gaming to go along with the Shade. Honestly, it's not something that I would have really thought, oh, you know what, they should really go for a B, but I don't know if they're just trying to prevent some more aggression coming out of Humble, or maybe a tank or something like that. So SK choose to go with that kind of tank counter along with the fast assassin of Shade, which really just proved itself to us in that last set when Lukey was on it, absolutely wreaking havoc. But Humble still have two more to go along with the Lumi, which is a strong brawler as it is. But it's going to be tough to play a thrower against that Shade, I think. But Stu is a one that I haven't seen in a long time. Honestly, I don't know why, because like this brawler used to be played like a lot, and at the moment, not really.
Stu has never been one of those where it's like, oh my gosh, I gotta pick Stu, he's the best in the game. It's more of like a reactive selection, or it's just good into the other stuff that's meta, and with the meta shifting around, he's just not as good as he used to be, but he will be useful for breaking open these walls. They're gonna need that into the Shade. Oh, okay, and this guy breaks walls for breakfast. All right, but they're playing that into a B, which does raise an eyebrow for me, but I think it should be a pretty decent matchup into the Shade, especially. You're breaking open walls, you're able to target the Shade when he's within a wall, you can pop the gadget to get him in a more favorable position. I see the math, okay, and I see the ability for Humble to execute with this brawler. It's, I would say, a pretty characteristic brawler for them as a roster.
Yeah, well, this is a wild couple of picks from Humble, but it does feel like a Humble pick. That's the thing. Two brawlers that they just really love. Ooh. And Surge is going to come in as well. I mean, this comp is going to be disgraceful if it gets to overtime. This is the issue, especially against the likes of a Primo. So they're going to want to try and get this one done pretty fast, I'd say. Don't want to be hitting overtime against a powered-up Surge and a B, and the mobility of a Surge, really. So Humble got their work cut out for them here. Have gone wild, but I love it.
Mobility is going to be a problem for a Humble, because they got to get this Lumi out of mid, and it's going to be facing a B that is longer ranged, has crazy damage, is great at locking down a corridor, and also has a slow at its disposal. But what Lukey's going to try and do here is pop that gadget, popped it just a little bit early, wanted to get OP to slide forward so that he could pick up a free kill, and was unable to do so. But Semantic is in position to take advantage of OP being overextended or just slightly out of position, and look at that elegant lane swap with Boss moving over to the right side. That was like watching a ballet right there. It's exactly what Humble needed.
Yeah, Joker just trying to get some shots in, but also not feeding Boss at the same time. Great tap from OP there to be able to bring him down. And a super available now from Semantic. Goes for a wall break with a hyper charge from Joker already. And he's just going for goal here. Might be able to find it as well. A little bit of healing. Oh, but he's burning down. That Stu dash must have kept him low. Otherwise, that would have probably been a goal.
A lot of positioning sacrificed by Humble off of the huge play in from Joker, and he's going to go for two now on the Boss because he's working on getting that hypercharge. Big gadget from Joker and an emergency super pass over to the left side. Boss is going to move this one forward. Tried to get a bit of value onto Joker, and look at that. He's running El Fuego as well. Much more meta pick than it used to be. I see a lot of players warming up to it, but if you show me to this last month, then people would think that is not a good decision.
Well, Yoshi level 2 and double hypercharge for SK coming out now. Just running at Lumi and getting her down. OP versus Boss here, and they can't find him, can't get the ball either, and Boss doing a great job of defending yet again, but he is eventually going to go down. Joker's so low. Doesn't actually get stopped there, but OP does. Now, Semantic trying to push this one out, but with no super, it'll be hard against this B.
They are outranged and out DPS'd by both Yoshi and Ope, but Ope's stuck in this position on the wall. Nearly a kill for Lukey, but thankfully Yoshi is able to come to the rescue. Here comes a push around the left side. Yoshi is keeping his distance because he does not really have that much health, but Joker's looking for a play, perhaps an opening. They need to take down both Lukey and Semantic to get in here, and with Boss approaching, there's just no way for them to score this goal. They're probably just going to look for some control and then score this in OT, unless Joker can make a game-changing play.
Which it seems like he can, Reddy. He definitely can. 17 seconds on the clock, and he's burning it down to about 15 here as well. Burnt 5 seconds there from 20 to 15. I mean, this is going to be difficult. Hypercharges there, though, for the Primo. Been fed entirely just off being hit. And now they're going in. Semantic can't grasp another jump, though. Who can get to the ball to give it to Boss? The super pass. Is that him who shot it? Oh, I thought it was the Primo who shot the ball, but it was Joker who sent it backwards. And SK Gaming hold on. Humble fall just short. And that is a rough one for Humble there. If it carries on like this, they're going to be sent packing.
Humble's goal-scoring condition is the Primo Hypercharge, or really just a Primo Super in general. But they had already fallen back into their back ranks by the time that he got it. Of course, he's going to get it from taking damage, and when he's cycling out respawns, and that's perfect. Oh my goodness! Ope was caught in quite the Lumi gadget there, but she wasn't there to take full advantage. Note also the lane matchups, much more advantageous for Humble, but Joker's still able to win this with the assistance of Ope on the right side. But finally, some meaningful wall break from the Stu breakthrough is going to be coming through on the left side, and they've gotten the breakthrough on the lane with the Surge. He has gotten to level 2, and he's going to be coming around the left side once again. Note that Joker has the Hypercharge active right now, and he's gotten a kill on the left side. But the #1 goalie in Brawl Stars is still online, and it's impossible for SK to push the ball in with Boss lurking in the bushes.
Yeah, Yoshi just wants this permanent level 3 to get the extra range. Joker gets thrown over his shoulder. Big hit from him there, though. The slowdown on Boss. It's unfortunate timing that Joker just lost his super at that moment. Luki's going to fall. Semantic, the only one defending. And if Ope can receive this, might be able to get it. Has he got the shoulder throw? Just slides it in front of him. Boss can't defend it. And SK, 1 minute 25 off the win.
Threading the needle around the right side of that goal there. I feel like it wasn't even necessary. Did Boss even have a gadget? Guess we'll find out in a moment whether he does. He's going for the close range interaction versus Joker, looking for 2. On Ope, he's going to be burning to a crisp, down to just 476 health, and that hypercharged shield absolutely saved his life. He's going to be here to keep up the pressure versus Luki, and hits the double tap to keep him down. Humble are still going to continue this offense. They need positioning more than anything else, but it's so difficult. It's a Primo into a B, and Ope is laying B after B sting into this guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think he got his super there, and he's got a hypercharge as well. Luki having a real tough time in this matchup. Can't get much done. Semantic, more of the same. Haven't really seen him for the entirety of it. And Joker sitting in a great position aggressively. Boss goes for the jump, which means he's not going to have it for that aggressive moment as well. Don't think he cycled too much, but if he gets hit a good amount, he probably will. Semantic just going for it, but can he find it? Doesn't look like he can. Oh, tries to bait Joker out there. Semantic so low. Gets taken down. Boss hypercharge available now. Luki uses the super, but jumped over by Yoshi. Can he get this done? The throw, the shots, can he slide it in? I don't think it's going in. It's stopped on the line. Humble can't get it done, and SK have surely got it.
The final few seconds counting down. SK Gaming without an enemy in sight. The final hypercharged effort from Boss, but it is a fruitless effort. You can dread it, you can run from it, but destiny still arrives all the same. Your monthly final champions in July, SK Gaming, for their 3rd Grand Finals victory in a row versus Humble.
Incredible stuff from SK Gaming. Almost a performance of a lifetime from them, just picking Humble apart. The 3 sets they won were absolute perfection. Just brilliance from SK. Humble, they had their chances in a couple of the sets, but overall it was just SK.
Humble has always shown up at LAN, but the monthly final stage still eludes them. SK Gaming is walking away with a 3-1 victory. Today, again, another trophy for them on the books, and also something even bigger. Their ticket to the World Finals is now officially secured. Has already been since they made it into the Grand Finals, but just to mention that again as well. And that surge pick in the end, I was a doubter, not gonna lie here, but Yoshi made it work. Joker with 11 kills as well. Just kills all across the board. That truly shows that they did not really take that 3rd set too hard, too much really.
Jeez, SK Gaming, they fire back with just an awesome draft, and Humble gave it their best effort, but they were really no match for the B. Did they expect it to appear? I mean, B is not as good in the current patch as she was in the last, so maybe that was their read, but they were not able to get past it, not without Lumi.
And Joker is thankfully already mic'd up, so we can bring him in here and have a little chat with him to congratulate him, not only to a clean 3-1 in the Grand Final, but also to locking in Worlds. Congrats and welcome to the stream, Joker.
Thank you, it feels good to be back.
You must be super happy right now. I'm gonna ask you later how you're gonna celebrate tonight. First up, I want to know, let's talk about that Humble matchup in general. What makes that team such a tough opponent for you, and how will you prepare to also beat them in LAN in the future?
Yeah, I mean, I think every month people go in thinking Humble are the favorites and will win the monthly final. And we know how good Humble are. They have shown it in the past, also in the Brawl Cup and in the Valencia tournament against us. So we wanted our revenge against them, and we're really glad that we did it.
Well, now you've qualified to Worlds, Joker. Congratulations on that, by the way. Are you going to be taking a bit of time off, or are you going to be back better than ever for the August monthly finals? Because I know it can be tempting to kind of let things slip a little bit, but I'm sure you'll carry on scrimming, no?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've learned a lesson what happened after Dallas. Like Humble and us, we did a bit. Yeah, we had some troubles, so I think we will definitely keep scrimming, but we will maybe take some less scrims.
Yeah, because I'm curious, how does that affect your mindset as well? You're just playing for seeding now. That's very important, but now that you've locked in Worlds, you've got to be feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah, we have 1 month to go, so we hope we can secure that #1 seed after all. That's what we aim for. And obviously, winning a monthly final not only gives us points, but also money. So I think that's a good motivation to keep going.
To your future World Finals opponents after today's performance, what would it be?
No, we go.
You got this, guys. You can beat Humble.
Okay, interesting shout out. How are you going to celebrate tonight?
I think first we're going to order some food because we're quite hungry. It's already quite late. And after that, honestly, I'm going to bed because it has been a long day and I'm tired.
I think you still have a watch party going on there, so you probably also have to sign some jerseys first, but celebrate well. You definitely deserve it. Congratulations once again.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. And with that, you two, phenomenal work in that grand final. I think we can bring out our almost melted away third caster as well. He had to go back into his steam room of a casting booth. Ark, how are you feeling after that grand final?
I'm doing great. It was a fantastic grand finals, and it's just great to see SK just continue to keep Humble under that kind of pressure. That curse remains, and going into the world finals, should Humble not drop any more sort of balls in terms of qualifying, I'm sure that it will all go fine. I'm sure that they will qualify for the world finals also. I just feel like it's just such a interesting dynamic, isn't it, to see them when they're a LAN do so well, but then in the monthly finals it just seems to always be the same case. And SK Gaming going to the World Finals as strong as this, with this many monthly final wins under their belts, I mean, it's really quite astounding. It's been a fantastic season for them.
After the June monthly finals, SK has just been 1 point ahead of Heretics, still standing at the top, but it was so close. With that win today, a dominant one indeed, and of course Heretics dropping out in the quarterfinals already, that lead is now confirmed, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge lead for SK Gaming there. I'm sure Humble would have liked that win just to close that gap a little bit more, but they're sitting a bit more comfortably now, at least in those world final spots. Heretics, regardless of their top 8 finish, are in there as well. Novo moving up a little bit more in terms of points as well, but Foot Esports dropping down to 5th now because they didn't show up today, couldn't get any points, but Inner Circle, Reply Totem, Papyrus Supermassive, and Experian NXT still sitting in those LCQ spots, but they've got a lot of work to do in this last month if they want to stay in those places in the postseason.
Now, we're sadly at the end of this show, but the July monthly finals aren't over just yet. We still have NA and SA to come up next. With SK Gaming made it to the World Finals now. They're the first ones on the global stage to make it. Who else do you think will join them? And also, go ahead and give us some closing thoughts on today's matches. We start with Trev today.
Oh, so me. Okay, well, I think it's got to be Tribe. I think Tribe are probably going to be getting there. Same with Loud, I think, as well. Two of my favorites, at least from those two regions, to be getting to the World Finals. But yeah, I think all the matches next weekend are going to be incredible because these last 2 months, it's absolute crunch time for all the regions. You saw EMEA and East Asia all step it up to try and get points on the board. So I'm excited to see how it's going to play out next week as well.
Okay, so I'm the NA guy, so I'll talk NA. I want to see Elevate just lock it in. I think this is going to be fantastic for them. A first World Finals for that squad is going to be absolutely exhilarating, and I always love seeing new faces at the forefront of Brawl esports.
That's the last on the line. All the names I was going to say are taken. But what I will say about the qualifiers is that they're going to be absolutely fantastic. So make sure that you're following Brawl_esports on Twitter as well to see who's streaming those qualifiers, because they really matter. You can see in EMEA just how important it is to qualify consistently. And if one single team doesn't do so, what a difference it will make to that leaderboard, and a world final slot becomes an LCQ at best. So make sure that you tune to those, and for all the teams, best of luck in that, and I wouldn't want to be in your shoes.
Things can change very quickly, but SK Gaming do it again this month. Another monthly final win to their name, and with it, they officially secure their spot at the World Finals. A statement performance and a warning to the rest of the world. Humble, once again, comes so close, and while the trophy slips again for the third time today, their consistent land performance definitely proves that they are not done yet. EMEA stories isn't over. One more monthly final in August will decide who else makes the cut. And July is not done yet either. As mentioned, next week we shift gears to North and South America. You won't want to miss it. Until then, take care, thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you in a week for more BSC action.
On the highway and I'm feeling breezy. Going beast mode, yet another species. I'm the top one cause they cannot beat me.